This is your reminder that the BBC has yet to address the consistent transphobic leanings in its news coverage, and while the team behind Doctor Who is not connected to this in any way since this is a BBC-owned property, I'm going to keep pointing it out until the problem gets resolved. Links in a pinned comment below if you don't know what I'm talking about. I'll stop saying it when it stops being a problem. The Church on Ruby Road, the new Christmas special for Doctor Who, the first proper outing for Ncuti Gatwa's 15th Doctor. The numbering is a disaster. It has been for a while, but it's just getting worse. But yes, Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor. We get to meet Ruby Sunday, who is the new companion, and we just get a rollicking Christmas adventure. I should probably caveat it with the fact that I tend to not love the Christmas specials as much as a lot of other people do, especially a lot of the UK fans. I tend to be a little bit harsher on them. They can be good. I'll actually be having a ranking of the specials, not just the Christmas specials, but all the Doctor Who specials of the modern era, at least, next month. But overall, a lot of them, they're light and fluffy, and I get why. It's Christmas. We're not trying to be really heavy. You know, it's fun family entertainment. People have opened their presents, and now they're just kicking back and relaxing with the family and watching something fun. Like, I get it. I get why a lot of episodes are the way they are. I just don't like them as much as a lot of the other stuff that Doctor Who does. When Doctor Who feels frivolous to me, I don't know. It doesn't completely lose my interest, but I'm not going to be as invested. And this is leaning on the frivolous side of things. Now, does that make it bad? No, absolutely not. I'd actually call it one of the good frivolous stories, but that does also mean that I feel like I don't have that much to talk about because the story is kind of not the point. The point is the aesthetics, the feel, the sense of getting to know the Doctor and the companion, but just the rollicking adventure atmosphere. That's the point, which it does. What does that lead me to talk about, though? Well, there are a few things. And I will get to Millie Gibson and Ncuti Gatwa proper in a little bit. Let me just talk a little bit broadly about this. The whole thing with the goblins, this is nitpicky. And I know this is nitpicky. But it bothers me that they're called goblins when their entire MO fits a lot better with gremlins. If you don't sort of know I'm not going to say that this is accurate like fairy lore, but like generally speaking, gremlins are the things that mess with electricity and, you know, just cause bad things to happen.
Gremlins and their machinery. That's the same gremlins brought down our planes in the big one.
That's gremlins. That's not goblins. And I suspect that they just called them goblins just to have Ncuti Gatwa do that.
Do you know why they call them goblins? Because they like to gobble you up.
I don't think it was worth it. At least not for someone with my particular set of brain wirings, because I'm just like, but they're behaving like gremlins, though. Again, this does not actually matter. I don't want to go off on it, but like it did bug me a little bit. But overall, I like the general notion of they lean into and they sort of, it's not that they're empowered by coincidence, but it's like coincidence and luck is how they get a foothold in our universe. That's kind of interesting. And that general notion, and like as coincidences accumulate, it kind of powers them up a little bit more. I kind of like that. The song's fine. Like, honestly, I probably would have appreciated it more if they hadn't released it in advance. And so I could have been caught off guard by like, oh my gosh, they're singing. How great is that? But instead, like, I know it's coming. So I feel like for me, at least, the most value I ever would have gotten out of the song would have been the unexpectedness of it. And they ruined that. As a song unto itself and as a thing, like, it's fine. Gatwa and Gibson got some good voices. Good on them. Cool. Whoever they got to do the main singing, she was good. But it's fine. Knowing it was there, it sucked a lot of the fun out of it for me. And again, I understand that it's probably more of a me problem than actually a problem with the episode proper. So there isn't too much else to talk about with the goblins or the story. You know, the whole thing with the newscaster, who I guess is actually an actual newscaster, like I'm sure that has meaning for folks in the UK, has none to me. She could have just been an actress for all I knew. I don't know who Davina McCall is. So she performed well enough. She didn't come across like somebody who didn't know how to act. So I guess props to her for that. She wants to transition into acting. I think she'll do okay. The last moment was odd.
Never seen a TARDIS before.
Like addressing it directly to the camera. I feel like there's definitely going to be fans who are going to go off the deep end speculating about that. I think it was just meant as a cheeky direct-to-camera, hey, it's Christmas, going out on a laugh kind of moment, but it's weird, and it's built up to in excess, if that's all it is. If that's not all it is, then, okay, here's what I'll say. I'm not going to do speculation. I'm bad at it. But what I will say is that if this is meaningful, you kind of undercut it by having it presented this frivolously. Hey, it's Vera from the editing phase, and apparently Russell T. Davies has said some things indicating that, yeah, this is meant to be something, and it's going to be a quote-unquote slow burn.
Who is Mrs. Flood? Come back and find out.
I was going to just tack on something here, but honestly, I'm probably going to have to go off on this for a little bit. So I'm going to throw up an additional video in the break room. As soon as that's available, I will link to it both in the description and a little card on this video. But for right now, just know I'm going to have to talk about this separately. Okay, back to the thing. So before I get into the actual performances, my thought on the characters of Ruby and the Doctor. The other thing I guess I'll address is I'm hoping that a lot of the supposed mystery around Ruby is not going to be a continuing thing. Like, I'm not sure that I'm going to say that this episode sets it up like, ooh, who are her parents? Because it's not like leaning heavily on the idea that that stuff is important. It's not like pulling a The Force Awakens thing where it's like, let's put all this emphasis on like, oh, she's waiting for her parents and they're mysterious and ooh, there's visions and ooh, there's things you don't know. It's just more, it feels more like it actually is just an aspect of her character. Yeah, so Russell confirmed that this is going to be a whole thing too. I'll address it in that break room video as well. That having been said, mechanically, all the pieces are there for this to turn into some bigger mystery around Ruby in particular. And that's going to inherently make me nervous because, well, it's going to remind me of just a mashup of two things. One being Rose Tyler with the daddy issues and absent parent thing. And then also Clara, when you make the companion a mystery unto themselves, that didn't work out great last time it was done. Granted, that was Moffat. This is RTD. Different showrunners. I get it. But, like, it's going to set off slight alarm bells. That having been said, again, to reemphasize, I don't think this episode actually puts that much emphasis on the idea of, we will pick this up later, but they definitely could. And I'm not thrilled at the notion that they will. That's a wait and see thing. Let's talk about our actual leads. Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor. I like him. I like him a lot. So I can tell you the exact moment where I was like, okay, this is definitely working. And it's when they're on the Goblin ship and Ruby's trying to kick the door down and he's fiddling with the knots and...
Well, if you gave me a hand...
I am learning the vocabulary of rope.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That is First of all, it's a fun line. And it was also a great notion. The idea that like the way the knots are tied, it's effectively this version of like wiring and electricity running through it. I just kind of like that as a notion. Is it a bit balmy? Yeah, a bit. I don't care. I like it. But the way he delivered that specific line, there's this sense that you get from him. There's this joy in discovery. There's this thrill at things he hasn't encountered before. And that is something that the Doctor does sometimes have. Doesn't always, but it's not an uncommon Doctor trait, but he captures it really, really well. And it is a trait I like when the Doctor has it. But also, something that is made very evident with the stuff that goes on later, particularly when he is saving Ruby, spoilers, by the way, I am going to talk about the whole thing. If you didn't guess that already, watch it already. If you haven't, saves Ruby as a baby. That whole thing, he sold the fact that he was tense about this and he was really trying, and he did it because he cared. Does he care because he is personally invested? He knows her personally? Well, no, not really, not yet, but he cares because someone's in trouble. And I think selling both of those is a good mix, because sometimes the Doctor can seem resigned to bad things happening. He, at least right now, feels a lot more like even if he thinks it's not going to work, he's going to frickin' try regardless. And I like that. So that combined with sort of the joy of discovering like, ooh, this is all new. It's balanced really well, because he could easily get into like sort of a distractible area where he's missing the human cost of, well, human, alien, the life of people cost thing of what's going on, because he's focused on, ooh, this is new and exciting for me.
No, it's not. What do we do?
Or frankly, some Doctors just don't sell the being personally invested in what's going on as well as he does already. I say personally, like, again, not like he knows Ruby all that well, but you get the sense that he actually cares. Even just his little interaction with the cop.
But how do you know she'll say yes? Because the sales start on Tuesday and you just couldn't wait. And that's why she loves you.
There's this twinkle in his eye that isn't just, I'm clever. It's, I'm clever, and I'm going to give you a little something that'll help you. It's really nice. I really like the feel I'm getting off him so far. As for Ruby, solid start. At present, we don't have a ton about her outside of the fact that she is an orphan and was adopted by her foster mother. Like, most of what I got off of Ruby was based off of how she interacted with other people. The way that she interacts with her mother, with her grandmother, and with the Doctor, and heck, with her friends, like getting in the cab and like when they were singing. I like that she plays keyboard, but that's the kind of detail I wish there'd been more of. Because to make a comparison to, say, Rose Noble in the specials, especially the Star Beast, the fact that, and I know they gave like a in-universe reason for why she does this, or at least why they take the shape that they do, but the fact that she is crafty and makes these little plushies to sell online, that felt like it kind of told me a lot about her. That was a real characterizing thing that was beyond just the personality. That was a character trait. That was something she was passionate about. And the closest thing I get with that with Ruby right now is that she plays keyboard in a band with a trans woman as the lead singer, which is cool. I kind of hope we see her friends again, not just for trans representation, though, yes, also for trans representation, but also just because I want to get more of a sense of what she cares about, because she spends most of this, caring about what happens to Lulabelle, and just trying to find her parents, but like wanting to know her genetics, that's not really much of a trait, a character trait to go by. Like, good luck finding a character who is an orphaned character who doesn't know where they come from, where that is not an aspect of what's going on. So it doesn't feel like it adds a lot. Now, I've kind of been criticizing the lack of characterizing traits to her. I don't want to knock the performance, and I don't want to knock the performance chemistry that she has with the other people around her, because she has great performance chemistry. Because she's great talking to her mother. She's great, wonderful interacting with Cherry, her grandmother. That's fantastic. She's got a good rapport with the doctor. I like the way they bounce off of each other so far. It's all good stuff. It's just a matter of right now, again, I know it was a different showrunner, but like I'm going to compare to other things the show has done. Right now, I'm a little bit nervous about getting, it's a few more Clara vibes, because Jenna Coleman always had amazing performance chemistry. Well, more so with Capaldi than Smith, but she always had good performance chemistry to some degree with whoever she was working with. But Clara, especially in her first series, was brutally undercharacterized. And I'm not going to say that I think that's what's going to happen to Ruby, but I am going to say that she's not feeling particularly characterized yet. I think that it's the first outing. We're not going to get everything, especially in something that's meant to be light and cheery the way that this very clearly is. So, like, it's fine. It is fine that she does not have the amount of depth to her character, the amount of layers, that we don't find a ton about her inner life. But for the most part, other than she'd play in that band, I don't know what she would do with her time if she wasn't caught up with the doctor. I want to try and clarify this because I think I came across as a little muddled here. We do technically get a number of traits about Ruby. She's in the band. She's someone who's willing to go out into a club, be out at night with her friends. But the thing is, I don't really know how that fits into her life. I don't know if she would go to the club even if she wasn't with her friends. Is she there more because she just wants to be with them and that's what they want to do? Is she actually a club girl? Is the band thing something she's passionate about? Or is it just something that she does to fill the time? That's the degree to which I want to find out more about her. And I feel that we're currently lacking. I expect these gaps will be filled in, but I think people might get confused because there are traits that she's given. They're just not really shown how they impact her as a character and how she feels about them beyond just appearing to enjoy the company of her friends and her family, which that's good. That's just not much yet. And again, that's something that, first series that she was in, Clara suffered from greatly. A lot of people complain about Danny Pink. I think the best thing they did for Clara was put her in that school and give her a boyfriend. Give her a life outside of the adventures we were seeing her on and actually ground her as a character a little bit. And I'm hoping we get that with Ruby in future episodes and stories and adventures. Because right now, I'm not going to say she's undercharacterized yet, but I'm slightly concerned that she might end up being that. We will see. Regardless, she does still have very good chemistry with Ncuti Gatwa, which is ultimately the most important thing that a companion needs to have, but I do still think it's important that they actually function as a character, even outside of the dynamic, so that's what I'm waiting on right now. Other than that, Murray Gold's back with his bombast. It's fine. I didn't talk a ton about the music and the David Tennant specials, but like I'm not gonna say that I preferred the music that we were getting during the Chibnall era in the abstract, but it was a nice break from the bombast that Murray Gold is very into providing, and I'm glad other people are excited it's back. How about we go with that for a backhanded compliment? I'm just kind of tired of him. I don't know. I seem to be the only one with this opinion, so don't put too much stock with it. Nobody else seems to be where I'm at as far as that goes. And there just isn't all that much to talk about. I don't have all the baggage and the weight of even the first of the Tennant specials, bringing back these characters, and there was a lot to unpack. There isn't here. Not yet. This is our first time seeing this doctor. This is our first time getting to know this companion. It's a light, fluffy story that doesn't have a lot of particular, at least evident to me, thematic depth to it. It's a rollicking adventure on a flying pirate ship with Goblins, gremlins, goblins. Yeah, that is what it is. And it's fun. I enjoyed it. It's a good time. That's kind of all I've got, though. And under other circumstances, I might be a little bit nervous that, the first outing for the new Doctor is just like, oh, it's so, okay, well, it's fun. We gonna get anything deeper than that? I'm not, because it is the Christmas special. And actually, I think I've even said in the past, I think we should have it happen more often, that a Doctor's first adventure is a special, so that it can just give us a sense of them on an adventure, and then we start to dig into the meatier stuff in their series proper. And potentially that's exactly what we're getting. I mean, we'll find out when we actually start getting new episodes, but it gave me a good sense of this Doctor and of this companion, at least as far as her dynamic with the Doctor goes. I want to find out more about her as a character unto herself. But it did the assignment. It came in light, fluffy, adventurous. Cool. You gave me what I expected. And that's good. I just don't have nearly as much to add to the conversation as a result of that. Space Babies. What a title. So let's start at the top. The most important things for this show to nail, it is nailing. I love the Doctor. I love the companion.
We did almost die.
Yes, but we lived so much too.
Yes, we did.
Ncuti Gatwa is so good as the Doctor. I absolutely adore his energy, and he's also able to, bring it down and be very in the moment. I think one of the things I was a little worried of sort of in the back of my head was, is he having so much fun and being like so light and enjoyable that I'm not going to take it seriously when he deals with something that like actually worries him? Is he not going to be able to sell that? No, that worry's gone. He can absolutely sell that. So he's firing on absolutely all cylinders. I love his line delivery. I love the way he's being written. I like him a lot. As for Ruby Sunday, I also like her a lot. I will grant that she is in some ways, I don't want to say derivative, though if other people will say that, I would get why. She is, let's go with, cut from a similar cloth to characters like Rose Tyler and Amy Pond. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And the main reason I don't think that's a bad thing, and under other circumstances, I might call out, we've kind of seen a companion like this before, because in a lot of ways we have, between her age, her general energy. Like, we have seen companions like this before in the modern era. I don't think that's a problem, though, so long as she is playing off of this Doctor especially well. I don't really care if the companion is similar to a companion we've had before, so long as whoever she is, in this case, future companions, maybe not, but it tends to be the case. Whoever the companion is, that they are playing well off of this Doctor specifically, that their energies are complementary. That's what matters to me. And this kind of character plays very well off of this Doctor. So that to me is the most important thing. And I know, I say that as someone who complains that they keep going to the same template for companions over and over and over again. Young, conventionally attractive, from modern day England. Again and again and again. And I am tired of that. But I can't fix the fact that they keep doing that. I'd like them to stop, but if they're going to keep doing that, the very least they could do is give me two characters who just work well together. They have complementary dynamics, and when put in the same space, they bounce off each other and have terrific joint energy as a duo. And these two have that. That, to me, was the single most important thing for this episode to nail. So, having said that, you're going to hear me complain a bit. The first thing I want to say is, like, this is not a bad episode. And actually going back and thinking on it and comparing it to other first series episodes for Russell T Davies when he was running the show initially, this is actually very much in keeping with a lot of his first episodes. Can I be blunt about this fact? I don't think Russell T Davies did exceptionally good first episodes for seasons of Doctor Who. I think the only one he really nailed during his run was Smith and Jones, the first episode of Series 3. That that's a really good and underappreciated episode. And definitely for a starter, that one's great. The rest of them, like Rose is okay, but it leans into a lot of very over the top and camp aspects that I don't always like when Doctor Who does. And in that one in particular with things like pizza and the burping trash can, like, and then New Earth is just forgettable as heck. Can we be honest about that? And as much as I love the 10th Doctor and Donna, I like Partners in Crime is light, it's fine, it's fun, but it's nothing to write home about. So I don't think RTD has a great track record with opening episodes, and this is kind of in line with most of his work with opening episodes. If you want to know what a really great Doctor Who opening episode is, Stephen Moffat had a number of really good ones. The 11th Hour, I think, is peak opening episode for a Doctor Who season, but I also think the pilot is really, really good. And even some of the other ones he had, I think are still solid. I would take over RTDs, but those are the two that I would highlight as being like, these are really good as openers. Whereas this, like, again, it's doing the job it needs to do, but also part of it is a bit like the episode Rose. It is leaning into elements of Doctor Who that I'm not an exceptionally large fan of, which is I have no problem with Doctor Who being light. I have no problem with Doctor Who being humorous. I don't love seeing a giant interstellar fart joke. I just don't. But that's getting ahead of things. Let's talk plot a little bit. Let's go through some plot beats. Opening this whole thing, we have Ruby asking him about his home, and I actually love the way Gatwa talks about this.
I'm afraid. And where's that?
Gone! Ruby, it's gone. It's gone.
How emphatically he is on the point of gone, and how he just kind of puts his foot down on the matter, not in a don't dare ever ask way, but honestly in a way that felt very honest about trauma and about someone who is at a point, like this was half the point of the bi-generation, was that the 14th Doctor was going to go off and basically get therapy for however long that took, that this Doctor could be in a better place and be less bogged down by his past. But that doesn't mean that past is gone. That trauma's not gone. So the way he responds to that so emphatically, to me, it rings very true to be a kind of reaction from somebody who's like, I will be very clear for you. This is something that, here's what it is, and I don't really want to dwell on it, and I will explain to the degree that I'm comfortable doing why, but can we move on, please? And like that to me feels honest for a reaction from somebody who is trying to move past and not have their life ruined by their trauma, but that doesn't mean the trauma is gone. It doesn't mean the loss is gone. It doesn't mean you don't remember the pain. You're just trying not to let it rule your life. And so this is kind of, in a way, throwing up that sign of like, yeah, please don't talk about that again, in a way that, again, doesn't feel like him shutting her off. It feels like him opening up enough for her to get that this is an issue that he doesn't want to deal with, and then to move forward from there, as opposed to, the other end of the coin being someone like the 10th Doctor just refusing to talk about it at all with Martha Jones until she really pressed and prodded. So I liked that. We get our dinosaur thing, which is a pretty quick moment. We get the butterfly effect joke, which was in the trailer. Still don't like it. Extending it to longer does not make me like the joke that in the trailer I already didn't like. Humor is incredibly subjective, so other people might have found it funny. Other people might have laughed. I'm not going to get bogged down on it though, because following the joke, this did something that I love when Doctor Who or any sci-fi kind of show at all can do, and do it well, which is just have a quick little throwaway line almost that covers something that just happened. And him getting back to the ship being like,
controls are new, completely forgot. The butterfly compensation switch. Good, right.
Basically retroactively implying that it's not that the butterfly effect isn't a thing in the Doctor Who universe, it's that the TARDIS automatically sort of compensates and prevents that from happening, from such a tiny change resulting in such a massive sort of domino effect way down the line, and that it's always been in place, except he didn't have it on this time. I actually, like, That's the kind of thing I just like. I think that is a quick, snappy explanation that covers your bases, allows for the joke, and even though I still don't like the joke now has no lasting repercussions, nor does it rewrite the way that time travel and cause and effect works in Doctor Who, which admittedly has always been pretty loose and a little bit contradictory. But doing something as definitive as the butterfly effect, I think would have been a bad idea. But I'm more okay with it if they do it and then immediately go like, yeah, TARDIS normally means that doesn't happen. Kind of like how TARDIS just translates words for us. Speaking of which, I'll pause and mention this. It really felt like they were speed running the information.
You're a doctor, but you're the police?
Police box. No, that's a disguise. And TARDIS stands for time and relative dimension in space. My world is called Gallifrey, so we've moved location as well. I am the last of the Time Lords.
This is very clearly being designed as something both for the existing fan base, but also for people who are new to the show, which makes sense. This has got Disney money behind it now and a big international push. They're trying to make the show bigger than it ever was before, and that does mean bringing in a new audience. So there's a lot of stuff dropped real quick in pretty rapid succession in terms of just like getting all the lore out of the way. I come from Gallifrey. My planet's gone. I'm the last of the Time Lords. This is the TARDIS. We'll do a joke about butterfly effect, but overall, don't worry about that. That's not how time travel works here. And all these various things just get laid out very, very, very quickly in a way that I think is a little clunky, but I also get. I think pacing them out a bit more in the manner that you might do if this was coming off the back of a longer hiatus, like the episode Rose was back in 2005. If you were coming off the back of like a really long pause or starting something for the first time, you'd want to pace this information out a bit more. However, this is ultimately, it seems to me to be a situation where, look, we need to get this information established for all the new people, but we also don't want to pace it the way that we would if this entire thing was brand new, because that's just going to make the existing fans feel condescended to and a bit bored, just sort of going like, yeah, we know. So let's just get it out of the way. Let's just get out of the way real quick. And while I think it is a little bit clunky, it does get the job done. There is, however, one specific thing that I think is legitimately and incorrectly rushed. But that happens later. So stick a pin in that. I'll come back to it. So then we have the trip into space and some very cool visuals. We have the initial introduction of the Bogeyman. Stick a pin in him as well. We'll come back to that whole thing. He gets introduced before he gets explained, so we'll come back to it. And so then, initially, just the image of the babies in the tubes, kind of unsettling. And I also like that Ruby just suggests, like, what, for food? And the doctor's just so disgusted, but like, she didn't know, dude. She's floating ideas. And then we have, of course, the introduction of the titular space babies. And, okay, so these days I try pretty hard not to harp on Doctor Who's effects. I've been trying to do that a lot less, both in my reviews of the modern episodes and when I talk about classic over my secondary channel. Random plug for that. Breakroom of Geeks. But the thing is, I will still call out stuff that I'm like, you should have known better than to try that, or I don't think that was ever going to work. What I'm trying to not call Doctor Who out for too often is like, okay, that could have worked, but you couldn't afford it, or you didn't have the time, or you didn't have the budget, whatever. You didn't have the resources. I'm less inclined to call that out these days, unless it's something where I feel myself going like, you should have known at the writing stage you couldn't afford to pull that off. Unless it hits that level, I'll usually let it slide. This, unfortunately, at least for me, at the best of times, the giving a baby, a digital speaking effect to make them talk dialogue is always going to be unsettling and uncanny, even if the effect is seamless. And the effect is not seamless in this. So that doesn't help, but I honestly think it was a bad idea from the get-go. I don't think the babies in and of themselves were a bad idea, and I actually kind of like that they have a certain degree of intelligence that they've developed, and they can kind of do a certain amount of stuff for themselves, but like they're sort of physically restricted, and like honestly, just because of how unsettling I find the effect, and I'll explain why in a second, and I'm not just going to leave it at that, but like, I don't know, I almost would have preferred a cheaper solution, like just put a little band around their heads and be like, oh, this will speak the thoughts that they want to be heard out loud, or just something to not do the mouth. Now, like, I'm more inclined to have a problem with this mouth thing than most, because I've noted this when I've talked about completely CGI characters before. A lot of people talk about dead eyes on CGI creations. I almost never do, because I'm not always instinctively drawn to eyes. I'm actually drawn to mouths. My eyes tend to settle on mouths and lips. And so I notice when that stuff's off. And for the record, there are plenty of completely CGI creations with flawless eyes and the mouths just don't move correctly at all. And like, I'm the only one who notices. So I understand this is partially a me problem. But the thing is that because my eyes are drawn directly to where the effect is, I'm noticing all the stuff that doesn't work. But the core of it is that no matter what the performer, the voice actor is doing, and no matter what expression they give the mouth, there is a disconnect between that and the rest of the face. Sometimes they link up well enough that you get away with it. I think Captain Poppy probably has the best stuff where that kid's pretty bright expression fit mostly lines delivered in that vein. But then you got some of the stuff with Eric. That kid has a look that's very like, I'm confused and I don't know what's going on, which like, I'm sure that kid was confused and didn't know what was going on. But then you've got lines like, I love you, Ruby. And it's just the eyes do not match that sentiment at all.
I love you, Ruby.
There's just this inherent disconnect between the eyes and the mouth that I did find distracting throughout the entire thing. Does it ruin the episode? No. Did it bug me and I kind of wish it wasn't there? Yes. We get the introduction of Nan E, aka Jocelyn. I actually really like her as a character. Like the overall concept of Nan E, when you thought it was an artificial intelligence, I was like, oh, okay. Well, I guess that covers the basis for how these kids have been able to be okay, even as they are, advanced by toddler, infant, whatever age, whatever they should be called, standards. But actually meeting Jocelyn, I actually liked her as a character a fair bit. I think it says a lot. That she basically says, like, my conscience wouldn't let me leave them, but also the fact that she is not someone who is in a position to be able to help. Like, she's doing her best because she thinks it's what she needs to do, but she's trying to fix things by just hitting them with a wrench. She's not an engineer. So she's somebody who absolutely wants to help, but she's also deeply out of her depth. In terms of the qualifications of who needed to be the one to stay behind, she doesn't have them. And I like that. It adds to that sort of desperation you give to her. And I also actually really like how simple, but how just hit me in the heart, her explanation for why she let the kids think she was just an AI.
Because I don't want to see them die. And I don't want them to see me die.
Ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh, that hit. That hit hard and in a good way. So that worked really well. This is also where we get a lot of the explanations for like how we got into the situation. And there are some political points made that I'm a little bit torn on. First of all, let me be very blatant about this. I agree with the political points made. I agree wholeheartedly. How am I going to word this? So there's basically two political points made. One, which I think was done about as well as I would want it done in something like this. And the other, I think, was hit a little harder than it should have been. So the one that was hit a little too hard is the reproductive rights analogy.
The planet down below will refuse to stop the babies being born. But once they're born, they don't look after them.
Now, first of all, I definitely don't have a problem that analogy was there. I actually kind of put those pieces together as soon as Jocelyn said, there is a law that we can't turn off the baby making machine. And so I immediately thought, hang on. I actually paused the episode and like talked it through. Hang on. You can't stop the baby machine, but the law only says you can't turn off the baby machine, but there's no requirement whatsoever to actually care for and help these kids once they're born. Holy crap. That is so pointed with everything going on right now with the reproductive rights. As more and more rights get restricted or taken away, more and more people are finding themselves in a situation where they are not allowed to not have a baby. But then as soon as the baby's done, there's no social network. All that stuff's either been dismantled or was never implemented in the first place. You must have a kid, but we will not help you. Like that feels really pointed. I don't think making that connection is a bad thing for this episode to do. You know what threw me off, though? Was Ruby's line following up.
It's a very strange planet.
It's not that strange.
There is a secondary interpretation of this, and I'll get to that in a second, but like in the moment, that read to me very much as a deliberate connection to making it Earth. So like it's not just allegorical. She's just going, yeah, it's like that back where I come from too. And I think that's hitting the political point a little too hard, and I'll explain why. Not in the abstract. I don't have a problem with Doctor Who or anything making political points. I don't even have a problem with making those points with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Honestly, sometimes that's appropriate. However, why it struck me as off here is because this isn't going to come back. This political point, while valid, isn't actually going to be the main thrust of the episode. And it never really circles back onto this issue. So in my mind, if you're going to hit it this hard, it should come back up again and be a little bit more core to the overall story you're telling. And if it's not going to be, maybe you didn't need that final button on it. Because that's like drawing excessive attention to something that isn't the point. It's like, I don't know, a camera roving around a room at all these props or whatever, and, you know, potential Chekhov's gun situations, and just lingering on a prop for longer than any of the others, but that prop will never come up again. Like, it's not even enough to be a red herring. It's just like, why'd you linger on that? That wasn't, you could have just kept going. Now, I said there is a secondary interpretation to what Ruby says, and it is possible that when she said that line about, not that hard to believe, she was referring more to her own abandonment as a child, which is a notion that is going to come up later, even within this episode. It is distinctly possible that was what was meant by her line. I think, unfortunately, putting that line immediately after the political point was made and piggybacking it directly off that muddies the waters, and just, I think her bringing in that connection, she either should have said much more blatantly about being left behind, or she should have brought that up maybe a bit later. Because the place at which it happens and the way that it's worded, to me, felt more like hammering the political point too hard. And even if that's not what was meant, I think it being interpretable that way is to the show's detriment, and would have been better to move her sentiment or to have it be clearer what she meant by that. Now, I did say there was another political point that does handle things, I think, at about the right level. So I'll use this as a point of comparison, which is the refugee stuff. Because, they have the issue of this station is stationary. It's not meant to move. So they can't get it to where they can get help. And even if they get a signal out, no one's going to come and get them.
They don't go fetch refugees. That's the fate of every refugee in the universe. You physically have to turn up on someone else's shore.
That applies to refugees all the way down the line, whether it's someone fleeing a country because it's in a complete economic downturn, or if it's someone desperately trying to flee or just find a safe place when they're in their own country because other people won't stop bombing it, and they even bomb the places that everyone has fled to try and be safe. And everybody just stands around and watches. Yeah. Anyway, that political point, I think, was made at the right level. It was brought up that point was made, but it wasn't lingered on. Which, again, I don't have a problem with it being lingered on if that's the point of the episode. Like, you can look at something like the 12th Doctor's episode, Oxygen, which is an episode I love. That makes its political points really directly about capitalism.
The end point of capitalism. Bottom line, where human life has no value at all.
But it's because that's the point of the whole episode. So being that blunt, I think, is very warranted. When it's not that core, I don't think it necessarily helps to be overly blunt. Oh, and anyone who tells you Doctor Who didn't use to make his political points this bluntly, or crowbar them in this much, or like be this unsubtle about them, anyone claiming that is either deeply disingenuous or has forgotten what Doctor Who has been since almost the beginning. While this is by no means the start of Doctor Who having blatant political messaging, these people clearly have not watched the third Doctor, John Pertwee's era, because holy crap, was there a lot of very blatant political messaging there made with the subtlety of a brick. So, yeah. I just need to get that stuff off my chest because I still see these people in my comments. And it's like, what are you even doing here? Look at me. You don't want to hear my opinion. I don't want to hear yours. Anyways, moving on. So we have Eric go and try and confront the bogeyman. And I do kind of like that he's doing it sort of because Ruby said there's no such thing as the bogeyman. She said it to reassure him, and then he takes it too literally. And yeah, that feels like an accurate, oh crap, parenting moment.
My God, it's my fault!
Where something you said to comfort your kid, they take in a direction that you were like, oh, shoot. Yeah, that felt a little too real. And then we get the whole reveal of what the bogeyman is. Now, I actually, oddly, called this shockingly early into the episode.
And so it grew the bogeyman out of bogies.
Not exactly why it happened, but what the bogeyman is, I called pretty early. Because there's a line not too far in after they've run away from this thing, and I think it's the first time they're looking at it over the security cameras, and he makes a comment like, "What is its skin made out of?" And then my brain sort of went down a rabbit hole trying to figure out, well, what could it be made of that he wasn't expecting? Like what could that be? And then remembering the whole nose blowing thing, and suddenly realizing, oh, there isn't really a reason to draw a lot of attention to that unless, oh no. So I actually called that probably earlier than I was meant to. As far as this reveal goes, I'm actually way more okay with it than I would think that I would be. Because, like, for instance, I hate the sleep dust monsters in Sleep No More. There's a lot I don't like about Sleep No More, but the very concept and the way those monsters are explained, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. This I'm kind of okay with, largely because of the extra layers of explanation that we get. This whole idea that the storytelling AI went walkers and tried to build a story for the babies to exist in. And if there's going to be a story, there's got to be a monster. What's the perfect monster? It's the bogeyman, and it's an AI, and it did that super, super literally. That actually, again, a bit like the butterfly effect line that covered for that joke, that's an explanation that I think covers for an absurd concept. That covers it well enough for me. You know, it's sort of a close enough for government work. That's good enough for my purposes. That satisfies my brain. I'm good with that. The actual design of the creature is fine. It's a generic Doctor Who-y kind of drippy monster. It's fine. I'll tell you what I did really like. This is the moment that made me fall in love with Ruby, because it was a specific moment. Because they're going down to try and get Eric, and she asked the Doctor, "Hey, will the bogeyman follow us if we make a lot of noise?" He says yes, and then she does this.
Yes.
Oh, I love that so much. I love everything about that. I love what she did. I love the look on her face. I love the delivery of the line. It's like she's taunting the warriors. Oh, it's so good. So it's usually I can pinpoint for you a moment where I fall in love with a Doctor. That's a moment I fell in love with a companion. I don't usually have precise moments for companions for that. That one, though, bravo. Love it. No notes for that. I also actually really like the Doctor being very, very pointed and even kind of desperate about saving the bogeyman, because it was designed to be a monster. It was created to be scary. It's not its fault that this is happening. It's doing what it was made to do. It is the only one of its kind. And Jocelyn, I think, very understandably is trying to kill it. But I think it's equally understandable why the doctor won't let that happen. And I think this is kind of what I meant when I said Gatwa is selling the heavier moments and the desperation, because just looking through that porthole at this thing getting pulled apart as the oxygen field is fading, that he sells that with no lines. That's really good. And that was the part I kind of wanted to be convinced he could do, and he shows it to me here. And I like that notion in general. I think it maybe wasn't necessary for him to for them to layer in the stuff he said earlier in the same episode about, you know, how I'm the only one of my kind, unique in the universe, and so is everyone else. Like, it all fits. It makes the point. I think these episodes are short enough. You didn't necessarily have to do that. Like, if this scene was happening next episode and you wanted to call back stuff said the previous episode, yeah, sure, go ahead. But I don't know. Then again, I also sort of made the connection of what he was doing and why immediately. And it is possible some audiences might have been confused or not entirely sure why he flipped that switch and was trying to save the bogeyman. So maybe it was worth making the point. It wasn't distracting. I question whether it was needed. I don't know. It wasn't too bad. And so the babies are saved, and we get a fart joke. Yay. Then we get to the thing that I alluded to before, the one thing that I think is absolutely rushed. The doctor gave her a TARDIS key this early. I'm not sure if that would have felt rushed to me if there wasn't all the other stuff piled on that they were rushing through. The explanation of the TARDIS, of the doctor, of the fact that he's just called the doctor, where he comes from, that the place he comes from is gone, da-da-da-da-da-da. Maybe if there wasn't all that other stuff crammed in, maybe this wouldn't feel so rushed in addition. But like, to me, this is in effect her first real adventure with the doctor, because the first thing that happened, Church on Ruby Road, that is the person who he ran into while doing something. Like, that does not necessarily make someone a companion. Traveling in the TARDIS makes you a companion. So for all intents and purposes, this is his first outing with her, and he just hands her the key right away. And I guess I felt like that deserved a little bit more ceremony. Like, maybe something that felt like it bonded them together more than this particular adventure felt like it did. Or maybe just giving it a little more of the weight of time passing. I don't know. That felt in particular rushed in, like that shouldn't be in this episode. That should be in a later episode kind of way. I do really like his explanation, and also, again, covering bases, although this is more integrated into what feels like genuine character moments and less like lore exposition, which is him explaining he can't take her to see her mom. And I like that that's covered really early on, because that's something that viewers, especially new ones, are going to be asking. Why can't he do that? Well, if you've been watching for a while and you've seen episodes like Father's Day, you know why. But I also like that he says both.
I can. And I won't.
Making it really clear this is not a logistical hurdle. This is not a I believe I can't, but maybe him like, no, I will not do that. And again, just in a very few words, his delivery making the point really well. I think that was well handled. And so overall, as this thing wraps up, I'm just left feeling, okay, that was good. It wasn't great. It wasn't phenomenal. It was about on par with, I'd say, the slightly upper end of Russell T Davies' first episodes. I think, because like I'm trying to think, so he's done 5 opening episodes for seasons. Smith and Jones is the best. Just is. I might give the next one to Partners in Crime, and then this one behind it, but those are like almost basically tied. And then Rose, and then New Earth way down at the bottom. So this is kind of average for as far as opening episodes for seasons, as far as he goes. We have a moment with the snow happening, which this is one of the few times I will acknowledge knowledge of a later episode is very clearly going to be a recurring motif thing. We also end with the doctor appearing to scan her. I'm curious where that's going to go. I hope they don't overlean on like the mystery of Ruby Rose, because that just gives me Clara flashbacks, and I don't want it. But thankfully, it didn't really come up at all in the following episode. So if they're doing it, it's something that's cooking in the background as opposed to bogging down episode by episode. So that's good at least. I'll take that. So yeah, this is the kind of start that does nothing to make me think, oh, this season's going to be great or that this season's going to be bad. This is the kind of start that makes me go, okay, cool. Let's see what you do next. Like that is the epitome of what this is. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. I have nitpicks. I have praises. I mean, it's, if you're new to this channel by chance, it's pretty rare for me to have a uniformly across the board, everything is great or everything is crap. I try and find the good even in episodes I don't like. And I am, as much as I would very much prefer not to be, inclined to find things to critique even in stuff that I love. So, but this is a pretty, I think, healthy balance. The stuff that is good is not bogged down by the stuff that I didn't think worked as well. So it's not even a case of the stuff that I don't like is ruining the stuff that I do. It's just like, you know, some good stuff, some not so good stuff. It's a mix, but it was fun. And again, to bring it back to the beginning, the core thing this needed to do, which is to really establish me what their dynamic is now that they are starting to know each other and have a sense of each other and traveling together. It sells me that dynamic. It sells me each of them as a character. It's good. They are good. I'm having a lot of fun with the two of them, and that is what this had to do more than anything else. And it did it. The Devil's Cord, second episode of the latest season of Doctor Who. I think I'm just going to start calling it the latest season because calling it season 1 seems very wrong. So this is definitely one that a lot of people have expressed that they have been waiting for my opinion on. And can't imagine why. So I won't lie. I was very nervous to go into this for one very simple reason. I did not want to find myself being in the position of being a visibly queer YouTuber who talks about Doctor Who more than anything else and not liking the non-binary drag queen playing the key role. That would suck. And it does. It sure does. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's start with this right up front. I don't think that Jinx Monsoon does a bad job with what they were given and what I'm sure they were directed to do. Unfortunately, what Jinx is doing a good job of giving is something that I don't especially enjoy. It's probably worth at least briefly, without trying to get too bogged down on it, talking about my own history with drag. I have a lot of respect for drag. Long before I got involved in burlesque, I was involved in drag. But there are a lot of reasons I shifted from drag to burlesque, amongst other reasons being it just fit my performer instincts a hell of a lot better than drag did, but also just because I find what I tend to think of as high-level drag exhausting in a way that isn't particularly fulfilling. When I say high-level drag, basically RuPaul's Drag Race. Because regardless of the variations in specific aesthetic of any given queen, and regardless of the differences in persona, the name of the game is go to 11 and stay there. And while I absolutely appreciate the effort and energy that it takes to be able to do that, I get tired of it quite quickly, both on stage and in something like this. It can work for short bursts. It can work for the length of a drag number, certainly. I tend to get exhausted by it for the length of a drag show, and I was kind of exhausted by it with this. Because ultimately, here's the thing. This is very much a drag queen performance. I want to use that phrase specifically. This is not a drag-inspired performance. Ursula in the original animated Little Mermaid is a drag-inspired performance. This is just a drag performance. And that is not inherently bad. There is nothing inherently wrong or objectively incorrect about that. It is, however, something I personally don't have a lot of draw to, because the character of the maestro is introduced at an 11, immediately popping out of a piano and just, and okay, but the thing is, it never wavers off that 11. Like, I can sing, I think the easiest way for me to sum this up, the maestro goes from this kind of sing-songy line delivery to this sort of vicious growling yell.
And music is mine!
Because you're just jumping from one version of being at 11 to another version of being at 11. What makes a roller coaster exciting is the transition between the highs and the lows. It's the variance. You go at 11 and stay there, that's a plateau. And no matter how much energy you put behind it, no matter how fast you run that roller coaster, I'm going to get bored by it. So ultimately, this is absolutely not a knock against what Jinx Monsoon is doing and bringing, because it seems very clear to me that they are bringing exactly what was scripted, exactly what was asked for them, and as far as I'm concerned, nailing that. The problem is that what they were asked to do is something I don't have a lot of personal enjoyment of. Like, every single shot, and when I say like they start at 11 and stay there, every shot, even like the little bits of like reflecting their face like in the spoon for a hot second, it's all mugging for the camera. It's all at 11. It's too much. Vary it. Just at some point, give me a moment to breathe. And I know some people might say, well, your moments to breathe are your moments with the doctor and Ruby Sunday. Is like, that's not what I mean. With this character, give me a sense that this character has anything else going on other than just being at 11. Because, and I don't think it's an unprescient comparison to make, I can look at the toy maker, who's pretty relevant to the maestro. There were definitely plenty of moments he cranked it to 11, but there were also quieter moments. And it was those quieter moments that made the 11 moments work. And I know not everybody liked the toy maker. I did, but those variants help, and they're not here. So I want to get off the maestro, because if I keep talking about the maestro in specific, I'm going to keep coming back to this same point. I found the performance exhausting in the way that I generally find this kind of drag, this kind of high-end mainstream drag exhausting. It's just not for me. That doesn't make it bad. It doesn't make you wrong for liking it. I wish I did. I know some phenomenal drag performers who are great at doing this. I still get exhausted by it. It is what it is. So it's not bad. It's not wrong. It's not for me. Under other circumstances, I might have saved my big criticism for later. I usually tend to build up to that. But the thing is, like, the maestro literally opens the episode. That character is the first thing we deal with. And I couldn't really avoid it. I couldn't even give a vague plot outline or like move through the beats of the episode and not deal with that. So I had to deal with that immediately. So now that we got that out of the way, there is an aspect of both the summoning and the dismissal which like bugged me a little bit. I would actually be curious to know how this episode plays for someone who knows more about music than I do, because it strikes me as one of those things that it plays fast and loose with something that if someone more knowledgeable might be driven crazy by. I am not knowledgeable enough about music to be able to say, but it has that feel to it. So like there are just certain things that are hard for me to watch because like I know that's not how it works. Like I've learned enough as I've gotten older about how the court system works that a lot of courtroom dramas don't work for me anymore, because I'm like, that's not how anything works. And I know like my mother tried to watch House, the TV show, and she couldn't because she was a nurse, and she's like, none of this is how a hospital works or runs or should run or would ever run. And and regardless of whether or not it's good storytelling, and I'm a fan of House, I would argue it was good storytelling usually, that can take you out of it. I'd be curious if that's the case for musical folks here. But regardless, I did find myself thinking like the lost chord
Clever enough to find the lost chord.
The lost chord summoned you. I'm sorry, if it's a chord that can be played on a piano, it's not a lost chord. It's been played prior to this. Like, you're telling me that just like kids randomly bashing away at the keys at some point in the however long pianos existed didn't accidentally hit this? Some experimental songwriter didn't like think, ooh, let's go dissonant and hit that. And here's the funny thing. It bugs me a little bit with the summoning of the maestro. The chord that banishes them is ridiculously basic. That actually doesn't bother me. But that has to do with how the mechanics of what the maestro is doing appear to work. Because while the whole taking in of all music, it's just seems to just be their thing. I think you could argue there's a secondary thing to that, which is that if all of this stuff is taken away, then even something that is so basic, because it could banish them, and it's so basic, it's so standard, but music's gone. So who's going to do it? And that it takes some musical geniuses in a world where music is basically obliterated. It takes people of musical genius to come up with something that basic. I can kind of headcanon that to work. Oh, since I brought them up, I guess I'll touch on the Beatles real quick. I will say this. I was so relieved when Paul stepped up to that piano. I'm like, they're not going to have John Lennon by himself figure this out, are they? Because that, like, I was already feeling like they were shafting George and Ringo a little bit. Like, narratively, I get why only John and Paul were writing songs when they recorded their first album. So if the point is like songwriting and music creation, the focus would be on them. I get it, but I was already kind of feeling like George and Ringo were getting the shaft. And if Paul hadn't stepped up to that piano too, I would have been real irritated. That having been said, these guys are not great matches for John and Paul. Like, just matching the haircut and giving John circular glasses like that feels like half-assing it a little bit. And I don't mean to knock the performers. I'm not sure it's I just don't think they were asked to do a more accurate or honest or truthful depiction of the Beatles, since ultimately the Beatles are a side feature in this. They're not the point. But like, I don't know, stands out. I love that the Doctor and Ruby get the period appropriate clothes. I actually usually find it fun when the Doctor and companion do that, even when it's in a not so great episode. That was more a dig at the idiot slanter. This, I think, is a perfectly solid episode doing something that I personally don't like that much. So that's a different issue than saying that something is objectively bad. Like, Idiot's Lantern is a horrible episode. That is a horrible episode. This is not that. So, like, whenever I complain, if you don't see me get that serious, then ultimately, like, some stuff just didn't click for me. It's pretty rare for Doctor Who to really completely go off the rails. But anyways, coming back to it, I do like when the Doctor and the companion dress up for the time period. The two of them and their dynamic still largely working. There's one moment that felt unearned. Well, there's one moment between them that felt unearned. There's one thing with the Doctor later that really irritated me, but we'll come back to that. And again, thankfully, neither of them are character ruining. They're more just beats that I'm like, that doesn't work. And it's not the kind of thing like, oh, that's an aspect of this character I can't work with. It's more like, that's a script issue. That's a line that doesn't work. But we'll get back to those. But overall, their dynamic is still working. I love that they get into the building and Ruby just goes up to the car like, oh, Janet sent us. We'll take over. And then she just turns to the Doctor.
Yeah, there's always a Janet.
I just love that as a line. I just think that's a lot of fun. And I also find it interesting they've brought the sonic screwdriver in. They're not using the psychic paper. And they may or may not, because, you know, ultimately the reason the psychic paper was created is because having the Doctor have to come up with an elaborate story and talk his way into places is sometimes interesting, and other times it's an impediment to the story. You just want to rush through it. Here's who I am, and then just move on with it. So if they reintroduce it, I won't have a problem with that, but I like that they're making do without it so far. So moments like that, those are quite nice. Here's a random thing, and I bet you I'm the only person who thought this one. The Beatles playing badly. Like that whole... My dog, I've got a dog, I love my I don't think this was on purpose, but it sounded more than a little, at least to me, like Pink Floyd's first album. Like, if you know Pink Floyd, then you're thinking stuff like Wish You Were Here or Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 and, all that kind of stuff. Even, some of their light affair like Money. But no, that first album, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, I'll give you one song. Listen to the song Bike. I'm not going to play it. I'll get copy struck on it. But just find the Pink Floyd song Bike from their very first album, listen to it, and tell me that doesn't sound fair bit like the bad music being played in this episode. Tell me if I'm way off base. I don't think that I am. So the Doctor has the piano get put on the roof, and they're going to try and play some music and figure out what's going on. And we have a bit where the Doctor talks to Ruby and, brings up, oh, yeah, I'm just over there in a junkyard with my granddaughter.
1963, I parked the TARDIS in a junkyard, and I lived there with my granddaughter, Susan.
And again, I like that information being dropped casually. But then Ruby digs in on the granddaughter thing, and the show does something that I really, really, really wish it hadn't done, which is to suggest very specifically that Susan is dead, or might be dead.
Time Lords were murdered. Genocide rolled across time and space like a great big cellular explosion. Maybe it killed her too.
I understand that, strictly speaking, this has been implied before, because this was implied by the very title, Last of the Time Lords, which was what was going on with the Ninth Doctor when the 2005 series started.
And the last of the Time Lords.
And that specific phrase got said again in the previous episode.
I am the last of the Time Lords.
I actually didn't talk about that in that review because I wanted to talk about it here and tie it into all this. First of all, can I just say that, yes, we had the destruction of Gallifrey by the Master at the end of Series 12. That is, for the record, the worst aspect of the Timeless Child episode. I know the actual Timeless Child reveal is the thing that we're most dealing with lingeringly at this point, or at least RTD is. And it's certainly the thing that got most fandom mad. The destruction of Gallifrey is worse. It is worse. Here's a review I did rewatching it, and you can see me really go off on that. But that is worse. Destroying it again, and specifically the idea that he destroyed everything and killed everyone. That is horrible for a number of reasons. The big one being that means the Master killed the children. The children that the Doctor went so far out of his way to save, and it was a massive triumphant moment in the 50th Doctor Anniversary Special. Now they're just all dead. Moving off of that specific issue real quick, but in general, the Doctor using the title Last of the Time Lords, which he did before, and he's using again, which I don't love, because all we really saw before was the destruction of Gallifrey. Now, if you just left it at that, strictly speaking, maybe some people got out. Maybe some people got off planet. I would have found it a more interesting dynamic, the idea that there's no central Time Lord authority anymore. There's no Gallifrey as a centralized hub, but there's, Time Lords and or Gallifreyans scattered to the winds a bit. I think that would be a more interesting dynamic where he doesn't know who's out there. Like, somebody's out there, but he doesn't know who, doesn't know where they are, has no real way to find them accurately. I think that would have been more interesting dynamic than jumping right back to Last of the Time Lords again. We did Last of the Time Lords already. But anyway, the point that I'm really getting to here is, while him saying Last of the Time Lords, and specifically back in Series 1 saying, I can tell there's nobody else, I would feel it, that already implied that Susan was dead. But it did just imply it. And there's always the possibility Susan could have died of old age or whatever else. But here, he very specifically links the idea of a genocide of Time Lords in a way that it wiped out all of them across all time. And he specifically singles out Susan as being a likely victim of that. And that is not okay. It is one thing to vaguely hint at, just through the title Last of the Time Lords, that maybe Susan's dead. Specifically because you're not saying how. Like, maybe it was that, maybe it was something else, maybe it was just time. But now you're saying that the Master also killed Susan. That's not okay. And maybe they'll pick up from this because maybe this is something that'll get tied up later. Maybe they're hinting at Susan because they actually intend to do something later. I probably won't like that either. I have very specific feelings about what should or shouldn't be done with Susan. I don't think actually bringing the character back, as much as I appreciate that the actress is still around, I just don't think that for how long a wait it's been, I don't think there's anything they could do that would be worth that wait to bring her back. Besides which, I have my own specific thoughts on what the best thing to do if you ever tried to revisit that is. I'm not going to get into all that, but like, if they never come back to this idea, then just even saying out loud the idea that Susan is dead, I hate that. I just hate it. It makes me feel awful in my gut, and I hate it. I hate it for the same reason that the idea of the children of Gallifrey being dead. That is deeply, deeply unnecessary. If you're just trying to cover the idea that he's not going to take Ruby to meet his granddaughter, for them being in 1963, you just point out, no, I'm not going to cross my own timeline. In terms of in general, you can go like, no, look, one day I'll go back to her, but I'm not ready yet. Because as the first Doctor, he said, one day it will come back. You can just lean on that notion. Suggesting that she is dead because of what happened to the Time Lords? No. Don't do that. So anyway, they get the Maestro. I like that in this time showing up, the Maestro leads in with the giggle, with that arpeggio. That was a neat link to the Toymaker, a connection that'll be made more explicit later in the episode. So that was solid. We have the whole silent sequence with the Doctor using the sonic screwdriver to create complete silence. That was pretty well done. That was nice. Like, it's not easy to do legit silence and have it be effective, compelling, whatever else. I think that worked pretty well. Gatwa sells the sense of fear that like he really can't deal with this. That I think he sells pretty well. There is a line from Ruby to him that feels very unearned. I alluded to this earlier. She has a line where she says,
We always know.
I don't.
and I immediately thought like, what? On what? But always? You barely know him. Like, that's not an incorrect sentiment for a companion to have, but like, you haven't been with him enough to say always. That felt unearned in a similar way that Ruby getting the TARDIS key at the end of the previous episode feels unearned. It's not that it could never be earned. It's just like, that was quick. That was a little fast. So that's a more minor thing. Also, timeline's a little wonky all of a sudden, because when the Doctor is making the point that, yes, it is possible that if we don't fix this, the future, even though you are a product of it, is also destroyed, which again feels like something that has to be established for the newcomers. The Doctor getting in and being like, okay, so where are we from? 2024, June? And I was like, June?
And what time are you? June 2024.
It's hard to keep track, but yeah, I think so. June, July.
Last time we saw you, you went back to Christmas. Where's the 6 months? And it's not like a 6 months of them traveling together. Everything about when they start and she says she wants to see the Beatles, everything about the dynamic, I don't think they explicitly say that it's like their first time of her picking something really specific to go and see. But everything about that scene reads as this is like their second, like this is happening on pretty quickly on the back of Space Babies. Like what? June? Since when? What? I don't know. That just feels like almost a typo. And again, that doesn't matter. But my brain does get hung up on this stuff. And a quick pause there to hear from Vera in the edit. And it has occurred to me since shooting this that might have actually been a deliberate hint and something that'll be sorted out later. If that is the case, RTD is really layering mystery box on mystery box and frankly doing more hints at stuff than I think actually is worth doing, but we'll deal with that when we eventually get stuff revealed. But anyway, they see the future, confront the Maestro again. We learn some more about sort of the connection with the Toymaker, which again, for this kind of character, since the Toymaker is already established, yeah, it makes sense to connect this kind of character to him. That's all solid. Again, it's more of Jinx Monsoon's performance, which I wish I liked. I really do. Damn it. Oh, you know what we need to talk about? Fourth wall breaks. There's a few of them in here. I don't mind the ones from the Maestro. Given the kind of being that the Maestro is, having them be a fourth wall breaker honestly kind of fits. And I actually really like the fourth wall break that starts with the playing like the bass line on the piano for the main theme before going into the credits. That's great. I love that. And honestly, again, given the nature of the Maestro, both as a cosmic entity and as an over-the-top, cranked up to 11 character, yeah, winking at the camera, acknowledging the camera, yeah, that's fine. I don't love the Doctor breaking the fourth wall. And I'm not going to say definitively that the Doctor never has broken the fourth wall, but I'm struggling to come up with too many instances that were definitive fourth wall breaks. There are like things that I would call more fourth wall leans. They are moments that seem like they could be a fourth wall break, but there's also like an explanation in universe. Like think the end of Blink with the Doctor addressing the viewer directly.
Good luck.
That can feel like it's acknowledging the fourth wall and addressing the audience directly, but technically there is an explanation in universe for why he's saying that the way he is and why that's presented that way. Here we have a couple of moments from the Doctor where like there is no explanation for that other than he's just breaking the fourth wall. The first being the line about the music and him thinking it was non-diegetic.
I thought that was non-diegetic.
In a vacuum is a really good fourth wall break line. That's a great fourth wall break line. I love that. That's a great way to break the fourth wall. So let me be clear. That's good. But I don't like the Doctor breaking the fourth wall. He's got the other one later on. There's always a twist at the end leading into the musical number. I'll come back to the musical number. I don't like the Doctor breaking the fourth wall. Because, how do I want to put this? So, Doctor Who has always been silly. Like it always has. Whether it be budgetary limits, ridiculous ideas, all of the above, it's always been silly. And sometimes the show can even be somewhat acknowledging of it. But there's a difference between like being a little bit cheeky about how sometimes the stuff looks a little bit wonky and actually like acknowledging the artifice. And there's also a difference between the show doing that and the character doing that. A bit like the Susan thing, we'll see if these fourth wall breaks are like building up to anything, if this is something that'll be referenced later, the way that I expect the snow will be, because we get a call back to that again, and also a little bit of a highlight of Ruby being somehow special or unique or whatever. I will say that as far as mystery boxes go, the integration of Ruby's aspect of that, it's done pretty well here. The idea of like pulling out this music and it's the Carol of the Bells, which happens to be my favorite Christmas Carol, so like bonus points. So that was pretty interestingly done. But anyway, coming back to the fourth wall breaks, having the Doctor actually be the one to do it, having the Doctor as a character be the one to acknowledge the artifice, if this isn't a thing that's going to be built on and or explained later, I don't really like it in the moment at all, but I'm reserving final judgment for whether or not this is a thing, like if this is an early hint for something coming later. Because it might be. If it's not, I don't like it. Like, it is possible to have a main character who breaks the fourth wall, but generally that's something you want established very early into whatever the thing is. So that's part of the baseline of the audience's understanding as they work on investing in the character and the story and whatever. When you introduce the idea of a fourth wall break for a character who's been around for over 60 years, there is an implication there that he's always been aware of the artifice. And bringing attention to that, it does not automatically, but it runs the risk of lessening the stakes, of making us go, oh, well, he just acknowledged that this isn't even real. He just acknowledged the audience. He just acknowledged that music is diegetic or non-diegetic. And just for clarification, if you don't know what those terms mean, diegetic music is music that is occurring within the narrative. Non-diegetic music is like the soundtrack. It's stuff that only the audience is hearing. The characters in universe don't hear it. But like he says a line like, I thought that was non-diegetic. That implies that he's been able to hear the music this whole time. And I don't think that's an inherent problem for a main character, but to drop that on a character who's been around 60 years, suddenly having him acknowledge the artifice, it runs the risk of making it harder to invest in the serious moments, to invest in the drama. Because Doctor Who, for all its ridiculousness, the characters usually take what's going on pretty seriously. The show doesn't always, but the characters generally do. And I don't know. They haven't fully tripped over the line on that, but like I don't love it. It's not an element I really want to see integrated into Doctor Who. I've spent more time on it than I should have. Then we have the song and dance number. There's always a twist at the end. Like, it's a fun number. It's elaborate to the point that it makes me wonder, like, did they go that big and that elaborate with it so that when they did the trailer, they could pull shots from so many parts of it that it made it look, at least to me, when I saw that second trailer, oh, this is definitely musical episodes because there's all these different shots that are clearly from musical numbers, but it's all just from this one musical number. It's just spread out over so much stuff. Is that a cheat? Feels like it might be a cheat a little bit. So yeah, no, ultimately this is not a musical episode. It could have been. And given that it isn't, it is odd that they just kind of bust into a musical number at the end. It's fun enough. I can roll with it. Arguably, the nature of that is also a fourth wall break. Well, he definitely leads into it with a fourth wall break. Arguably, the song itself is. Because the song is just fun and high energy, I'm more inclined to be forgiving of it just as rolling with the aesthetic and energy of the episode than some of this other stuff, which gets me hung up a little bit. And yes, is it a little bit arbitrary what hangs me up and what I'm willing to forgive? I mean, kind of. Isn't it for all of us? Some stuff we let slide, some stuff we don't. Is it fully logical? No. People aren't logical. Welcome to Earth. We get a quick glimpse at Henry at Harbinger, which makes me wonder, because my assumption is not that that is meant to hint that the maestro themselves is going to show up again, but that to me hints that he might be the harbinger of other, let's go with progeny of the toy maker that we might see later in the season. Ultimately, I was left frustrated by this episode, be it the general energy of the villain, which again, you go at 11 and stay there. I'm gonna disconnect just out of exhaustion after a while, and that's kind of what happened. So, you know, there's that, and there's specific egregious moments that I didn't love as well. Here's one thing that I will say, though, and I want to acknowledge this right off the bat. I said in my video talking about what I was hoping for the season, I wanted to see the show take some big swings. This is a big swing. This is a big swing episode. A villain like this ending on a musical number, how stylized all this is. Yeah, this was a big swing. I don't think it necessarily worked. Not all big swing episodes do. But I appreciate that the show tried. Like this was a big idea. This was a bold idea. So even though I didn't really connect with it, and I didn't really, ultimately I like Space Babies better. I am not mad that it exists. I'm actually happy that it exists. Its very existence for me is good for the show, healthy for the show, regardless of whether I liked the specific results or not. Doctor Who being willing to take chances and take big swings will always be a good thing. And so that's why ultimately at the end I can go, I didn't super like that episode, but still be happy that it's here. Boom! Third episode of the new season of Doctor Who. I'm probably just going to forever be calling it the new season because trying to figure out whether to call this season 1 or series 14 or season 40 or whatever. Like, I just don't really, I'm not invested in that conversation. So this one sees the return of Stephen Moffat, whose return I was not thrilled about. But that had more to do with the abstract. Stephen Moffat is a very good writer in general and a very good Doctor Who writer in particular. That doesn't make him infallible. Plenty of people have plenty of problems with his writing in general and his Doctor Who output in particular. And I'm not here to litigate any of that. I will say, by and large, on balance, I enjoy his work for the most part. And definitely people are quick to point out a lot of his best work was done when he was writing episodes for Russell T Davies, who's now running the show again. So back when Doctor Who was first revived, that yielded episodes like The Empty Child and the Doctor Dances, Blink, The Girl in the Fireplace, Silence in the Library and Forest of the Dead, which are all phenomenal. Most people tend to agree that the issues with Moffat, if not started, at least became evident when he became showrunner. And again, not here to litigate all of that again. However, while I really appreciate his writing, I think, well, no, he has definitely done multiple of my favorite episodes of Doctor Who's modern era, full stop. He did The Doctor Falls. He did Heaven Sent. He was the showrunner for my favorite Doctor, which is Peter Capaldi. But I had my general issues with him returning because, boy, is this season just really the embodiment of let's roll back the clock and pretend it's 20 years ago. Let's just bring everybody back. Let's just bring Murray Gold back. Let's just bring the old producers back. Let's just bring the most respected guest writer back. Crying out loud. Now, that, of course, didn't preclude this from being a good episode, but it fed into something that is annoying me about this entire era. So, that's not great. But, of course, this has every possibility to be really good. And for the most part, it is. There is that thing that I teased at the beginning, but again, I want to save that for the back end because I'm going to be on that for a while to explain the nuances of what it is I mean. So let's start with the good stuff. Nice, clean, simple setup. I like that. One of Moffat's problems when he was the showrunner was getting overly complicated. That was usually more of an issue with his series finales than anything else. Try rewatching The Wedding of River Song sometime. That thing is a mess. But he would just get overly twisty and knotted. Like, I don't even like Big Bang that much. A lot of people do, but the reason I don't like that episode is because it doesn't feel like a story. It feels like just connecting all the dots and untangling the knot of the narrative that had been going on up to that point. It doesn't actually feel like it has a story to tell past doing that. But this nice, clean, simple setup. Doctor is standing on a landmine, and how do we deal with this? Now, some people have kind of mocked and joked, this was just an opening, few minute scene back in the Fourth Doctor's era.
Harry, I'm standing on a landmine.
They're going to stretch that out to an entire episode. Yeah. What's wrong with that? I, broadly speaking, like a deep exploration of a simple setup. I like bottle episodes of shows. I like things restricted to one location and a small cast. There's nothing wrong with huge expanses, big, epic and really mind-bending stories, but sometimes just really digging in and giving us an examination of a premise and or characters, I really like that. So we're starting on real good footing. And I will say right now, Ncuti Gatwa, wow, does he absolutely nail this. You need to realize how many restrictions were on his performance. He could barely move. He had such limited movement, even of his head, that it just restricted him so much, and especially given how vibrant and you're just constantly moving he has been up to this point. To see him limited to that and still see him deliver an amazing performance, this whole thing kind of hinged on his ability to deliver a solid performance with very few of the performance tools that he has been making ample use of up to this point, and he does it, and it's great. Ruby is also still good in this. Their dynamic is still good. I do think this is a much more of a showpiece for Gatwa than it is for Millie Gibson, but their dynamic is still really good. There is absolutely that moment where the Doctor says,
Ruby, I forbid this.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I mean, you could also say that feels very much like a Moffatism. It sounds like 12 and Clara, but it also fits these two. And I've kind of already made the comparisons that Millie Gibson's character of Ruby Sunday is in a lot of ways an amalgamation of characters like Rose, Amy, and Clara for various aspects. So I don't really have a problem with that. But again, if you find Moffat's, eccentricities or the things that he tends to do as a writer annoying, that exchange will probably jump out to you. It did to me a little bit, but in a good way. We have a wonderful core theme and message to this, because this is not just a message of war bad. It's not even just a message of capitalism bad, because Moffat did that phenomenally already in Series 12, most especially with the episode of Oxygen. But that anti-capitalism runs through that entire series. No, sorry, not Series 12. Series 10, 12th Doctor. Sorry. got numbers mixed up in my head. But there is a wonderful streak of that in that series. But here, it's not just anti-capitalism. Let's get more specific. War profiteering. What is the extreme situation that comes up when you have corporate, profit-driven entities whose business is war and death? And as I said, when I talk about episodes like Oxygen, this is what I really like science fiction to do. To take a situation and a scenario and a dynamic that exists in the world we live in, drive it to a further extreme to show, by going to the far end with it, show the inherent problems with this, even as it exists right now. Because there is inherently an issue that people profit off of war and off of death. Much like how it's kind of an issue when you run healthcare as for profit, because that means you benefit from sickness and death. Like I find reasons to bring up my old job. I worked in a sales position, and the company that I worked for made a number of things, and they made some, medical, like, I don't want to say first aid kits. They were better than that. There was more to them than that. And that wasn't like the main thing that they were known for making, but that was part of the business. And I remember in my first year, it got noted that when stuff is bad, that area of the business does better. When natural disasters happen, that area of the business does better. When people are paranoid, that area of the business does better. And I remember just feeling gross at that realization, like, Now, thankfully, the company I worked for did not have the ability to influence things, to manufacture situations where they could therefore sell more stuff. But the simple core fact of the world goes bad is good for us was still at play. And here, tying it specifically to war profiteering, let's push it to the extreme. What happens when you have a company that makes its money off of war? What is the most profitable situation? Perpetual war. What is the best way to ensure that a war never ends? Have them fighting nothing. Have them not even fighting something that they can eventually defeat or could eventually defeat them. They fight themselves. They don't even know it. They keep dying. They keep needing the products. They keep buying. Is that literally a scenario in which we exist in here in the real world? No, but it's the natural extreme of situations that we do have. And I like that that is the core thing going on here beyond the character explorations. Because one of the things I kind of criticized Space Babies for was bringing up some pretty loaded political notions about reproductive rights and about refugees, and not really doing a ton with them. And while I agreed with those points, they felt a little odd to hit them as hard as it did, because that wasn't the overall point of the episode. Here, it absolutely is the overall point of the episode. So go ahead, make your point with a sledgehammer. Make sure people don't miss it, because this is the whole point of the episode. So completely on board with all that. There's a pretty good and interesting and dynamic performance given by the guest performer playing the character of Vater, who is our second sort of... initially assumed he was just a fodder victim at the front end, but no, he actually ends up mattering. And there is some pretty good subtle work done between the editing done on the hologram, the sort of glitchiness, but also from the performer himself, that he's able to bring, sort of being both this less emotional version of a character that we did get a chance to see and spend a little time with, while also still trying to have that character push through just a little bit. Like, there's a lot to balance there as a performer. And he probably had to do it in isolation on a green screen so they could do the hologram effect. So power to him. Oh, I will mention, like, I got used to it eventually. First few minutes, the compositing of the backgrounds and the green screen sky jumped out at me a bit. Things get a little bit better once the Doctor's on the mine, because then they can just be in the quarry and the background's mostly the rocks. But the green screen, it wasn't horrible, but I found it distracting initially. I don't know how much of it was I got used to it, or that the story proceeded in a way that it didn't need to use it as much. It was kind of a reminder to me, and thus my reminder to you, that while there is true, yes, Disney money behind Doctor Who now, that money is for marketing, not production. Show still looks pretty dang good, but that is one of those things like, ooh, okay, that's throwing me off a little bit. But like that is admittedly a nitpick. That was not the kind of thing that I was hinting at with my opening. Again, we will come back to it. We have Virata Sethu arriving as one of the primary supporting characters in this. And there is now an open question. Is she playing the character that she will return as? Because we know she's in the next season. Or is this a Freema Agyeman situation? Because if you either didn't know or don't remember, the actress who played Martha, who was the companion for Series 3 with David Tennant, had already played a part in the previous season, back in Series 2, and played a character who actually died. Now, that was retroactively made like her cousin, because for some reason, identical cousins are actually an oddly common thing in fiction. I don't know why. That's like, it's not even a trope. It's just a thing that pops up. It's like, what? But it might be that, or it might be that the Doctor will literally do what he promised. Come back and check, and maybe this specific character will end up traveling. If that ends up being the case, I think she works pretty solidly and potentially could challenge the Doctor in a similar way to, say, Danny Pink challenged the 12th Doctor with some of the notions that that particular incarnation was espousing about soldiers and their value.
Out, no.
Right away, sir. Straight now.
Yes.
Am I dismissed?
Yes, you are!
That's him.
Now, you could have your disagreements about how well that aspect was handled in Series 8 that was in. I think it went up and down. Sometimes it was handled well, sometimes it wasn't, but it was an interesting aspect to it. And if they wanted to do that with Virata Sethu's character by bringing her back and have her challenge the Doctor on the notion of faith, because she is established as an Anglican, because now the church goes to her, and that isn't as core as the anti-war profiteering stuff, but it also isn't explored nearly as much. And that's certainly an angle that could be explored. And again, we'll kind of tie into stuff I'm going to talk about a little later. But for the most part, yeah, she does good work too. She just has good presence. So I was happy to see her. That all worked. The one thing I didn't super love is that she's kind of first introduced in this dynamic of this guy having a crush on her, which, like, I don't know, just seems kind of rote. Like, I guess it's an easy way to establish the dynamic between the two of them, but I don't know. I rolled my eyes a little bit. And the times that idea sort of came back up, this idea of him having a unrequited question mark, maybe requited, crush on her. I'm like, I don't care about this aspect. Like, why can't it just be, they're just close? Why can't people be why can't men and women be platonically close? I don't know. Like, that is a long-running storytelling issue, at least in mainstream American and European entertainment. But anyway, what I will grant is, while I don't like the crush, there is a reason for him to be here, because he gave us that moment of shooting Ruby, and I won't lie, I gasped when that happened. Some of the escalations of the situation feel a little bit contrived, like when the kid shows up, but when that happened, no, that was solid. So I kind of already talked about the twist that the corporation that makes the ambulances, the mines and everything has orchestrated the situation. They're not actually fighting anybody. I called, not the exact specifics of that twist, but I did call the fundamentals of it pretty early on. That's not actually a problem, though, because it's not the kind of twist where the idea that it's a surprise is the entire point. What's important is that the characters don't realize this. If the audience realizes it in advance, while maybe it would have landed a little bit harder if it had been a complete surprise and caught you 100% off guard, that might be true, but that twist and what it reveals is the heart of the thematic. So even if you spot it coming, I think for the most part it still works. Maybe not so much as a surprise, but surprise is not the sole purpose of a twist, believe it or not. The purpose of a twist is to arrive you at a new understanding of the situation, the characters, etc. And if that new understanding enhances things, it's a good twist, even if you called it. So I think that all works really well. I'm not really going plot beat for plot beat through this one because, again, the setup is so simple. It is mostly just how do we get him off this mine and not all die? And there aren't a ton of plot specifics for me to go over aside from the stuff that I kind of want to get into that I alluded to at the front end. So let's just talk broadly about the question I asked at the beginning. If you watch something, and there are aspects of the experience of taking it in that just kind of, that's not really working for me. But then something happens a little bit later that either softens that issue or gives you a different perspective on that issue. So now it's working. Is that actually still a problem? My general answer to that is, yeah. The reason I kind of bring this up is because I think there's a tendency when something works better or is resolved and makes more sense when you watch something the second time. I think there is a tendency, both by fans and sometimes even critics, to assume that, oh, well, my issues with it the first time, I shouldn't count those because it's not really a problem. I just didn't know everything. Except I'm going to argue that, well, if it's an issue for you up until you are given a certain piece of information or a certain additional bit of context, that still hampers your viewing experience up until that point. That is not meaningless, even if that experience will never repeat on each subsequent viewing, because you will go in already knowing the thing that makes the thing that didn't work for you okay from the start. I would actually still say that's a little bit of a problem. So that's what I'm going to explore now. And I have 3 examples of these. And admittedly, 2/3 of these, the first one I'm going to talk about, are incredibly specific to me and probably not issues that anybody else would have had. The third one, I think, is the one where if you don't follow me on the first 2, you'll understand what I'm talking about when I get to the third one. But let's go through these, starting with the character of Vader and when he dies. Immediately gave me just flashbacks of one of my major recurrent problems with the Chibnall era, which is unnecessary cruelty. And here's how that kind of, at least on my first viewing, because I did actually watch this twice, which I almost never do before reviewing things, but I just wanted to confirm, is it better on the second viewing? It is, but I still want to talk about this. Anyways, on first viewing, having him appear to be a fodder character and taking the time to establish, oh, he has a daughter that he loves who's going to miss him, struck me as unnecessarily cruel. If he's just fodder, you don't need to twist the knife like that. I actually don't appreciate it, especially because he's characterized well enough by his interactions with the other guy that he's with on the field. There is no need to show me and prove to me that this is going to hurt beyond just the idea that somebody died. There is a child who will be harmed by the fact that he has died. I'm not okay with that when I feel it's unnecessary. Now, is it actually unnecessary? No, it's not. Because Vader and the whole thing with him, and even specifically the dynamic with his kid, are all really core to where the narrative is going. So it's not needless cruelty. It is, in fact, important to the story. But up until he showed up in that hologram, I had the experience of watching this hampered for me because I was reminded of every time Chris Chibnall gave us one tiny extra piece of information just so that they could kill somebody off and claim that it like, oh, but it's not just a faceless fodder. You knew this security guard was a grandfather. You knew that this guy had a boyfriend. I'm like, that is needless knife twisting. And this ultimately isn't, but it felt like it was up until the more information was revealed, i.e. the hologram showed up to reveal to me that it wasn't. But that still hampered my viewing experience. One could argue that having the guy who's crushing on Mundy die basically as soon as she knows for certain that he's serious about it is a bit of knife twisting cruelty. I didn't end up having that reaction to that plot point, but I think that has more to do with the fact that I just kind of checked out on the issue of this whole crush thing anyways. And just him as a character honestly barely clocked with me, aside from when he shot Ruby. The next one is the doctor berating Varada Sethu's character for her faith.
Faith The magic word that keeps you never having to think for yourself.
Now, this is something I've had a long-running issue with science fiction in general. I've talked about it with Doctor Who in particular. I don't like how science fiction has a tendency to denigrate and turn its nose up at the idea of faith. I just don't. It happens a lot in this genre, and it really bothers me. I'll try not to get into a full rant on it. If you want to see me go off on it, there is a review that I did a few years back on a Doctor Who novel that did this pretty egregiously, and I went off on the issue. But broadly speaking, it is very common in sci-fi settings for characters with faith, whether it be faith in God as it is practiced here on Earth, or whether it be some alien species that worship something else or whatever. But faith has a tendency to be framed as, this is something that blinds you, this is something that manipulates you, this is something that is bad. And can faith manifest that way? Oh yeah, absolutely. Trust me, as a member of a group who is frequently attacked by people and they justify it with their faith. Yeah, I know faith can be used to justify stuff, but I also have a lot of close personal friends, some of whom are also queer, who have faith. Having faith doesn't turn off your logical facilities. Having faith in a higher power doesn't mean that you take literally everything on faith. You still have the ability to reason and ration. And the fact that so many sci-fi stories act as if that isn't the case, that having faith just makes you stupid, really bugs me. And I didn't like seeing the Doctor appear to be hitting that kind of notion and ribbing at her in that way. Now, it doesn't dive into it too deeply, because the fact that she is a member of a church as well as part of an army is, again, not really core or to the point. Now, later on, towards the very end, we do have that moment with him kind of backpedaling a bit and going a little bit softer and sort of having a, yeah, okay.
I thought you didn't like faith much, Doctor.
Just because I don't like it doesn't mean I don't need it.
Which makes it very easy for me to read on any subsequent viewing that his attack on her in that moment was driven by the stress of the situation, and it's just something that the heightened circumstances brought out of him and is not something that the character actually deeply believes or might say under normal circumstances. And that does make it more okay. But again, up until the very end where that kind of got walked back a bit, that was another thing that hampered my ability to enjoy this, because we went from, oh God, this episode is just doing needless cruelty. Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. But then we went to, oh, this thing's just going to denigrate the very notion of people having faith. Crying out loud. And then eventually finding out, no, it didn't. But for all the time up until that point, I'm thinking, oh, yeah, but it's doing this. And finding out eventually that it wasn't doing that makes it very easy to watch in a second viewing, but it doesn't mean that first viewing wasn't frustrating for me. Oh, and also, just in case people don't go back and watch that video that I referenced, to be clear, I myself am not a person of faith and never was. I wasn't raised in any religion, so I'm not even a lapsed anything. I'm nothing, religiously speaking. So don't think that any of it is like, I feel attacked when people of faith get treated that way. I just find the reductiveness of it really frustrating and uninteresting. So those are the two things that, admittedly, while I hope I've explained why those were issues for me, are incredibly specific to me. I have a hang up on needless cruelty, especially in Doctor Who, especially after Chibnall, because he did it a lot. And I have a general issue in science fiction, and again, with some specific instances of Doctor Who in particular, the view that faith somehow makes you a moron. And those are issues that most people might not have. Here's something that I think more people are going to agree with me on. The kid. So I've seen the opinion, and broadly speaking, I do agree, but I'm going to narrow it down and be more specific. But broadly speaking, I do agree with the notion that this really feels like a kid who was written to be younger than the actor playing her is. Because the way that this kid goes about, the level of excitedness, oh, daddy, and what appears to be the case, which is that the kid doesn't get what death is.
She got gathered up by God. He loved her so much that he gathered her up early so she can be in heaven with him like an angel.
That doesn't fly with how old this kid appears to be. Like, that might work with a character who's even younger than this, but, like, no. Now, there are the practical limitations on why you wouldn't use an even younger actor. There are limitations on, what you can or can't do with them, but also much more limited acting ability. When you're going to cast correctly that young, generally it kind of needs to be a movie, something that can do multiple takes, multiple days, has the money and the time to go through it as long as it takes to get what you need out of that kid. When you're shooting on a TV schedule, you're probably better off getting a kid who's a little older than they should be, but is going to be more reliable as an actor. Unfortunately, if you've written for someone younger than that, then it just comes off like, what is up with this kid? Now, there is the eventual corrective for this, specifically for the issue of she doesn't seem to get what death is. And that is really how it is brought across for the most part. Now, as I said, I can buy, and even I myself kind of registered as that this kid should be younger to have not had death explained to her. But also, like, I found myself thinking, you brought this kid to a war zone and haven't told her what death is properly? And that really takes me out of it, because between the kid being too old and just having a kid that, I don't know, naive, innocent, whatever you want to call it, just made me deeply uncomfortable. I'm like, this feels off and I don't like it. Now at the very end, we get a moment with her where it becomes very clear, no, she does know what death is. She just has a different perspective on it.
He's not gone. He's just dead. He's not gone.
And here's what's extra frustrating for me about this. That is actually fascinating. I love when Doctor Who or any sci-fi or fantasy thing that has people from different times, eras, species, cultures, etc., who just have a fundamentally different view of something that we tend to take for granted based on how it's shown in our media and how we're raised in society. To have a fundamentally different view of death, like she clearly knows what death is, but she just isn't viewing this whole thing through the lens of how the Doctor expects her to be. Now, does it still come across in terms of the words she says and the dialogue that maybe this still should have been a younger kid? Yeah, I'd say that doesn't fix that issue. But the general idea that really threw me off, the idea of this kid doesn't know what death is, like, oh, she does. Oh, she just doesn't think of it the way the Doctor assumed she did. That's really interesting. And it's a last-minute addition that, in my mind, only fixes the problem when you watch it again. It doesn't fix the awkwardness and discomfort that I felt watching it the first time and watching this kid. And I'm not going to blame the child performer. I think she did about as well as she was going to do with this dialogue under the shooting circumstances she would have had. But yeah, that I was building up to that one because I think that's the one people are going to be most able to relate and understand what it is I'm even on about. So yeah, I'm not going to break down the time on whether or not I spent more time talking about my issues with this than what I liked about it. The thing was, my issues with it kind of allowed me to give examples of a larger question, and when that happens, I tend to spend more time talking about it, because I do think it is a question worth asking. Does, this thing later on justify it, make it okay that something wasn't working until you gave the justification? And my general argument on that is, no, not really. Because even though this will be better on every subsequent viewing for me, I'm not going to be one to pretend like it worked the first time. And I don't think that's necessarily a fair ask to create something that basically will only work as intended and properly if the person takes the time to watch it again. Like, that's not necessarily fair to your audience. It's kind of unfair in the same way that I've had people tell me when I'm like, I don't get this, or this doesn't make sense. And then they've cited me like, well, there's all this other context you need to know. Like I did this with Has Been Hotel, because that show itself in its actual episodes doesn't explain a bunch of core mechanics of how the world works. And people were like, oh, well, in this comic or in this bit of extra media or this, like, I shouldn't have to look at that. I came for the show and I watched the show. And is it better if I know all this stuff? Yeah. But requiring that of your audience is not great. I'm not going to say you can't do that, but I'm going to say I think that's a misstep. So anyways, I just kind of wanted to take the opportunity to talk about this bigger idea using what is ultimately a good episode that I like and will enjoy all the more every time I watch it subsequently, because these things are only a problem the first time. But a lot of people will only watch it once. So there's still problems. Ultimately, I had to think hard about all this because I came away from the first viewing going, there's so many components and aspects of this that I love. What is throwing me off? And that was why I had to watch it a second time, because I suspected, I bet you if I watch it again, it's going to play better. And I did, and it did. And then I knew what the issues were. So it's still good. Still gets a thumbs up from me. And I think that it is probably the strongest episode of this new season so far, from multiple angles, from its core theming, from the performance, especially from Gatwa, from boiling it down to just a wonderfully executed simple premise. I think this is really good work. It just, I really would have liked to have enjoyed it as much the first time watching it as I did the second. And I don't think that's an unreasonable ask. Latest series of Doctor Who continues, and we have now arrived at the episode called 73 Yards. And I was nervous coming into this one. Not because of anything I knew specifically about it going in. Like, I was nervous going to see The Devil's Cord because I really didn't want to be the person who didn't like the non-binary drag villain. This I was nervous about just because I'm not enjoying the pattern I'm finding myself falling in with the Ncuti Gatwa era. And I'm not necessarily prepared to blame this on the era either. But Church on Ruby Road was fun, but I chalk that up to I don't like most of the Christmas specials all that much. They go for an energy that, like, that's fine. I get why they do it. It's just not my thing. Space Babies was... Like, here's the thing. People slam on it, but, like, it was very, very much a start of a series episode from RTD, Russell T. Davies. It just was. It is very much in the vein of especially Series 1, especially that very first episode. Rose is very much cut from the same cloth, and I had issues for similar reasons. Devil's Cord, I really wanted to like Jinx Monsoon as Maestro. I didn't, not because it was bad, but because it didn't click with me. Boom! Written by Stephen Moffat, who has written my favorite stuff of the modern era. And while I liked it, I still ended up finding stuff to talk about that I didn't like it so much. So I'm not enjoying the pattern I find myself falling into. And so I was nervous to watch 73 Yards, if only because I'm like, oh, please just give me something that I can like unapologetically. And it did. I love this episode. I adore it. Every single second, start to finish, no notes. I love this. Now, even as I say that, I know that a lot of people either don't like it at all or don't like it by the end. I've seen the Twitter discourse. I did expose myself a little bit to that, which I have been doing a little bit more this season, not diving deep into it, but at least glancing and seeing what's going on. And the reactions that I saw were largely what I expected. So here's one thing that I'm going to say right at the front. I adore this episode. If you don't, I get it. If you don't like this episode, it's not because you didn't understand it, you missed it, you couldn't interpret it right. It's not like I enjoy this because I know the secret to unlocking all the mysteries of this episode. No, I just really love what it's doing. And what it's doing speaks very specifically to things that appeal to me. And if they don't appeal to you, you're not going to like this. In a lot of ways, I feel like I'm on the opposite side of the equation of The Devil's Cord, because I watched The Devil's Cord and went, I know this isn't bad, but it's not for me. What it's doing, the energy, especially of the villain, is just not something I enjoy. So I'm not going to say it's bad, but I am going to say it's not for me. Now I'm on the other side of that equation. I'm watching this going, this is 100% for me, and I love it. Boy, is it not for everybody, though. Boy, are there going to be a heck of a lot of people who are just not going to gel with this. And that appears to be the case. Like, numbers-wise, I have no idea, like, how many people do versus don't like this. But the people that I've seen who take issues with it took pretty much the issues that I expected. And again, those issues don't make you too ignorant to get it or anything like that. I'm not lording it over you that I like this. But boy, do I like this. And when I say everything about it, I mean everything, including how many things go unexplained. I actually like it. And I will delve into that a little bit more. I want to really try and go through this one because there's a very easy tendency, and I don't think it's just me, but there's a tendency that it's honestly harder, unless you're going to do like a real in-depth, like academic style analysis. It's harder to talk about stuff you like than stuff you don't. Because when it's something you like, you're just like, and then this happened and I love it. And unless it's something that most other people don't like, you don't necessarily feel a need to explain further than that. And it can feel weird to try and explain why you like something. I mean, at least from my end, it's a lot more cathartic to pull apart why something doesn't work for me. And in general, as far as algorithms are concerned, negativity tends to play better. But I really want to go through this thing as much as I can because I loved this. And I want to give it its proper appreciation. Again, partially because I know not everybody is appreciating it. And again, I'm not trying to convert you to my way of viewing this, but I just want to give you why this is amazing to me. So we land in Wales and we start things off pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Neat little outfit for the Doctor. Steps on a fairy circle. And then I love the camera move around Ruby and the Doctor's not there anymore. And then there's this person in the distance, just in the distance, not responding to Ruby, just doing these hand motions, and Ruby tries to move closer and she's further away. And when Ruby gives up and tries to walk away, she appears to follow her, but she's never walking. She's just there at the distance, which we will later find out is exactly 73 yards away from her at all times. And first of all, let's just start with how haunting that image is. I know more than a few people have made the comparison to It Follows, which is a horror movie that I started but didn't finish because as cool as the concept was and as neat as the visual execution of it was, I just wasn't particularly hooked into the characters and it just wasn't fully working. Like, I get it. It was cool, but like, I didn't care enough to get all the way through. The thing is, this feels distinct from It Follows in a number of ways. The first one we get pretty much right off the bat when Ruby runs into this hiker. Now, before I get to where I'm going, let's talk about the hiker real quick. This is a character played by Susan Twist. Now, Susan Twist has been appearing in every episode of the season proper so far, and she also showed up in Wild Blue Yonder, I believe. And this is the first time that attention is drawn to the idea that she's been showing up, because Ruby has a line of like,
I haven't met you before, have I?
Well, I don't think so.
She's been showing up as borderline background characters. She's been showing up as characters with like one, maybe two lines, but she's just kind of been showing up and looking different, looking distinct. Camera has never lingered on her. And Ruby appearing to notice does seem to indicate that this is going to be a thing, which I'm slightly disappointed by, if only for a very specific reason, which is that given that her name is Susan Twist, and given how over-analytical Doctor Who fans are, especially they are going to be this with Russell T Davies, who is notorious for seeding things across seasons that are going to circle back around later. I honestly, as an audience member, partially because I don't know her as an actress, but I wouldn't have noticed her if people hadn't already pointed that out. But now the show has pointed out, I was like, okay, that's probably going to be a thing. I was kind of secretly hoping that she was not going to be a thing, and that it was just this big troll move from RTD. Like, I'm going to have this person reappear. And the obsessive fans will notice. And the actress is Susan Twist. They're going to be expecting a Susan Twist. And there isn't. The twist is there is no twist. It's an anti-Susan Twist. I kind of would have loved that on principle. Doesn't look like it's going to be that, though. But anyways, that's not even a criticism. That was just I kind of hoped, but I also never really thought it was going to be the case. But Ruby interacting with her gives us one of our first big distinctions versus what I would have expected from just this image. And again, wonderfully haunting image of this person in the distance, which is that other people can see her.
Do you see her? Of course I can. Who is she?
Like, what you expect from this setup, and also what It Follows did, is that nobody else can see this thing. Everybody can see her. Everybody can see this person in the distance doing these motions. They can go up to her. They can interact with her. She's real. So that alone is already kind of more unsettling, because this whole thing is very much going for a dark fairy tale feel, energy, execution. And pretty much down the whole way, that is what this is. This is a dark fairy tale. And just having other people see her, that's different. And then this woman goes up to her, interacts with her, and we don't know what's said. We don't know what happens, but she looks back at Ruby and she runs. Why? Don't know. And just the mood that is set by this, the encroachment of this thing that also won't come any closer. I forget the Latin term that gets put forward for this, but
semper distans, always distant.
This idea of like always there, but never any closer than it currently is. That's a really, really cool notion, because it is creepy and it is just unsettling and unnerving, but you don't know if it's a threat. You don't know if it's dangerous. It's not even getting any closer. She's just out there. And for the record, I called part of this twist almost immediately. I'd say probably the third or fourth shot we see of this woman way off in the distance. I did call like, that's Ruby. That's like old future Ruby. And that I just based off of like, it looked like she had, well, it could have just been white, but it's like that looks like it might have been blonde hair at some point. And so that was my immediate guess. And kind of like how I mentioned in Boom, my realizing that, my clocking that, does nothing to diminish that reveal. Because the sole value of a twist is not whether or not it surprised you. Or at least the sole value of a good twist is not whether or not it surprised you. Surprise can be an addition, and a bad twist is only value is in surprising you. But if it's a good twist will take a turn into the story or maybe give you final revelations to have at the end. But the sole value is not just, oh, I was surprised. A twist should have value outside of that. And this absolutely does. And for me, guessing that aspect, because obviously I didn't guess all of it, I couldn't have. We still don't know all of it. My ability to guess that aspect of the twist did nothing to diminish any part of this for me, even slightly. So we get to this, I'm just going to call it a pub, I guess, an inn. And we get a lot of colorful characters. I like the fact that these people here are playing into what they presume her stereotypes of rural Welsh people are. I think it's fun that they have fun with it. And it just brings into question this whole thing like, okay, so wait, was that fairy circle anything? Did it matter? Did it instigate this? Because they talk about it like it does, and it's shot, like it's revealing the secrets of what's going on, and then just, they're going to laugh about it and laugh at her for believing it. So it's just flavor. And it's entertaining flavor because it brings that tension to a high boil and then releases some of it. And then the traveling, her on the train looking out the window, and just every time she looks, just there she is, there she is, there she is. That brilliantly shot. Again, just this creeping terror. And then her mother. The pain I felt when it happened to her mother. And part of me did wonder, like, how is this, like, obviously just by making it her mother, but they need to up it. This can't just be the thing that happens. And it is made worse because her mother changes the locks and won't let her in, and has this whole thing about even saying to her,
even your real mother didn't want you.
And the look on her face when she's in the taxi driving away from Ruby, let's take a second to talk about Millie Gibson. This entire episode hinges on her ability to carry this and to sell everything that Ruby goes through. And Ruby goes through a lot with this. And in my opinion, she nails it. She holds the camera. She carries this thing. I didn't know this was a Dr. Light episode when it started, so I didn't know to have that expectation of her. But if I'd known, I might have been a little bit nervous, because what I'm loving most so far about this era is the dynamic between the two of them. And while I have seen some of the Doctor on his own, like we got in The Giggle, I don't know how interesting I'm going to find Ruby minus their interaction, their dynamic, and their banter. Well, now I know. She's absolutely interesting, and she can totally hold my attention throughout the entire thing. So that's always a good thing to know and be aware of. So good on that. And then we have, it's about a year, which in and of itself, finding that, I was like, ha. And then Kate comes in. Now, in many ways, what happens with Kate is not unexpected. It is what you would expect to see. But again, they sell the removal of hope from Ruby with all this, because Kate shows up and she's like, yeah, no, we know what we're doing. We know how to deal with this. We have training. We have this. We have that. We can handle this. And this is also the point at which it becomes clear that it is something that this woman is saying, because Kate is not over where she is, but she hears it over the earpiece. And they disengage and they leave and they abandon Ruby, and they were the backup plan. They were the backup. They were the people who were supposed to come in when there was no one else who could help with this, and they left her. The episode does a good job hammering in that moment, that feeling, that emotional drop, even though this is now something that we've seen happen. This is the fourth time. So we knew what was going to happen, but it still makes it land. And then we get to one of two scenes that, for me, kind of my enjoyment of this hinges altogether on. And we're also going to start getting into where I'm pretty sure the episode lost a lot of people. So the first thing is, there is a line from Kate that to me is the core and the key to at least how I am approaching and viewing this episode as a whole. And it's this line.
We see something inexplicable and invent the rules to make it work.
That line, for me, is everything. And I'm going to reference it later on as we get into more of the stuff that I'm pretty positive lost most people who didn't go with this thing. So that line means so much. And also, let's just be frank, this is a great use of Kate. And also, it is an open acknowledgement of supernatural.
And more the supernatural. Things seem to be turning that way these days.
At this point, I'm just rolling with. I will say, at this point, I can, especially after this episode, I can say safely, I'm enjoying it for this season. I'm not sure I want it to be the norm going forward past this season, or maybe the next couple seasons. But for right now, I am enjoying, especially after seeing what is being done with just flatly acknowledging, supernatural stuff. Not necessarily aliens, not necessarily sci-fi, not even something that we can hand wave and be like, oh, the god of music is like, oh, it's an entity from another dimension where things work different. Like, no, this is just supernatural. Okay. Again, I'm not sure I want that to be the norm, but certainly within this episode, oh yeah. Oh yeah. But then we get to the second scene that for me, everything hinges on. Because I was able to make the shift in tone and time that this thing needed me to make. And I will readily grant that that is a big if. If you can't go with this thing, as it transitions over a montage of Ruby seeing this thing outside her apartment window, and rather than being scared of it, kind of accepting its existence, starting to toast it and doing her best to move forward with her life, starting to date, even though this thing is still there and is clearly still having a detrimental impact on her life, she's also given up, trying to get rid of it. Like, this is a fact of my existence. I'm going to live as best as I'm able to. And the course of that montage between the music, her face, her reactions, how she looks at it, and the little montage of boyfriends that we had, that got me to shift from, okay, this is still supernatural, this is still off-putting, but my view of it starts to change as her view of it starts to change. Oh, also, I meant to say back with Kate, I like the quick addressing of why don't you get on a plane or get on a boat?
Because I keep thinking, if I cut her off, I might die.
For me, it was sufficient. Just saying that that's a feeling deep in her gut when stuff going on this weird, like, yeah, I'd listen to my gut too with all that going on. So I like that they did cover those bases, because otherwise those are questions people would ask. Obviously, people are also asking a lot of other questions that don't have answers, but again, we'll get there. So we have this whole montage that gives us just this sense of long-term isolation that results from this. And like I said, the sort of soft acceptance she has of this, I found kind of oddly beautiful. Like, there are some things that, why is this the case? I don't know, but I can't get rid of it. So I'm going to try and live my life. I know some people have noted that for how far forward the timeline goes, that it's odd that they didn't really do anything to age her up. And I will grant that that is odd. I also personally was okay with it. I'm not necessarily going to defend it. I'm just going to explain why it didn't really take me out of it, at least. Like, I will grant that it did take me a second to realize how far in time we had gone until they started doing the election stuff and noting the year. I was like, wait a minute. Because you can certainly make a comparison to something like The Girl Who Waited, where they did actually do some old age makeup onto the character of Amy, onto Karen Gillan. And I think that worked pretty effectively. And they don't really do that at all. They basically just put her in glasses and give her longer hair. For me, the level of acceptance that I found with it was I just found myself asking, okay, would it be increasing the enjoyment that I'm having of this episode if she was in old age makeup? And the answer I ultimately came to was no, not really. And in fact, if it wasn't really good, and it's really hard to get it really good on a TV budget, even one that is higher than it has been in a little while, like it currently is with Doctor Who, if they didn't nail it, that would have been distracting and detrimental to my enjoyment. So that's how I came to peace with the fact that they didn't do old age makeup. If it bothers you, like, I get it, but that's just why I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to defend it in the sense of they made the right decision, but for me, it works. And then we get into the political stuff and this recurrence of this political figure that the Doctor had mentioned somewhat casually.
Mind you, Roger Ap William, that's a bad example of the Welsh. Terrifying.
Oh, yeah?
The most dangerous prime minister in history.
And we get a sense of him, and Ruby makes a decision that this is something that she can do something about, that she should do something about, and that she's going to use this thing that happened to her to do something about it. Now, I'll keep going in a minute, but here's where I want to pause and come back to what Kate said.
We see something inexplicable and invent the rules to make it work.
I don't know exactly what RTD's intent with all this was. How much of it is intended to have some explanation, how much of it flatly is not. So I don't know if what I'm about to say is what he intended. But I'm also a death of the author type, so I don't care. Here is the reading that I have for this aspect and this element. Her making this decision that I am going to use this thing, that I have a sense of how it works and what it does to stop this guy. I'm going to find out if he is as dangerous as the Doctor implied him to be, because he didn't give me details. And if he is, I will use this to stop him. This is not the reason why this happened. This did not happen to her so that she could stop this guy. This is what Kate said. This is her building her own meaning out of something completely inexplicable that happened to her. This thing happened to her. She can't explain it, and there is no explanation as to why. The show doesn't offer one, she doesn't have one. But she finds a reason. She finds a meaning for her. That doesn't mean that it is, in fact, the cosmic reason why this happened. But it is her bringing meaning to the inexplicable in her life. And I like that. So we get her getting involved with the campaign so she can get close enough to this guy. And we have the character of Marty, who, stick a pin in that. I'm going to circle back onto her. Roger appears, we don't know exactly what, and I'm glad. I didn't want details on this. But he does something bad to her. And that is the confirmation, in addition to stuff that this guy says, on air, and what his campaign manager or whatever the guy is saying, that makes it very clear how dangerous this guy is. And I'll also mention, I appreciate going with the nuclear angle, because I think, given that while there is a political aspect to this episode, I don't think this exists to critique any particular politics or to lampoon any particular political figure. So I think it was a very smart thing to pick nuclear arms as the main thing, because for all of the political nonsense going on right now, there are a few other things that you could pick that wouldn't map directly onto some political figure in either the UK or the US. Not that I'm saying those are the only two places that matter, but those are the two biggest markets for this show. And it's also the places whose politics I have the best grasp of. So they're the points of reference I'm going to use. But if you had anything related to severe austerity or treatment of refugees or removal of rights of certain kinds of people or extreme racism or xenophobia, it's just going to map onto a bunch of people either vying for office or already in office. But going for nukes...
Are you saying that you actually want to fire a nuclear missile?
For all the nonsense that's gone on, we haven't had too many political figures saying, boy, would I love to launch a nuke. So I think that's a really good way to create a very dangerous politician who doesn't immediately map on to somebody who we're currently dealing with in reality. At least not that I'm aware of. Jeez, I hope not. So I said I wanted to circle back on Marty. Marty is a character that could have been unnecessary and exploitatively cruel. If some people felt uncomfortable by the inclusion of what goes on with Marty, feels it's unnecessary, again, a bit like some of the early stuff, I'm not necessarily going to say you're wrong to think that. I'm not going to say that there is no way to do the story without her. But I am going to say that if they're going to include her, I really like the way that they do it, which is a couple of things. The first is Marty is present and gets to witness the fall of this man who hurt her. She is not just some absent victim being avenged. She's there. She gets to see it. She gets to have that catharsis. She gets to laugh at the man who hurt her. That's good. But the other thing, and for me, honestly, the more important thing, is the moment where Ruby goes and sits down next to her and talks to her, and then later on says she's sorry.
But I wish I could have helped you. I'm so sorry.
This is something that I've started to formulate in my head a bit more recently. This has actually kind of been coming together as I've been going through Babylon 5. There's a podcast for that if you didn't know. I'm going through it with Jesse Gender, link in the description. I've been finding it very, because Babylon 5 often does this well, not always, but often, and it made me just really appreciate it, which is that it is very easy in a lot of fiction when you put characters in situations where they feel like they don't have a choice or they don't have a good choice. They have to make the best choice out of a bunch of bad options to then absolve them of the consequences on the basis of that was the best choice that you could make. But the thing is, whatever consequences come of whatever choice you make, you have a responsibility for. It is your fault, those consequences. Even if you're in a situation where you make the best decision out of a bunch of bad options, whatever the negative consequences of that choice are, that is still your responsibility. And what I like about Ruby sitting down to talk to Marty is that she seems to understand this, and the show seems to understand this. She made a choice. She could have done something to at least try to prevent Roger from doing whatever it was he did to Marty. She chose not to. And you can debate whether or not that was the right choice for her to make. But even if you think it was, it's still important for her to sit down and apologize because, yeah, Somebody got hurt, and you could have done something to prevent it, and you chose not to. You owe that person an apology at the bare frickin' minimum, because that is, partially at least, your fault. She made a choice that resulted in somebody getting hurt, and she knew that was a very high possibility. And again, she made a calculus, and she made what she believed was the best choice she could make under the circumstances. And maybe you even agree. That does not absolve her of responsibility for what happened. And I love that she gets that and that this show gets that. So that's wonderful. There is a great buildup and, again, catharsis of her going out onto the pitch and gradually walking back to get to the distance of 73 yards. And then it does what it's been doing. He runs. Then we get, a little bit of wrap up on that. We get to see very old Ruby on what is effectively her deathbed as the thing finally comes full circle. And we get the confirmation of the thing that I guessed very early on, which is that it is Ruby. It's Ruby reaching out at a distance, can't get closer, but there. But it's not a closed loop. The loop doesn't repeat. Right from the get-go, before Ruby said she'd been to Wales 2 times. Now she's saying, I've been here 3 times. And she stops the doctor from stepping on that ring. And she doesn't seem to remember now. And he asks her, what was the 3rd time?
I suppose must have been now.
So unanswered questions. Boy, there's a lot of them. There are a lot of them. What the heck was she saying? If it wasn't the specific words that she was saying, why did people have that reaction to Ruby after interacting with her? Was it just some projection, some kind of energy, some kind of magic? Was it set off by the fairy circle? If not, why did the doctor just disappear? Even if it was, why did the doctor disappear? Why isn't the loop closed? Why was it allowed to change? We don't get answers to any of these. And speaking personally, I don't need them. Because again, coming back to what Kate said.
We see something inexplicable and invent the rules to make it work.
I am prepared to accept the inexplicable. I don't need to project meaning onto it in this case, because it tells me the story of a woman dealing with something that she doesn't know why it happened to her, and it follows her everywhere, and she has to carry it her entire life, finding a way to build a life and build meaning out of that, even though there probably never was any. I think that's lovely. And using dark fairy tale elements, which again, this very much leans into, especially in the first half, I think is a great way to tell that. Like I love fairy tale feeling stories. So this leans into an energy that I just adore. I love The Last Unicorn. I love the films from Cartoon Saloon, things like Wolfwalkers or The Secret of Kells. I love the movie The Secret of Rowan Inish. I love the original novel Stardust that Neil Gaiman wrote. I love things that don't have to conform to the standard narratives, and I often find, or feel at least, that fairy tales are a good way to do that. Because if you've ever tried to read like written down versions of like original folktales, or as close as we can get to them, as opposed to say like the Brothers Grimm stuff, which usually was reconfigured to have a little bit more structure and maybe a moral, a lot of fairy stories and folktales, they don't have one. It's just weird stuff that goes on. And I personally like that. But I also know that not everybody does. And especially if you're going to tell something in a sci-fi setting, science fiction audience has an expectation of explanation much more than a fantasy or supernatural audience does. Fantasy audiences, not all of them, but fantasy audiences, in my opinion, by and large, are more apt to accept that's just how this works. Why? That's just it. In sci-fi, there's often a sense of obligation to at least offer a technobabble explanation, if nothing else, to ground it in an idea that is relayed, that makes some kind of at least internal logic.
That should overload his electro-quantum structure.
Like putting too much air in a balloon.
Of course. It's so simple.
Whereas fantasy, especially if you're dealing with fairy stories, is allowed to be much more freewheeling. Not always. A lot of fantasy stories have rigid rules. But if you're going like high fantasy and you're involving things like fae and the good folk and things like that, yeah. Rules? What rules? Who needs rules? And I think giving that to a sci-fi audience is, some of them aren't going to go with it. I'm both a sci-fi fan and a fantasy fan, and specifically a fan of the kind of fantasy that doesn't feel the need to ground itself. So this was like almost cater-made for me. And to be clear, I don't want to use that notion of like, oh, well, it's like a fairy tale as like a blanket excuse, because just having that energy doesn't make something good and make it work. The episode In the Forest of the Night had a pretty fairy tale feeling energy to it. It's not good though. It's a mess. It doesn't pull together at all. And it's hard to nail down why this works and that doesn't, other than just, it's more than just the feel. And this nails the feel and also just enough elements. And again, for me, the things that aren't explained aren't the point. Because for me, the point is to watch Ruby and see how she grapples with, what she's dealing with, how she grapples with it, how she moves forward or tries to, and what meaning she brings to the life that she now has, that she's not responsible for being the way that it is, at least so far as we know. And I find that in and of itself a compelling story. So the answers to all the why questions, to me, knowing those answers wouldn't enhance it. They might actually diminish it. I actually had the thought about a third of the way through, when we were still in the more creeping horror section of the thing, I had the thought, I'm really nervous to find out the explanation for this, because odds are there's no explanation they could give that would be more interesting than the feelings I'm having right now not knowing. And I can't help but feel like RTD agrees with me, because he doesn't give those explanations. And again, you're not ignorant or wrong if you want them, or if not having them makes this harder for you to enjoy or makes it fall apart for you. Like, I get it. But for me, the things that are unanswered would not make me enjoy it anymore if I knew those answers. To make a non-fantasy parallel, the movie Inception, the end of that with the spinning top, and whether or not the top falls over will determine whether or not this is the real world or still a dream. And there is this tease that maybe it's going to fall over, maybe it stays up, but it just cuts to black and the credits start. Because the answer to that doesn't matter. What matters is the character of Cobb, played by Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie, has chosen this to be his reality. Whether it actually is or not, doesn't matter. The answer to that question doesn't change the story. So it's not there. Now, should all things be handled that way? No. No, some things do need explanations, and it's really hard to come up with rules as to when you do or don't need explanations. And I don't have a set of hard rules for you. All I can tell you is that for me, this gives the explanations that I needed there to be. And again, Kate's line especially gave me the perfect context through which to view, the perfect lens for me to take in this episode and love the hell out of it. Oh, and I've seen some people like in defending this episode, making a comparison to something like Midnight, where there's a bunch of unanswered questions. And I am going to go on the side of people who are not enjoying this episode and say, yeah, that's not the same thing. Because in Midnight, we knew the mechanics of what was happening. We just didn't know the motivation of the entity. Like in Midnight, the Midnight entity, we knew what it was doing, whether it was actually malicious or just appeared malicious, why it was doing all of this, whether it would have done something horrible had it, fully done what it was trying to do. We don't know, and we will never know. Where did it come from? What was it trying to achieve? We don't know. That doesn't matter to that story because we knew what it was doing. And as far as that story is concerned, all that matters is what it is doing, not why it's doing it. Here, this is not the same thing because core mechanics are not revealed. It's not just a matter of not explaining something's motivation. Core mechanics of this are just absent. What are the words? What? And, people respond this way. What? Does the fairy circle actually matter, or is that just a distraction? Why isn't the loop closed? Like, those are core mechanics to the story, and they're not explained. So no, it's not the same thing as Midnight. Although I will say that I do like when Doctor Who dabbles in unexplained things. As many problems as I have with the episode Haunting of Villa Diodati, I like that the ghosts that appear in it don't ever get an explanation. I like that the Doctor has admitted flat out in the episode, the two-parter, The Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit, that he doesn't know what the beast was. And the way the beast operated was very supernatural. Let's also be clear about that. Although, again, that's also not quite the same thing, because we get a sense of what it is and why it's doing what it's doing. It's just, it appears to be something that shouldn't fit into a more grounded sci-fi universe, even when it's wacky as Doctor Who. But the Doctor even admits he doesn't really know what it was, and I always love that.
What do you think it was, really?
I think we beat it. That's good enough for me.
So, again, these aspects and things of Doctor Who have been in other episodes in smaller doses, and they're all front and center here. And I absolutely adore it. I love this thing start to finish, while also understanding the reasons why other people won't, and not even disagreeing with those reasons. I have said it in other times, I can only speak from the perspective that I have. And I usually have to bring that up when I don't like something, or I'm not taking to it the way people would like me to, because they're like, well, you don't know the context of this, or if you'd watched it when it first came out, or blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, but that's not the perspective I have. I can only talk with the perspective I have. But this time I get to say that about something I really love. I can understand people not liking this. And I think, honestly, it's valid. For a whole swath of the audience, what this asks of them as viewers to accept, and to accept not getting answers to, that's a big ask, and not all audience members are going to do it. That doesn't make them bad audience members or ignorant or whatever. And while I can understand that perspective, I don't share it. I can only speak from the perspective I have, and from the perspective I have, this is beautiful. This is beautiful and haunting and uplifting. I adore this. Doctor Who continues, episode 5 of the latest season, Dot and Bubble. Oh boy. Okay, so while I think on balance, I personally still like 73 Yards better overall, this is excellent. And regardless of my own personal preference, I think this is ultimately one I can say has stuck with me harder. And 73 Yards stuck with me pretty well. This, oh. The main thrust of why this hit me as hard as it did, we're not going to get to for a little while, because I'm not going to cross that bridge until we hit the point in the story where I actually fully realized it. And that point is later than I would like to admit, but we'll deal with that and the fact that it took me so long when we get there. As we start, we begin with our opening character, Lindy. And she seems to just be light and bubbly and pleasant and living in a, well, in a bubble. In a force field, but also a social media bubble, obviously. That's literally how her day starts, saying hi to everyone else within her bubble. She doesn't even have to think about how to move about where she wants to go. The little device called the Dot that helps maintain her bubble, that just tells her, turn this way, go that way, start brushing your teeth. Yeah, pretty simple, pretty straightforward, and I thought I knew what it was doing. And what I'm about to say, it isn't not doing this, but this is not the main point. But it starts out with a social media bubble. It starts out with what I suspected was going to become mostly a commentary on toxic positivity.
You look so good, baby. Aw, Keeper, you're so kind.
Everybody, reinforcing bright and happy, and everybody smiling all the time. And I found myself thinking, like, I bet you this might be a little bit like Nosedive, which is a Black Mirror episode that I appreciate and have immense respect for, but stretches of it are really hard for me to watch. But that one is very much about the recursive toxic positivity of social media extrapolated out into a sci-fi situation. I thought we were going to do something similar here. We don't. Though that is, I think, in many ways still an aspect of it. just not the main thrust of it. But the doctor breaks in, tries to say that he needs to help her. There's something out there. People are dying. And she doesn't know him. So she doesn't want to listen. So she blocks him and just goes about her day, despite the human-eating slugs that have been taking over Fine Time, this bubble in which she and other very privileged young people are all living. And we get a little bit more, just a sense of her, what her day's like, what existence here is like. And again, positive to the point of being suspicious. And like, is anybody even allowed to be concerned? Like, there's one guy going, hey, has anyone heard from these people? And he does seem to have some concern for people. That's Gothic Paul. But like, everybody else is just like, oh, it's fine. Everything's fine. We're in fine time. It's all good. Hey, it's Vera during the edit. Something I noticed while collecting footage for this, there is a subscriber number that we can see for each of the people that Lindy interacts with through the bubble. And Gothic Paul, the only one to ever express anything close to negativity, has by far the lowest subscriber number of anybody we see. So again, toxic positivity may not be the main focus of this, but boy is it present. So she gets to her job, which she only has to work 2 hours a day at. But she gets to her job and then Ruby jumps in. Now, she's not exactly nice to Ruby, but she doesn't block her immediately. And even while calling her stupid, does listen to her.
Oh, my life, you're stupid.
Eventually, a little bit. And Ruby says the line that I referenced at the beginning, and which I will be coming back to.
You could lower your bubble.
I am not lowering my bubble.
Okay, can you stay inside and look beyond it?
And she realizes she's alone in a room that other people are supposed to be in. There's supposed to be other workers here, but they're not. And then eventually dropping the bubble and looking and seeing this thing eating her coworker. And I'm not going to call the slugs in and of themselves the most horrifying thing Doctor Who has ever come up with in terms of design or MO or any of the rest of that. I will say, however, that the way they're presented is pretty unsettling, that like they're just right there and these people are not noticing, and that it's not even like any kind of supernatural or cloaking thing. It's nothing like that. It is actually just straight up, you just didn't notice. Honestly, it feels a little bit like The Silence, but where nobody noticing that they're there is those people's fault. It's not a trick of this monster. It's the life that these people lead. They don't see it. Obviously, that does snap her out of it a bit, although she can't even navigate out of the office. And this is something that I can see being a slightly credulity-stretching issue, especially as it comes up later when she's on the street and just walks into the signpost. Some people feel like, how can she not just know how to move around stuff? Well, because she's having to make decisions that she's never had to make before. The things like how to get around something is not something she's had to contend with. She hasn't had to think about it. She's followed instructions. She's followed instructions, walk, turn right, walk forward, etc. But she's never had to know what those meant or why she was doing them or what they accomplished. All she had to do was follow the instructions and go about her day. So when confronted with an obstacle that, at least initially, she probably does not even realize is normally solved by turning left and walking a little bit and then turning back and continuing, yeah, I actually buy it. Is it pushing at the edges of the extreme of how living that kind of confined life would make someone? Maybe. I think it's still within the realm of plausibility. And there is a difference between full believability and plausibility. I think it also helps that we see another character later who clearly is able to navigate, partially because he's outside the bubble on occasion.
I open the bubble, drop my songs, and then I turn the dot off for the rest of the day.
So it is not that these people are incapable of learning, they just have never had to. One of the things that's interesting for me is that when trying to exit the room, she does, put the bubble back up to get the instructions, but she's not just putting it up for guidance, she's putting it up for comfort. She feels uncomfortable when she's not in the bubble. It's where she feels safe. And yeah, that's going to matter. We're getting even more now attention drawn to Susan Twist, who is recurring. I believe she appears in this one as a mummy. It's flatly pointed out where she has appeared before.
He's the face of the ambulance in Postarion 3.
No, I've seen her somewhere else.
So whereas previous episode 73 Yards, we had Ruby just kind of recognizing her, but not being sure where she saw her. Now both the Doctor and Ruby are not only recognizing her, but can name somewhere where they saw her before. So there's no way this doesn't come up as a thing. Probably 2 episodes from now when we hit the beginning of the 2-parter that is going to give us the finale. Boy, this season's way too short. I'm not going to dwell on that. I did a whole video on it just a couple days ago, so feel free to go ahead and check that out. But that gets dropped in there, and I am taking my time getting to the big thing about this episode because I think there's a number of smaller points along the way that are getting lost in the conversation of what is ultimately the point of the episode. So I'm probably going to spend the most time talking about that. But there's this other stuff along the way, which is interesting and I think well done. So we have Lindy getting out and eventually running into Ricky September, who's something of a pop influencer kind of person. And he helps guide her past these things that she can barely navigate around. But he gives her instructions like what she's used to, and she's able to get to him. And I like their interactions quite a bit, actually. I like that she points out her hugging him was the first time she'd ever hugged anybody.
That's the first time I've ever done that.
Oh, no, well, so every day we walk past monsters.
No, I mean the hug.
But I like Ricky September. I like that he is sort of a glimpse at somebody who, yes, exists within this bubble, but also is, goes out and touches grass every now and then, effectively. But I like that he kind of pauses and is concerned when he finds out that was her first hug.
That was your first hug?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, I should have asked.
No, I made you. It was my fault. I shouldn't have. It was nice.
And there's sort of a consent moment between them just for holding hands, which normally I'd say consent for holding hands, that's a bit much, except that if she's not used to physical contact with people at all, yeah, actually that probably should have some consent behind it. And it's cute and it's sweet and it's not overly played up as we must establish consent moment. It just plays well. So Ricky tries to look into getting them some help, and we get the thing that he doesn't tell Lindy, which is that Homeworld's completely gone. They have all been eaten by these things. This thing actually has quite an impressive body count. And Doctor Who can certainly have a body count sometimes. This one, even if we take off the table the fact that all of Homeworld is gone, just how many people we see get pulled into the maws of these things. It's a bit. It's a lot. So anyway, in a way, he's trying to protect Lindy from the facts of the situation, but she gets to charge up and she reconnects with the Doctor and Ruby, and then they're trying to get out, and the Doctor figures out why things have been happening the way that they have, that some people haven't been eaten, and in fact seem to be getting ignored by the slugs. Now this is, I think, something that logistically doesn't get a full explanation, but I also think it doesn't really need one. But it's that they're being done in alphabetical order. Now, if these slugs were a completely natural phenomenon that, they just somehow got into the city, that shouldn't happen. How the heck would a bunch of giant slugs even know what people's last names were? Well, you know what does know? The dot. The dot that maintains the bubble. And it is going down the list alphabetically, because that's the way that an artificial mind is more likely to think. Let's just go in order. Now, this is something that isn't dwelled on, but I also quite like the small moments that we get, which is that the Doctor basically indicates the dot hates these people.
If that dot has achieved sentience,
and then it has to spend all day hovering and listening to you lot chattering away. I'm not being rude, but I think it's learned to hate you.
What I like about that is so often when you get, some kind of mechanically minded or algorithmically based or computer villain or whatever, turning on people, generally, you are most likely getting this sort of, it is the logical conclusion because people only destroy themselves and the only way to attain true peace is to eliminate all people. Like, that's the standard thing you get. Occasionally you'll get something like it's just not fully understanding and it's just coming to a faulty conclusion. That's what you got in something like the Doctor Who episode Smile. It was just dealing with stuff it wasn't programmed to deal with, and it makes a leap that is not good, but it didn't have the basis to understand what was going on. So those are generally what you're going to get. The idea that it just hates them, that it's driven by the emotional feeling of hate, the vapidity, the hollowness of these people's lives, and it has to help them. It has to move them around, get them from place to place, and just listen to them chatter and jabber, hollowness, emptiness, nothing, day in, day out. I think it's debatable whether the Dot is fully sentient AI, because in theory, if it had achieved full sentience and sapience, it might have been able to, move away from a systematic approach like going alphabetical, but it certainly has developed enough of itself to develop a sense of hate and resentment. I just like that idea. And I especially like that there's no indication that the hate is based off of the thing I'm going to be spending more time talking about on the back end. It's just based off of, I can't stand you people anymore. It's a small, I say small idea. It's actually, I think it's a neat idea, but it's a small part of this episode. It basically just gets a quick line for the motivation of these things before Lindy's Dot tries to kill them, and Ricky is trying to fend it away as she finishes opening up the door, and she turns him in. Because when she thinks this thing's about to get her...
I know everything about him. He changed his name to Ricky September when he reached 50,000 followers, but check your files. He was born Coombs. C comes before P.
Because as bright and happy and shiny as the world within the bubble is, these are not real connections. These are not real relationships. This is not true community. That makes it that much easier, if you feel it's what you need to do, to just sacrifice somebody. She stabs him in the back to save her own life, despite idolizing him. Because she didn't know him. Not really. And that makes it easier to just throw him under the bus. And then, she reaches the other survivors. And she reaches Ruby and the Doctor. And finally, the penny drops. So, the Doctor and Ruby turn to Lindy and these two other people and offer them a spot in the TARDIS because they're planning to just basically go out into the wild. And the simple fact is, they don't know how to live out there. Like, even if there are no giant slugs out there, they don't know how to do anything. That's been very clearly demonstrated. And the Doctor offers them a chance to just get in the TARDIS and he'll take them wherever. They won't go because it's quite impossible for them to have in-person contact with him.
Screen-to-screen contact is just about acceptable, but in person, that's impossible.
And here's where I need to talk a little bit about my own discomfort. And I don't mean discomfort in a criticism. The fact that this made me uncomfortable is phenomenal. And it's not just the fact that this group is a bunch of white supremacists. That's not what makes me uncomfortable. What makes me uncomfortable is how long it took me to even think that, much less realize it. It wasn't even her pointing out that they can't travel with him and singling out the doctor, not mentioning Ruby as being a problem at all. It wasn't until this line,
Excuse me, sir. That's voodoo.
that's when it hit me. And the fact that it took that long, because I can look back and think of every hint, every red flag I either failed to notice altogether or I noticed but didn't attribute it to the actual cause. Because this does not come out of nowhere. Right from the beginning, when she sees the doctor and blocks him without saying a word. Now, my assumption at the time, and I think probably the one many viewers will make, is that this is somebody not on her friends list contacting her, block. Hell, I do that. But I didn't think back on it initially when she starts interacting with Ruby and actually communicating with her. I didn't think back, like she's being uncooperative, she's being complainy, she's being rude to Ruby, but she is willing to talk to her. And she blocked the doctor right off. I wonder why. I didn't even think that. And then the doctor shows up again. And she's way more argumentative with him. There's repeated times where he says something, she doesn't listen. Ruby effectively has to reiterate that exact thing. And then reluctantly still, but she will listen. The one that when I finally realized that after the episode was over, I was like, oh my God. Her being surprised that he and Ruby were in the same room.
You lied to me. This is like a conspiracy. Who are you?
Now, here's the thing. I did clock that was odd. Because, like, the natural assumption would have been that, they're just not used to existing in a space with other people around them, because they're always in their bubble. But the thing is, she does. And by that point, we already knew that because she's used to going to a job where there are other people. She doesn't interact with them directly. She keeps her bubble up. But they're still all in the same room. So her shock could not have been the simple fact that they're in the same room when that's an unusual thing. I did note that was odd, but I didn't take the step to think about why that might be, or why she is listening to Ruby and not the doctor, or the moment where she suddenly realizes that the doctor's the same one that she was talking to earlier and she didn't realize that any sooner.
Didn't I block you? I knew it. I did. I thought that you just looked the same, but you're...
Because she thinks they all look the same. They being black men. I mean, potentially black people in general. I would like to think you'd probably at least recognize if one had been a man or one been a woman, but jeez! All that and more. More than I'm either recalling to mention or probably more than I even noticed.
I know this is wrong, and when this is over, he is going to be so disciplined. I can't wait.
All happened in front of me. Even the things that I noticed, like, that's odd, I didn't stop and think of why that was. And that, in a nutshell, is privilege. That is white privilege. The fact that I could see so many...
But just give him a shot, okay? I think he's not as stupid as he looks.
In hindsight, not subtle. Red flags. Hell, the simple fact that there wasn't a single black person in that entire bubble, all those faces, it didn't clock for me. I'm not even going to say I didn't notice. I did, but it didn't register as anything. And that is privilege. And it's a reminder that as progressively minded as I believe myself to be and try to be, and for all the various things about me that I deal with crap about, that I get othered for being trans, for not being heterosexual, for being polyamorous, for being neurodivergent, for being a sex worker, despite all that, I'm still white. And that still means I have blinders to a certain degree that I should be aware of. That's the thing. I'm not mad at this episode for making me notice the blinders. I need to be aware of them if I'm ever going to try and get better. But that's the other thing that, I need to be aware of. I need to try to get better. But, I can't just opt out of white privilege. I will have it every day of my life. That no matter what else goes on, no matter how bad things get for me because of any of the other things about me that results in me being othered, it would all be worse if I wasn't white. That is a fact, and that will always be a fact. So I think that's a big part of why this kind of shook me and stuck with me the way that it did, is not just the reveal that these people are freaking white supremacists. And like, let's be very, that is literally what they are.
Because you, sir, are not one of us. I mean, sir, you were kind, although it was your duty to save me, obviously.
It is her literal belief that not only is a black man like the Doctor beneath her, but it is his duty to assist her and then go away.
Because it is our God-given duty to maintain the standards of fine time forever.
This is not just racism. This is white supremacy. And while you can't be a white supremacist without being a racist, not all racists are white supremacists. There's, that's worth parsing. Because if you're going to describe this culture accurately, you're not going to say racist. You're going to say white supremacist. And it just shows that they think because of just the quirk of their genes resulting in the skin tone they have, they can just go out into the wild and they'll be fine.
And we can go out there to this planet and we can fight it and tame it and own it. Be pioneers, just like our ancestors.
Which is actually a real key thing to always understand about white supremacy. They literally had a chance to live. They had a chance to leave, to be saved. And they wouldn't take it because it was offered by a black man.
And I can save your lives! Now let me!
White supremacy is a bubble. It is blinding. It is dangerous to the people within it. Even the people benefiting from it, it is ultimately bad for them too. But so many will do what these people did. They will choose the bubble.
I am not lowering my bubble.
And while the technology of the bubble may be gone, she still chooses that bubble. They all do. They will not voluntarily exit the bubble of white supremacy and the belief that they are inherently somehow better than people like him. And Gatwa's performance is phenomenal. There is no rational reason for them not to just let him help. Let him save them. But white supremacy isn't rational. Even though they may not be willing to accept the fact that they are choosing to go out and die, they may espouse the belief that that's not going to happen. They are choosing to die rather than take his help. And the Doctor being turned on by the people he's trying to save hasn't really happened like this before. It hasn't happened very much at all. It did happen in Midnight, but Midnight took pretty much the entire length of the episode. So like 35 to 40 minutes of communication breakdowns and escalating tension in that room. It required constant hammering of stress and tension for that whole thing to break down and for them to turn on him. Here, it's during a moment of calm and peace. It's actually the absence of threat. Because when there was a threat, she was willing to at least listen to him, often filtered through Ruby, but she accepted some help from him when she knew for a certainty she would die if she didn't. But now she's not in that situation. Things are calm, things are peaceful, and they all just turn their back on him. The amount he had to convey in his performance in reaction to that staggers me. And he absolutely nails it. But what I really think is important about this is that he is offering to help them even after they have revealed to him who and what they are.
I don't care what you think.
It has been made very clear what this society is, and he is still offering to help. He can't force them onto the TARDIS, but he doesn't simply abandon them because they're bad people. And he shouldn't, because that's not who the Doctor should be. The Doctor should not pick and choose who the good people are to save. These people are in danger for their lives. He can help. He's going to try. The only reason he can't is because he can't force them to accept his help. But I think that's really important. It's really important for the character, and it's really important for the show, for the perspective of the show, that these people deserve a chance at life, even though they are terrible. And even though this would have been written well before the current situation going on in places like Palestine, I do find a really strong resonance with that. I don't want to divert on this point too much, but one of the things I very frequently see on social media when particularly LGBTQIA plus people express a desire for, the fighting to stop and for Palestinians to stop dying by the thousands, one of the things that will get thrown at people like me will be, well, if you were over there, they wouldn't be okay with what you are. They'd probably want to kill you. And even if that's true, that doesn't mean they deserve to die. That doesn't mean that their hospitals should be bombed and children should be dying by the hundreds, if not thousands. Just because these people are white supremacists doesn't mean they deserve to die. There are people out there who I very much would like to not have influence, to not have a voice that is listening to and is guiding society or culture or governments or the military or whatever. That doesn't mean that I think they deserve to die. And having the Doctor embody that, to learn what they are and still try and help, that is so important. And it's not even about redemption. He's not trying to redeem them. He's just trying to make it so they don't drop dead. I don't think he has too many illusions about redeeming them. I mean, that's interpreted on my part, but this is not about trying to save their souls. This is about trying to save their lives. But they turn it down. And it's very fitting. Honestly, it is the correct ending for this story. Because white supremacy is isolating and self-destructive. Ultimately, it leads people down a path that is just as harmful to them as anybody else. And they walk it willingly. And I think it would have been harmful to have these people as a whole abandon that philosophy and go with the Doctor, because I don't want to say that any one individual is irredeemable. But when people choose their bubble, and many people do, when they choose to stay in their bubble, particularly if it's a white supremacist bubble, the odds of them stepping out of it willingly, especially at the prompting of the people that they have been conditioned to hate,
I was so right to hate you,
is very unlikely. And sending a message of, oh, they just need to be put in a situation where they understand the value of another person. No, a single event like that is not going to turn somebody around. Might some of these people realize later? I mean, maybe with time and thought, but they'll probably also die. And I think it helped that we had somebody like Ricky September to show that even within the bubble, there are some people who are less all-encompassing with it. Because Ricky did step out of his bubble now and then. And again, interpretable on my part, I'd like to think Ricky probably would have gone with the Doctor, but he's dead. And again, coming back to what I mentioned before, how this form of communication, this form of I am with all you people because we're the same race, the same age, and have a similar amount of financial privilege, and therefore I surround myself with you, that doesn't actually build community. That's why it was so easy for her to throw Ricky under the bus. This builds connections, but not relationships. It doesn't build actual community. I think that's pretty core to all this as well. The only reason all these people are together is because they are young, well-off, and white. Do they actually share much in common beyond that? Who knows? Because their job is to smile and be toxically positive and to act as if all of this is as it should be. That's the role that they've been assigned. They all do it. Even Ricky does that. On his own time, he goes out and touches grass, but he still has to put on the face, and he did. And again, that doesn't mean he should have died. Doesn't mean any of the rest of these people should die, but they're probably gonna. This stuck with me because realizing that there were all these hints, and I should have noticed a lot sooner, that made the point so much harder. It just drove it home so much deeper. And I hope that even if people, especially white people, watching this, clocked what was going on a lot sooner than I did and realized what all these things meant, instead of, like in my case, noticing some of them, but not actually thinking about why is that the case, just noticing, oh, that's odd, but not doing anything with that thought. Even if you noticed earlier, I hope that you'll still have a similar takeaway at least. I think this hit me harder because it hammered me with the fact of, I really should have noticed this. And I didn't. And that's not a fault of the storytelling. It's a fact of me as a white person. And no, I'm not ashamed to be white. The show didn't make me feel guilty for being white. The show made me remember my own blind spots due to my own privilege. The major privilege that I have in my life is, yes, being white, but I don't feel guilty. It's something that I need to be reminded of now and then. And I appreciate this episode doing it. And one final note, this is the first episode that we haven't had a reminder of the snow with Ruby, which I didn't really notice and didn't give any significance to until I saw this tweet.
Snow is good. While there's snow, there's hope.
Yeah, I didn't know where else to put this, but well, I suppose they had to squeeze in one more or less standard episode of Doctor Who before we hit the first part of the two-part finale, Rogue. And this is honestly basically the exact kind of episode that I was talking about when I did my video talking about how 8 episodes is not enough, because this is the kind of thing that should be filling out the season more, i.e. it is a more or less standard episode. Doctor and companion show up at place and time, alien shenanigans, solve problem, maybe like a little twist on one, maybe 2 aspects to distinguish it from the others, but pretty clear format. This is your standard Doctor Who adventure. And we haven't really had one this season since Space Babies. That one was pretty close to standard. I mean, it may or may not have been to your preference, but format was pretty close to standard, and it's been a lot more unique stuff since then. And while I appreciate the unique stuff, it's nice to have what in many ways feels like a normal Doctor Who episode. I think a lot of people equate normal with boring. That need not be the case. It's just nice to have a baseline, which this, for the most part, feels like it is. Obviously, there are some things that are not standard. I will get to them. Hold your horses. So this is a historically set episode, which for me can be a dicey proposition at times. Thankfully, this avoids doing the main thing that tends to irritate me about historical episodes, which is this does not have a single real-life historical figure. Good. Because while I'm not going to say that can never work, more often than not, when Doctor Who features real-life historical figures, it tends to do a bunch of stuff that annoys me. The most prominent being just the overall leaning into the great man history of just viewing the world, which I find on a good day reductive and unhelpful. But beyond that, there's often, some amount of history rewriting or moral whitewashing in the case of some figures like, say, Winston Churchill. But, we don't have to worry about any of that when we don't have an actual historical figure. It's just a historical setting, which is generally how I prefer my historicals, because that's where you get stuff like Fires of Pompeii, thin ice. Heck, I'll even throw Robots of Sherwood in there because, well, Robin Hood's a folklore figure, so that's not quite the same thing. But that does help, and it generally helps me with Doctor Who historicals a lot. So it avoided the one major thing that I'm not going to say always sinks historicals, but frequently does for me. So I want to talk a little bit about the villains in this, the Cholders, partially because they're kind of where we start. While we don't get the full deal of what's going on with them and what they're up to, we get a taste of them first before we get anything else, as one of them is having a, "You have sullied the honor of my sister, sir," argument with somebody and then realize, "Ooh, you're a bad boy. I think I'd rather like to be you." Kills him and takes his face. So the Cholders they're just a fun kind of villain. Like, as far as the design of their alien look goes, I'm pretty indifferent. Like, the makeup's pretty decent, and the transformations are okay. You know, it's a perfectly solid bird person, leaning kind of in the owl direction mostly, and that's totally fine. I'm not a huge fan of creating an alien by taking animal and just merging it with a person, usually only in the face. That doesn't usually do much for me, so I don't super like it. It's well executed for what it is, but it's an approach to creating aliens that I just don't really like. It's why I didn't like the fish people from The Doctor's Daughter. It's why I don't really like the cats from New Earth. I think the only time it's really worked for me was Carvanista, and I think that was because it leaned so hard into just being a dog as opposed to like being a person with like dog aspect. No, that's just a dog. It leaned into it so hard, I kind of liked it. But other than that, it's just not an alien design I super enjoy. But what I did like about them is they just enjoy being bad. Which, I know we're in an age, and Doctor Who doesn't fall into this too often, but it does sometimes. But we are in an age when there is a general sense with a lot of culture, like, our villains need to be complicated and layered and nuanced and have tragic backstories and understandable motives. They need to think they are not the villain. They need to think they're the hero of their own story. And like, I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. We get some great stories and great villains out of that. However, there's just a fun to be had with villains who just love to be bad. I'd say a lot of the most iconic villains kind of fall into that category, especially on something like Doctor Who. Most incarnations of the Master, even Missy, who was the one who, quote unquote, went good, loved being bad.
No, I've not turned good.
So I enjoy them for that, and I suppose you could make a comparison a little bit between them and the Family of Blood from the Series 3 two-parter, but I think there is just a more leaning into it here. Like, there's a slightly similar general tone thing, but like the performances are pitched a bit differently. The intercharacter dynamics between the various members of this family are different, and more to the point, these people aren't really here for a greater goal. Like, they sort of are. They're here, like they say cosplay.
It's cosplay.
They're LARPing is what they are doing. A little bit of a nitpicky thing for me. There's a difference between cosplay and LARP. This is LARP. But regardless, they are just here to have fun, and they have fun being bad. So they're bad in order to have fun. You get things like the Family of Blood, and yes, they certainly enjoy the villainy that they do, but they do still have a goal that does not necessarily need to be executed with this level of villainy, but they're doing it that way because they like to do it that way. But here, like, is there a greater goal? No, not really. Like they mentioned, we'll go to London and I'll become king. And like, yeah, but that's not for anything other than just to do it because it seems fun. Then they could start a bunch of wars, and they find that entertaining. And I think, especially for one-off villains in this kind of setting in a more episodic sense, I think that can work quite well. I think they work pretty well here. The performances are as engaging as they need to be. Are these like all-time great villains? No, but especially this season with a number of things really leaning a lot into sort of the nuance of things. And I'd say the one more or less unnuanced villain we've had prior to this was Maestro.
You called.
but most of the other episodes having either no clear villain at all with something like 73 Yards, or like a very complicated villain, like basically it's a faceless corporation that's the villain in something like Boom, or you get these weird sort of, wait, who even is the bad guy in something like Dot and Bubble, or even like Space Babies. Yes, there's a monster, but the Doctor opts to save it. Here it's like, no. Bad guys. Straight up bad guys. It's standard Doctor Who, and there's not a dang thing wrong with that. So, okay. Rogue, played by Jonathan Groff. I actually like this character quite a bit. I like that he has a certain inherent charisma that would make it very easy to compare him to somebody like Jack Harkness. And in fact, I saw more than a few people claiming that they thought before this aired that this was an attempt to recast Jack Harkness. Now, Jack Harkness himself, we may or may not ever see again just because of the controversies that have gone on with John Barrowman. Who knows? But what I like about him is while you could make some comparisons, you know, he's out for money, he's in a historical setting, he kind of initially clashes with the Doctor, but then they kind of ally. Like, yes, you could draw a comparison there, but there's some very key differences in terms of the feel and the performance. Because a big thing for Jack is he's just dashing and just swanning about and charismaing his way through the... Like, if we're going to go a D&D comparison, if this guy is a rogue, then Captain Jack is a bard. He's just swanning through on pure charisma, flirting with everybody, just happy to just glide his way through. All eyes on him. This guy is a little bit more subdued. Now, he has a certain amount of charisma, but he's not making use of it. Whether it's he doesn't really know how or he doesn't want to, doesn't super matter. I do kind of like that as a way to have him, yes, in some ways feel a bit like Captain Jack, but also feel distinct as a personality. He's more reserved. He's a bit more, well, grounded, for lack of a way to put it. He's a little bit of a slob in his own ship. He's a nerd. We find out he plays D&D.
Did you get your name from Dungeons and Dragons?
Roll for insight.
You know, there's a lot of little touches around that I rather enjoy. And I think Groff does a good job at giving him enough depth that we can see how he is distinct from somebody like Jack while still filling narratively a very similar role and in the hands of a different actor or being given different direction could have very easily felt like an attempt to replace Jack. And ultimately, I don't think he is that. Okay, I've kind of been dancing around it. The romantic angle between the Doctor and Rogue, because pretty much from the very start of their interactions, as Ruby goes about and, you know, has her interactions with the Duchess and then later on Emily, the Doctor pretty much zeroes in on Rogue and they begin flirt bantering, turning into, you know, trying to figure out who's on what side. Maybe they're enemies, but maybe they don't have to be, and all this other stuff. And, all right, this is where I have to cop to the fact I was probably never going to like this aspect very much. And I don't, especially. But I'm in a little bit of a similar camp as to with The Devil's Cord, which was that my big overriding issue with The Devil's Cord is Jinx Monsoon was doing a style of over-the-top, campy, crank to 11 drag style performance that I've seen quite a bit in my time and I don't especially enjoy. So it's not that what Jinx brought was bad, it's that it was something I was disinclined to enjoy in the first place, and overall I didn't. And kind of similarly here, I don't really like romantic subplots in general, like in most things. For me, romance works best in one of two ways. Either where it is the primary focus of a thing, and I know some people will argue, well, it is the primary focus of this episode, and like, yes, you can argue that, but it's not the primary focus of Doctor Who. It's not what I come to Doctor Who the show for. So while yes, it is arguably the primary focus within this episode, it's not within the greater franchise that I am a fan of. But romance can work if it is more central to the whole thing. Although usually for me, that's usually a better thing in movies. Whereas if you're going to go long form, usually I'm going to be much more inclined to enjoy a relationship that is already established. By and large, most of my issues with romantic subplots is less the idea of romance in and of itself, and more that I just don't particularly enjoy courting. I can enjoy flirty banter in terms of like, I just like banter, but just that entire aspect of romantic subplots in general I don't like, and I have never really liked in Doctor Who. I don't like when it's done with the companions for the most part, and I generally don't like it the times they've done it with the Doctor, even when it's been a slower burn with somebody like Rose. I don't really like the Doctor as a romantic figure. I mean, yes, maybe romantic in the classical sense, but like as a figure of romantic attraction, I have never really enjoyed that as an aspect of Doctor Who as a show or the Doctor as a character. So I was always kind of going to be disinclined to like this. I will say that I have some respect for how far they went with it, especially given that I almost feel like they fake baited some of the audience, because like, especially when the Doctor and Rogue are in the TARDIS and like they're coming right up to each other, and then there's an alert on the console or something, and then they move away. That felt almost like it was designed to make people who are just sick of being queer baited go, oh, of course they're not going to actually do it, only to have them in fact kiss later, which that's the kind of audience trolling I actually can kind of get behind and kind of appreciate. But I can also appreciate that this feels like something the show might not do. That's not to say there's never been kissing on Doctor Who. That's not to say that there's never been same gender kissing on Doctor Who. I think there has. There definitely has on Torchwood, but Torchwood was kind of a different beast. No, there definitely has on Doctor Who. Not a ton, and not this overtly romantic, although arguably this is also serving multiple purposes, because Rogue is kissing the Doctor in order to take the trigger from him, but it is still played up for its romantic value. But this is just an aspect that I don't hate it. It's fine, but it's not what I come to Doctor Who for. And when the Doctor himself gets into these romantic entanglements, it tends to be something I kind of detach from. There's been 2 times that it's more or less worked for me, but even those aren't without caveats. One is the girl in the fireplace, and that one gets a semi-pass, largely because I do at least buy Renette's half of that, because just the nature of her relationship with the Doctor and how long that went on, I can buy her side of it. The Doctor side of it, I don't think they fully overplay it, so it works well enough. And the other being River Song, and that honestly could practically count as a slow boil for how many appearances she has over time. It's just, chronologically very strange. But unfortunately, even not all of the episodes that connect into that story are great. I wish they were. Some of them are, but they aren't all. But those are kind of the only 2 times that have worked for me at all, because one of the things that this does is fall into one of the major reasons why I tend to not like romantic subplots, especially in long-running shows like this, especially as one-offs, which is that it just feels rushed for how much they're banking on it. Honestly, in a lot of ways, Rogue to me feels like he might have originally been designed as the kind of character who's like, that could have been a companion. The kind of character that they only appear once, but you're left thinking, I bet it would have been really interesting if that person had traveled with the Doctor. I think for me, characters like Jackson Lake, or a character like Rita and the God Complex, or if she's your particular cup of tea, Lady Christina D'Souza from is it the Dead Planet or the Planet of the Dead? I can never remember what it is. It's such a generic title. But regardless, like those kinds of characters where it's like, boy, that feels like it could be a companion, but they just end up not being for whatever reason. They turn the Doctor down, or the Doctor decides that he doesn't want to travel, or they die, or whatever. He feels like he might have originally been that kind of character, and then the romance was layered on top of that when they realized that, actually, I think we can get away with this. I think they'll actually let us do this. So let's add that in. And part of the reason I say that is because by the tail end, even beyond my own kind of disinclination towards the Doctor in romantic situations, I actually think it kind of falls apart on its own merits. There's basically one thing where this whole thing kind of falls apart because it feels like either they are banking on this, they build this up to be more than it is, or they don't treat it like what it is they built it up to. Like, it's failing on one end. Either it's building itself up too much or it's letting itself down based off the buildup. Here's what I mean by that. We have kind of the slow boil. I say slow. It is kind of fast. It's crammed into a single episode. But within the episode, we kind of have this, let's say, medium boil pace of the romantic inclinations between the Doctor and Rogue. The Doctor, starts to get to know him better and convinces him to not kill him with this device. Although, pause, and I will come back to that phase in the hologram stuff. Just stick a pin in that. But I'm a little unclear as to why the Doctor showing his previous faces convinces Rogue to not kill him. I guess it's meant to be because Rogue knows what a Time Lord is, but even that I'm not entirely sure on, because I would think showing all the previous faces you've had just confirms that you're a shapeshifter. I'm very unclear as to why that worked, but regardless, they go and they do that whole distraction of the dancing together. A quick pause on this. I actually rather like sort of anachronistic music choices as long as they are performed in the style more or less appropriate to the time it's happening. So earlier, and I know there's more than one, but the first one I noticed, and the main one thing off the top of my head, is you hear Billie Eilish's Bad Guy being played by the string quartet or whatever it is. And I love stuff like that. Like, one of my favorite aspects of Westworld was these redone songs. Like, there's a player piano version of Black Hole Sun that's great. I still listen to that. So I like stuff like that. So the Doctor and Rogue have this tango, which I can't fully verify this, but somebody who I kind of know did contact me through Twitter and point out, actually this particular tango is actually its own existence, and sort of when it was developed and what was going on with it was kind of a revolutionary, pushing against the norm kind of piece. So it seems like some thought went into the use of this particular piece of music. But they have this dance and this whole build up. And again, it plays into what I like about the Children, that they are just here for fun. They're here for the drama. Oddly, so is Ruby, because she was spying on what to her appeared to be a lover's spat. There are some parallels between Ruby here to LARP Bridgerton, effectively, and the Children doing the exact same thing, just doing it a lot more hazardously. The show doesn't really do much with that parallel, but it is there. So they have their dance, and then to up the drama, he proposes and he offers a ring. There's all this buildup, and then there's the kiss. There's the notion that Rogue sacrifices himself, and then there's the last thing he says.
Find me.
And that's the last thing he says before being transported off to another dimension. Okay, nitpick. Are we really doing dimension hopping this casually now? I think even if I allow for it being tied to the supernatural stuff that we know is going on this season, just the notion of Doctor Who casually even mentioning dimension hopping and very easily making something that hops dimensions, that's not a can of worms I think this show benefits from opening. But anyways, when his last words are, "Come find me," it is so bizarre to me that the Doctor doesn't. Ruby kind of floats the idea, and he says, there's infinite dimensions out there. Since when has being in a hopeless situation where he can't possibly succeed ever stopped the Doctor before from at least trying? If you're gonna have him end with that line as a goodbye line. And it didn't strike me as him like kind of cheekily being like, come find me even though I know you can't. I didn't get that, but even if I buy that as being the intention of the line delivery, the Doctor is going to hold on to this ring as if like, oh, and I will always remember you. Well, try and find him. At least show me that he tried. Give me more reason than just there's too many dimensions. Like, off the top of my head, and again, this is all technobabble, what I'm about to say, but the show is technobabble. Like, is there not some piece of equipment that might give off some signal? Could you not go on the ship and get some kind of tissue sample, just a skin shaving from somewhere up there, and create something that might help you narrow it down and find him and zero in on, like, or at least try to do that even if it doesn't work? Because that's the thing. I'm not saying this in that like he had to go and find Rogue. I don't need him to find this guy, but it's so weird to me that he doesn't try. And I accept that there's too many dimensions for him to ever succeed. But for him, like, to not even suggest the notion that, like, between Jaunts with Ruby, he's going to try and find this guy. You know, maybe not do it while Ruby's there because she doesn't have an infinite lifespan and who knows how long this is going to take. But, dude, try. And if you're not going to try, why did the show build this thing up as something this big? It's weird. It's really weird to me that this whole thing gets built up and is the main central core of this episode. And at the end, he's just kind of angsty and sad about it. Do something, man. Like, what the hell? I don't know. That strikes me as being so off. I go back to the Doctor Falls, and granted, like, they were talking about a different situation, but just the general notion of the Master saying to the Doctor,
you can't win. I know, and?
Because winning is not the point. You do what you can. Like, dude, do something. That was what fully sunk my ability to enjoy this. And it might not have bothered me so much if I was more inclined to enjoy the romantic aspects of Doctor Who episode in general, and for the Doctor in particular. Maybe it wouldn't have bothered me so much. I don't know. I can only speak from the perspective I have. But boy, that really kind of fully sunk it for me. Hey, it's Vera from The Edit. Just a couple of things, because I want people to be clear on this. The first is that I do know that the Doctor is kind of performatively dismissive and like, I have to move on. And he's kind of doing that because A, it's a pattern for him, and B, he's kind of doing it for the sake of Ruby. You know, keeping on a brave face and all that.
It is what it is, so onwards.
So I don't want you to think I'm taking that as read. I get that that's an act, but there's really no indication even outside of that moment directly with Ruby that says to me he's going to try and do anything. And I have also seen some of the discussion in the theories. If you're not interested in theory crafting and are worried about fan speculation potentially being a spoiler, skip ahead to the following time code. But I have, in fact, seen the speculation that says Rogue is, quote unquote, he who waits.
There's only one player I didn't dare face. The one who waits.
Which is supposedly the big bad we're somehow building to. I'm not going to speculate on the accuracy of that. I am just going to put it on record that if the show does that, I'm going to fucking hate it. And not just because the, oh, you abandoned me and now I'm a villain trope is A, overused, and B, almost never works outside of Arcane. And secondly, it would mean they're going to hinge a villain origin on the Doctor, as far as I'm concerned, acting out of character. No! Okay, there we go. Let's get back. I don't think it'd be that hard to fix. You know, alter Jonathan Groff's line to be a more definitive goodbye. That alone would have done a lot to make me not have this issue. Anyways, some other stuff. Another little bit of a nitpick. They have the fake out that maybe Ruby got killed. Now, first of all, like, I wasn't surprised that she wasn't killed, but the show kind of cheated because it does this thing where this particular shoulder, Emily, I think she gets called, she grabs Ruby's hand and then we cut to the hallway and we immediately get the lightning effect and a scream. The implication being that happened immediately after this shoulder got a hold of Ruby. We just don't know what happened. Now, because we didn't know, I still assumed oh, she's fine. But I was like, how the hell are they going to cover for that? That happened so fast. Well, they covered it by cheating. They did a sneaky time jump and didn't tell us, because there's a whole stretch of time with like the battle mode activated. And like, I do kind of like the battle mode thing. I like that it was planted earlier. I like it coming back. That's fun. I like it. But like, that's cheating. You tried to make us think she died by having the lightning and the scream happen almost instantly after this thing got a hold of her. When you show us the actual scene, there's like a minute between when this thing gets a hold of her and when anything that would have actually caused the lightning effect and scream would have happened. Like, this doesn't matter. This is a full-on nitpick, but that's cheating. Don't do that. All right. So the other major thing is to talk about the hologram faces that showed up when the Doctor was convincing Rogue to not kill him. And one in particular belonging to an actor by the name of Richard E. Grant. Now, there are arguably two ways that this works, but there's very clearly, at least I think, one that is the intended reading. Because Richard E. Grant has technically played the Doctor twice in what have largely, up to now, be considered non-canonical stories. One being a comedy special, The Curse of the Fatal Death, in which he played one of actually quite a few incarnations of the Doctor. There's sort of a joke towards the tail end of a rapid fire of, at the time, decently sized and notable actors playing the Doctor for really brief periods. And he was one of those. But I think more importantly, he played what is now generally referred to as the Schalke Doctor. So before the show was properly revived, and after the TV movie happened, so that was Paul McGann being the 8th Doctor, there was a web series called Scream of the Schalke. It was, I believe, 6 parts of anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes, and it featured this incarnation of the Doctor voiced by Richard E. Grant. And prior to the official revitalization of the show in 2005, headed up by Russell T Davies and starring Christopher Eccleston, this was intended to be the canonical 9th Doctor. And he's never really gotten a look in or a reference until this. Now, one of the things I noticed that they did was they kind of jumbled up the order. These are not showing up in regeneration order. So while he shows up in there, we cannot take his placement as an indicator of where he now fits in the timeline. And exactly how canon he should be considered is still a matter of debate. Because whenever you are talking about Doctor Who, when you're talking about anything that isn't the show proper, canon kind of only works one way, which is that the external media, meaning novels, comic books, audiobooks, and this animated series, they try very hard to adhere to the canon of the show, but the show does not generally bother to adhere to or even acknowledge the canon of all those other things. So it's kind of a big deal whenever it does. So that's why an episode like Night of the Doctor was a very big deal, because there is a line from Paul McGann's 8th Doctor where he mentions some audio-specific companions.
Charlie, Carers, Lucy, Tamsin, Molly. Friends, companions I've known, I salute you.
This is why it was actually kind of a big deal in the Christmas special, The Next Doctor. There was a quick image of Paul McGann as the 8th Doctor because it wasn't entirely clear if his Doctor was still considered canon or not, because the TV movie was not part of the standard run of the show. So these things getting confirmed in some way or another is rather interesting. Now, the question then becomes, is this a fun reference, like those names being dropped by Paul McGann in Night of the Doctor? Or is this meant to indicate a possible return of the character? It's hard to tell with the sort of hologram-looking effects. It does look like they're using an image of Richard E. Grant more or less now, not an aged-down image or anything of that nature. But then again, given the animated nature of the original short, trying to nail down exactly how old that version was supposed to look is hard to tell. They kind of picked an image of him that he could play if they decide to bring him in. I'm not going to assume that'll be the case, though. Until we get further evidence, I'm going to assume that this is a fun reference to go like, yeah, that happened. When in the timeline? Who the hell even knows? But yeah, that happened. I need to rewatch Scream of the Shotgun. I've been thinking about doing a video on that thing for ages. I guess I kind of have to now. No idea when the heck I'll be putting that out. Oh, this is a busy month. Anyways, that was kind of a cheeky bit of fun, and I do appreciate it. I don't necessarily assume it's going to mean anything. I guarantee you that those more into lore and theory crafting are going to have a field day with that from now until the end of frickin' time. But I'm not that kind of viewer. I'm not that kind of fan. So those of you who are, go forth and have a ball. For me, it's just kind of a fun little reference. So I think that's overall kind of it. This was a perfectly solid standard episode of Doctor Who. It was fun. It had a really good guest performer. Had a serviceable villains. It botches its final moments for me. Again, either because they built this thing up to be more than they're actually acting like it is, or they built it up enough but then didn't give it the weight after the fact that it deserved for what they built up. Either way, like that I do think is a legitimate issue, but for the most part, this is a fun and enjoyable light episode of Doctor Who. This was a good time. And for all of my disinclination towards the romantic angle, like there are some good moments of connection between the Doctor and Rogue. The Doctor just recognizing loss.
Who did you lose?
What? You lost someone.
That's a good way for him to connect with people in general and with this character in particular. So I don't want you to think that I'm here like, ugh, the romance was bad. Like, the romance wasn't for me. And I think they botched it at the ending. But yeah, I think that's gonna be where I wrap it up. All right, Russell. I just have one thing to say to you. God damn it, you got me. Ha! Part 1 of a part 2 finale. It's time. Season's too short. It is way too short. Did a video talking about that. I stand by it. Regardless of anything else I'm going to say, I still stand by that. The Legend of Ruby Sunday. There's a bit going on here. And if you're waiting for my opinion on the big reveal that we got, which is still leaving a number of other big reveals still yet to be dealt with, but obviously that's being held on to until the next episode. But my opinions on that are not going to come until towards the end, because that reveal happened towards the end, and I have a fair number of thoughts associated with that. Let's start with the beginning. The Doctor showing up at Unit. I really like that one of the first things he does coming out of the TARDIS. Well, first of all, I love his entrance.
Give me the loving!
But one of the first things he does is make a point of learning the name of everyone he doesn't already know.
Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Harriet, head of the archive.
Harriet, nice to meet you.
I just like that. I can't remember the Doctor ever doing that. Like, the Doctor has learned the names of some people who he's seen more than once in other incarnations or whatever, but going out of his way to learn their names, like, that's just kind of cool. It does make me wonder, though, why he didn't ask, hey, where's Shirley? Because I was wondering that. I really hope she's not going to go the way of Osgood and just be like someone we never mention anymore, even though she was fun and recurring. Hope we get to see her again. That having been said, we have Harriet and we have Morris. Morris is a weird one because on paper, I feel like I should hate this, but I kind of like it. I don't know. I feel like it's just the right weird angle to come at this from. Because, like, when he first said genius 13-year-old, I kind of started to roll my eyes, but then he mentioned
accelerated genius. Thanks for the partial asteroid.
I'm like, oh, well, okay then. Sure, why not? I don't know. he worked well enough. I guess he's actually like a known person, like in the UK. I have no idea. I don't know who this actor is, but I thought he worked fine in the part. And we also get Rose Noble back, which is nice. She doesn't get a ton to do in this. She is just kind of there, but honestly, if they want to have her just be around and show up on occasion, I'm totally okay with that. And I like the subtle way in which the Doctor asks about the 14th Doctor, just asking,
How was your mum? How's your uncle? Oh, good.
Because if you didn't realize that was alluding to that, there's a little bit at the end of the giggle where he refers to her as a niece.
This can't turn down my favorite niece.
Oh, niece. I like that.
That was nice. That was sweet. So he shows up and he immediately wants their help, trying to figure out the deal with this woman that he keeps seeing. They're already on top of it, which is kind of a fun gag, like especially with him being like, oh, S-Triad, that's an anagram of TARDIS, and they're all just like,
well, obviously, thank you.
Even I got that.
That is why we've been watching her.
Actually, we were watching her even before that because we tend to monitor the tech billionaires. They've gone evil on us a fair few times. And that's where we get our little subtle dig at Elon Musk.
God knows we stopped enough of them. Well, except the obvious.
We'll get him.
Not that he's an actual genius, but certainly the perception of him is. So I'll let it slide for the sake of a dig. And the idea that UNIT would go after him is... I know that's not reality, but it's fun to think about. Oh, and in addition to Elon Musk, we get a little dig at the Prime Minister, who they don't even bother to name.
Even the Prime Minister can't walk into UNIT.
Especially the Prime Minister.
Because they don't have to, because any of them lately would suit that line just fine. But we learn the name of this woman is Susan Triad, and of course there was a big focus on the name Susan, and this was where I got real nervous. Now, you might find that slightly confusing if you've watched my other reviews, because I was real irritated when it appeared that the Devil's Cord seemed to be implying that she is definitely dead.
Time Lords were murdered. Genocide rolled across time and space like a great big cellular explosion. Maybe it killed her too.
Now, granted, like, is that written in stone? No, but that whole thing was a red flag for me, because either it was just establishing her as being gone for the sake of a little bit of angst and for Ruby to understand that the Doctor doesn't have anyone else, or it was setting her up to somehow factor into things, which I'm not really thrilled about the idea of either. Long story short on this, my idea of Susan is something that you do not touch on until you literally want to end the show. Like, in my mind, the very last episode of Doctor Who that ever gets aired, and like, this is very much wishful thinking at this point. Franchises are not allowed to die anymore, and they never will be. But in theory, if the show ever ended for good, in my mind, the very last episode ends with the Doctor returning to Susan and fulfilling the promise that the first Doctor made that
one day I shall come back.
But that's realistically never going to happen. So in theory, that would put Susan on the table and in the cards. But at this point, it has been so long since Susan has appeared. I can't think of anything you could do that would make it pay off that kind of weight. Does it mean that there is literally nothing? No, just means I can't think of it. So I can't really get excited about the idea. Because while I fully accept that people can think of stuff that I can't think of and come up with clever notions that I wouldn't think of, I'm not going to pin all my hopes on the idea that that's going to happen. That's not a matter of ego. That's just a matter of me managing my own expectations. So all the focus on Susan and just the name Susan already had me going like, be careful. That was it. I didn't check out at that, but I was like, be real careful. Be real careful. Now, we're not necessarily in the clear because there's still a number of details yet to be filled in, but at the very least, Susan Triad is not Susan, not the Doctor's granddaughter, Susan. I actually rather like the conversation that he has with Kate because I had kind of forgotten how few people actually know about Susan, because it was the first Doctor that left her And he doesn't really bring her up in specific or by name very much at all. And the Brigadier didn't meet the Doctor until his second incarnation. So the Brig wouldn't have known about Susan. So Kate wouldn't know about Susan. Most of the Doctor's companions wouldn't know about Susan. That was kind of an odd thing for me to realize. Because, like, not that I expect every companion to know about every other companion, but that's his granddaughter. I also kind of like the timey-wiminess notion that he knows his granddaughter but doesn't know his kids.
You can have a granddaughter before a daughter?
Life of a Time Lord.
I find that to be a cute idea. Does it contradict some stuff we've heard before? Yeah.
Don, I've been a father before.
What?
Lost all that a long time ago.
Anything that I find was deeply important? No, not really. And more to the point, this is, again, one of those things I don't really ever want to be filled in. So if you want to just throw out vague notions and they're a little contradictory, like, I'm okay with that. Just don't start trying to fix it. That's more the job of the lore hound side of fandom. They can have their field day with that. Go and have fun. That's not for me. But I found that conversation sweet. And again, I kind of like that idea. It was a cute idea. Also related to Susan, I really like the Doctor's fear.
I bring disaster. Kate, disaster. What if I go back and ruin her?
Like, that's, as a parent, that's kind of heartbreaking to hear somebody have that kind of concern for someone who they very clearly love. And whether that's a valid concern or not, I would say not really, especially because she would tell you she wants to see you. But I get the fear, and the fear felt pretty sincere. I like what they're doing with Mel. I think planting her as like a part of a media team, that's actually a good use of her, sort of slipping her in as an undercover agent. And it gets us a little sense of Susan as a person, and the fact that everyone's very surprised that she seems to be genuinely nice, which she's a tech billionaire. Yeah, actually, that should surprise you. That should actually probably be a massive red flag, the fact that she isn't a weird creep. Yeah. So we have Ruby decide that what they're going to try and do to figure out who her mom is, to take this old beat up CCTV tape that she and her mom have and bring it into unit. Now, there's a couple of bits of oddness about that. The bringing up of, hey, let's figure out Ruby's origin while we're trying to sort all this other stuff out just seems a little ham-fisted.
We also have another mystery woman. Okay, so Ruby is not the mystery woman, but your mother is.
And then Ruby's mother deciding she wants to come to unit feels really ham-fisted.
Well, if your mother's part of it, then Ruby, you can tell her your mother is too.
Not that I have an issue with Carla. I actually like her a fair bit, and she has some nice moments in this. But at the same time, it felt real contrived as a way to just leave Ruby's grandmother alone with Mrs. Flood. That was such a hand of the author moment. It did not feel organic at all. Especially with Ruby's mother basically just going, oh, your mom's involved with unit? Then since I'm your mom, I'm going to be involved in unit. Like, really? Not that I can't buy that she'd have that kind of attitude. It just didn't flow very well at all for me. That felt a bit contrived. We have the whole thing with the time window.
Unit was absolutely forbidden to experiment with any form of time technology.
Do you have a time window?
10 floors down.
I love that the Doctor laughs at how janky it is.
This is rough.
And I also kind of like that being backed up by Kate with the fact like, yeah, this barely gives us anything.
We saw the signing of the Declaration of Independence, but all I could tell you was the color of the quill, which was white.
That's fun. That's fun banter. I enjoy it. So the whole thing with the time window and using the tape to try and revisit, it's decently done. There is kind of a problem with it, but stick a pin in that. I'm going to circle back into it because it ties into sort of the nature of this episode as a whole. Not necessarily the specifics that go on it, but just what it is and what it's doing and its purpose within this season. But We'll come back to that when I start talking about stuff that happens in the tail end. There's a fair amount of tension in this whole thing. Although as soon as that guy went out of sight, I'm like, well, he's dead. Just immediately I knew it. So we have this whole thing going on with just this swirling effect and this voice saying he's in hell. And we have Ruby's mother saying the beast.
It's the beast.
And that perked my ears up because that's a name we know. Now, is that who's coming? Not exactly, but it's also not irrelevant. Sneaky. Sneaky. Russell, I see you. I actually really appreciate how much Kate clearly cares that a member of her team just died. Like, she's upset. She seems to even be angry at the doctor, especially because she told him not to send this guy around to the backside of that TARDIS. And that's good. I like that for her. I like her not treating these people as disposable. Oh, another great moment with Mel is her just kind of talking the doctor out of his funk long enough to just get him to get up and do the job.
Now stop grizzling and fix it.
I'm like, they're using Mel really well, and especially given what a divisive companion she was at the time she was on the show. This is real good. This is a real good use of Mel. But that starts to get us right into the thick of things as the doctor introduces himself to Susan. It seems pretty clear pretty immediately that this is not his granddaughter, but there's still something going on. All these faces, all these lives, and she dreams them. So what is going on? We get a recurrence of the whole Harbinger thing from the Devil's Cord. And there's this sound from the TARDIS, which... this was a better plant than any of the other stuff you had going on. This was a better sneaky recurring plant than Susan Twist showing up over and over again. Better than Mrs. Flood. Better than the snow. Better than any of it. Because you didn't draw nearly as much attention to it. I didn't even realize this thing had kept happening over and over again until I saw a tweet from the official Doctor Who account, which laid out the fact that we have been hearing this since Wild Blue Yonder.
Is it working?
I think so. Strange.
Strange. What was that?
Nothing. Indigestion.
Oh, sneaky. That was good. Like, this is the kind of sneaky mystery box stuff that I actually like, realizing that it was in front of me the whole time. I generally don't like as much things like Susan Twist showing up over and over again because you start drawing attention to it. I would say up until the 4th episode where they first had Ruby go, haven't I seen you before? I was actually kind of liking that she just showed up and they drew no attention to it. But then they started doing it and I'm like, oh, and that's what I don't like about the mystery boxes. You're basically going, see this? This'll be a mystery. And I am not entertained by that. Again, not to say that it's bad that other people are. I'm not a theory kind of person. I don't like to guess. I don't like to speculate. My brain doesn't work that way. But for me to realize you snuck something like that sound under my nose and I didn't even notice, the only time I remember it being called out was in Rogue. Oh, see, now that's good. And that's when the penny drops. Sutek. I won't lie. That got me. I didn't expect it. I didn't see it coming. You did cheat because you did this whole, oh, it was the wrong anagram. Yeah, but you also had to change one of the letters. You had to change the C to a K to make it work. I'll forgive that, though. I actually will. It's a cheat, but I'll let it go. Because it's still got a big, big grin on my face. Oh, yeah, I did film some of my reactions to this. I would say, like, I'll put it up as a treat for patrons. The full reaction video, it's actually not much to watch. I mostly just sit there in silence because I wasn't going to keep pausing it to make commentary and I wasn't going to talk over it. I just had it on to catch any very sincere reactions I might have had. And I'm glad I did, but like the whole thing to watch it would actually be insanely boring. You would have to really just like my face. And if you do, I appreciate it. I'm still not putting that up anywhere. Sutek. So if you're unaware, and if you are unaware, this might also not have worked as well for you. I'll come back to that in a minute. If you're unaware, Sutek was the villain from a Doctor Who serial called The Pyramids of Mars. He only appeared the once, but is pretty well liked in the fandom, largely just for how intimidating he was. Between the vocal performance by Gabriel Wolf.
I am Sutek the Destroyer. Where I tread, I leave nothing but dust and darkness. I find that good.
Who comes back in this.
I think we can succeed.
And also voiced the Beast in The Impossible Planet and The Satan Pit.
Is that your religion?
Which was why the Beast reference happened earlier, said by Ruby's mum. So they brought him back. Dude's 91 at the moment, for the record. So good. That voice is so good.
I am Sutek, the god of death.
And they layer it with other voices mixed in, mostly Harriet Harbinger mixed in there as well, but also some with Susan Twist, which is also something that they did for The Impossible Planet and The Satan Pit. Now, does that mean the Beast is literally Sutek? No, not necessarily. Again, if you're more into theory crafting and lore, maybe you can make that argument. Maybe they're different elements of literally the same being. Maybe they simply represent the same kind of thing and they're being thematically linked through the voice. Whatever. Go and have your fun and do that. The fact that it is the same voice, though, that like I'm here for it. I'm here for that because I love that voice.
I bring Sutek's gift of death.
Gabriel Wolf does so much, and he's not just giving a booming vocal performance. There's nuance, there's beats, there's moments, there's inflection. He does a lot. And I really love that they got him back for this. And hard cut to be continued. This, on a first watch, is pretty good. And again, no matter what I say after this, that did get me. God damn it, you got me. Not only did it surprise me, it put a smile on my face. And I will never pretend otherwise. That having been said, there's a couple of issues. The first is that, like a lot, not all, but like a lot of Russell T. Davies' first part of two-part finales, it's almost entirely set up. I would say of the two-part finales that Russell T. Davies did in his first run, 3 out of 5 were just extended setup in that first one. Army of Ghosts is extended setup. The Stolen Earth is extended setup. Bad Wolf is admittedly kind of the odd one out because the story it starts out telling and spends a decent chunk of its runtime telling is kind of disconnected from where it's going. But the fact that it doesn't really go anywhere with its satire of reality television and pretty much just drops the entire thing once the plot for the finale kicks in, I'm going to call the whole thing a delaying tactic and lump it in with the other two. Now, there were some where the first part actually feels a little bit more substantive in its own right. I think that's the case with Sound of Drums. I think that's the case with The End of Time Part 1. But with the other ones, and now also with this one, the first part, honestly, it's the kind of thing that I would tend to skip. Like, if I want to re-experience the thrill of the finale, assuming the second half works, we'll find out next week, odds are I'd kind of skip over this. Because imagine trying to go back and watch this a second time, now knowing who the villain reveal is. There's whole stretches of this that are so drawn out for no reason other than to delay us getting answers. And actually think of how much worse it's going to be after next episode when we presumably find out who Ruby's mom is. Because we still don't have an answer to that. I suppose technically we still don't have an answer to what Mrs. Flood's deal is either, but she's obviously tied in with Sutek in specific, so we at least know a little about her at this point. But we're going to find out who Ruby's mom is as well, and so that means that all this extended stuff with the videotape and the time window, and they're in there for a while, and it's drawn out like, oh, here comes the mom, here comes the mom, oh, we're not going to see the face, oh, it jumped, why did it, oh, did anyone see, no, nobody saw. And like, it already kind of felt a little bit stretched and a little bit overly teasing for my taste, even watching it on a first go. Imagine trying to watch it a second time when, like, you already know what the answer is. It is possible to make that anticipation still land on a second viewing, but it's not easy, and I'm not inclined to think that this is going to do it. Now, does that make this a bad episode? No. It just makes it one that I am unlikely to revisit, even when wanting to re-experience the finale later on down the line. There is, however, the other aspect of this, which is, I don't think this hit right with new viewers. And normally I don't speculate on other people's opinions too much. I kind of go out of my way to not find out too much about what other people think of stuff before I get my own thoughts down. But I did nose around a little bit, and people like my friend Jessie, the impact of this was lessened because she doesn't know who this is. She's only watched New Who. She hasn't done Classic. She doesn't have a clue who Sutekh is. There's also this tweet from Mr. TARDIS saying he had multiple friends and family texting him saying, who the hell was that? And the thing is, while I suspect that this reveal probably hit longtime fans, or at least fans who have gone back and experienced some of Classic, decently to great, this, all right, the very clear comparison to make is to Utopia, which was not technically the first part of a two-part finale. It's kind of its own thing. Or you could argue it's the first part of a three-part finale from Series 3. Regardless, there's more than a few parallels to be made between this and Utopia. And by pretty much every measure, Utopia is better. This is a lesser version of that for a couple reasons. The first is Utopia is actually telling a story that has its own narrative and is interesting to watch, even if you're not waiting for the reveal. Partially because we didn't know that there was going to be a reveal with Professor Yana. By the time that episode started, we were not expecting some kind of reveal. We weren't even necessarily waiting on a reveal for the You Are Not Alone to happen in that episode in particular. So it's just going about telling its story, and then, boom, drops the bomb on us that that's the master. But more to the point, even if you didn't know who the master was, that moment still works because it establishes, before getting into the nature of the master, it establishes that this is a Time Lord. And the show had spent 3 series up to that point reiterating over and over again, the Doctors, the last of the Time Lords, they're all gone. So that moment already hits like a brick, just knowing he's a Time Lord, even if you don't know who the master is. There's still something to latch onto and get excited about, even if you were new to the show and had not delved into any of Classic by the time you got to the back end of Series 3. That is not the case here. If you don't know who Sutekh is, this could be literally anyone. This might as well be a brand new made up person, but the problem is it's clearly built up and designed to appear like, ooh, it's the return of this horrible villain. Like, okay, but if you don't know who that is, how do you think this lands? And I'm sure some people will say, oh, but they set up that there are gods. We've had the Toymaker, we've had Maestro. Doesn't that kind of set this up to have some value? No, not really, because it's still delivered in a way where all the weight is put on the name. Sutekh is not properly identified to people who don't know who this is. If this had been someone completely original, you would have given more information for people, and it's just not here. Now, I suppose one could argue that either the intent or the hope is that it would cause newer fans to go, oh, I guess I should look into this. I guess I should experience some of the classic stuff. And the thing is, I don't think that's something where you should force the viewer's hand. I think if you're going to try and claim that this is being made accessible to new audiences, you need to keep it accessible to them, especially with big moments like this, because otherwise they're just going to feel like, oh, this isn't for me, is it? This moment was for the old fans. And that's okay to do with smaller moments. But when it's something big like this, I think more people are just going to feel either left out or confused. And I think that's not the greatest approach. Now, do I know for a fact that every person who was a new viewer who either came on during this brand new launch with what is now being called season 1, or even who started with the revival series but hasn't taken in classic, do I know for a fact that they all had a off-put reaction? No, of course not. I don't know that. Maybe some of them were excited just because it was presented well. Maybe some of them are excited to go and check out some classic stuff, but that just feels like gambling with your audience's reaction. And I don't know about that. Like, do I have a solution? No, not really. If you're going to bring back Sutek, I think it makes sense to make a big deal out of it. I think it might have been a better call to do a deeper cut villain like this for the second series and maybe either create somebody new or bring in somebody who is already well known. I kind of favor doing something completely new and like save the more recurring stuff like Dalek, Cybermen, the Master, etc. for a later season. But yeah, I think sticking this as the finale villain for the first season in a season that again is being marketed and pushed and appears to largely be designed to be inviting to people who've never seen the show before to get the finale and then go, ooh, it's this villain, and a bunch of them are just going to go,
I don't even know who you are.
I don't know. Just seems slightly out of place compared to how a lot of the rest of the show has been designed for this season. Is it bad? No. I think it might be a little bit of a miscalculation. Did it hamper my enjoyment of the thing? Hell no. You saw my face. Oh, I was thrilled by this. But I also can't help but think, ooh, is anyone else going to be? Like, there's a reason when I did my review of 73 Yards, I talked about how much I loved that episode, but I also said repeatedly, I get why other people won't. But in that case, it wasn't the finale. I am more prepared to say that there's this one episode that is custom built for somebody like me and a bunch of other fans don't get, and for me to say that's okay for a middle of the season episode. For the finale, you should probably try and bring everybody together a little bit better than I think this does. But I don't want to dwell on that any longer. Again, largely just because I'm kind of forced to be somewhat speculative about the reactions of other people. And I don't want to do that any more than I already have. As I said, I had some stuff to reference to back up that there are definitely some people who are thrown off by this, but I'm not going to make any more guesses, and I'm not going to dig into other people's reaction before releasing this. So how widespread is that? I don't actually know, but it makes sense to me that that would happen. So we have a finale to go. We've got, I'd say, one more major mystery to cover, which is who is Ruby's mom and what the hell. I would say that, like, even with this doesn't really explain why Susan Triad, Susan Twist, however we want to talk about her. I swear she was cast just because of her name. No, she wasn't. She was like legit good in the part. So no, it wasn't just that. But like, Russell T Davies must have been counting his lucky stars when he found an actor who was perfect for what he had in mind, and her name is Susan Twist. Anyways, we don't really get an explanation of why she is spread across time and space like that. I'm not sure we will. I'm not holding my breath for that one. We might get more of an explanation on Mrs. Flood. We dang well better get more of an explanation on Ruby's mom, because that's the one you've really been building up. Like, if you want to leave some of these dangling either completely unexplained, like I kind of expect why Susan Triad is all over time and space to not really get explained, or whether it's something you're going to boot until later, like what I kind of suspect might happen with Mrs. Flood. Fine. Ruby's mom, you got to deal with that. You got to deal with that one. You've been putting too much emphasis on it. Don't kick that can down the road. So we got that. I have no predictions. I'm not a prediction channel. I may have mentioned that. But other than that, this is, honestly, in an odd way, my feelings of this are kind of similar to Space Babies. I know that's a weird comparison. What I mean by that is, this is very much typical of what RTD has always done with this show. Space Babies, like it or not, is very much in line with how RTD tends to do first episodes of seasons. This episode, like it or not, is very much in line with how he's handled most of the first part of his 2-part finales. All setup, all tease, not a lot of plot. Some good moments, some good interactions, some good lines, some stuff I like, but a lot of teasing. That's almost all of what we're here for. Empire of Death. The finale for what is officially designated as season 1, unless the BBC is trying to copyright claim some of your work because you use clips, in which case they call it series 14. Interesting that the branding's inconsistent on that. But setting all that aside, we've now had our finale, the end of the season, and I'm going to try and keep a lot of my season overview thoughts to Saturday's video, which will be both an overview review and I'll do a ranking of all 8 episodes. So I'll try as best I can to focus on just this episode today. I will make a quick note if you didn't see the video that I put out last week, though. Due to the BBC messing with me a lot lately with specifically with reviews of the newer content, if you're watching this on YouTube, there will be only still images referenced. Normally I use clips, they won't be here. Now, substantively, the video will be largely the same. I'm going to be making the same points, etc. However, since I feel very strongly that my use of clips in the measured way that I do them makes my presentation better, the version that should be on YouTube but won't be, just to save me a headache, is instead only going to be up on my Patreon. I will put a link there now. I'll shout it out again at the end. It will not be pay-gated, but it will only be there. So anyways, moving on to this episode. So I have browsed around a little bit and gotten a generally negative sense from a lot of folks out there about this one. Here's the thing. I feel in a lot of ways about this similar to how I felt about Space Babies, because what I said even at the time Space Babies came out is, like that episode or not, it's very much in line with what Russell T Davies, RTD, has tended to do with his season openers. It is especially in line with the first episode of the revival era Doctor Who at all, Rose, back in 2005. So Space Babies is not a massive outlier. It's doing a lot of what he's always kind of done. And largely, I feel the same about this finale. I think Empire of Death, for the most part, is doing stuff that RTD has always tended to do. Now, you can have your arguments about whether you think he's doing it well or not here. I actually think in an odd way he's doing what he's always done, but like in a weirdly more concentrated form that kind of ramps it up. But the short version here is that there's always been a very common complaint, like going back to when his first era was still ongoing. So, talking from 2005 through 2010, that his finales were much more focused on the emotional payoff and not so much on the logistics, on how we actually accomplish that. Way more focused on the emotions. And I'd say, yeah, that holds pretty true here from what I see and what we get. And for the most part, I do think the emotional payoffs are, if not all successful, at least well-intentioned, and I can support the attempt in what's going on there. The logistics, how much this bothers you will vary depending on the kind of viewer you are. I'm someone who honestly doesn't often get hung up on the logistics. I mean, like, I'll have my nitpicks now and then, or if something just isn't engaging me emotionally, I might actually have a lot of nitpicks because the thing that's supposed to distract me from the nitpicks isn't working. But by and large, I tend to be a little bit more forgiving of logistical holes than a lot of my contemporaries. But I will freely admit there are whole swaths of this that don't make a whole lot of sense or are preposterously convenient. Which again, is not really altogether all that new for RTD finales. One of the running comments that people always had about his finales was that they always ended in a Deus Ex Machina. Now, that wasn't true in the strictest definition of a Deus Ex Machina, because usually what would happen would have at least some degree of setup and usually wouldn't fix 100% of everything. But usually the major logistical problem would be fixed very quickly by one thing. One thing would show up and just make everything better. Or one single thing would be accomplished and it would undo way more than it feels like one thing should be accomplished. And again, that's been true for most of his finales. With the finale of Series 1, The Parting of the Ways, you had this entire Dalek fleet completely wiped out by the Bad Wolf entity. In Series 2, you had an army of Cybermen and an army of Daleks, both just sucked into the void and dealt with in one fell swoop. In Series 3, you had the Master taking over Earth, ruling it for a year, and they break the Paradox Machine and it just rolls that entire year back and undoes almost all of the damage that he accomplishes. Series 4, probably the least clean, but there's still a certain amount of it between the Metacrisis Doctor and the Dr. Donna, because the Metacrisis Doctor enables Rose to have her happy ending in a way that wasn't possible before, and the Dr. Donna comes in and just solves everything herself. And yeah, that is a recurrent issue for him. Heck, even The End of Time Part 1, you had this whole thing where, oh my gosh, the Master has duplicated himself across the entire human race, and that gets undone basically instantly once the Time Lords show up, and then the Doctor just has to do one thing and end up getting the Time Lords banished. So there's still spiritually that same sort of thing going on, and that is very much the case here. We kill the god of death, and it undoes all the death he did. Yeah. Again, you can find this better or worse than other times RTD has done this, but it's all in the same vein. So my general pushback to most people who I occasionally see, comparing this to his earlier era and saying, this isn't as good. I'm like, is it not as good? Or are you just not willing to roll with that anymore? Or have you just had nostalgia goggles on for the first 4 series and the specials that he did all those years ago? I don't know. I will grant, in my personal opinion, this specific episode is on measure, I think, the weakest finale that RTD has done. Not by as big a margin as some people seem to be saying, but I do think it's his weakest one, because the logistical failings are more evident, and it feels, I'd have to go through and catalog, but it feels like there's more of them than usual. And then there is the emotional payoff, which if all of them fully worked, maybe, I would say all of them mostly work, although some of the logistics hamper some of those too. But I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. I've given you sort of the overview and my overall thoughts, which are, I don't find this bad. I don't find this offensive, but it's messy, but in a way that is very, very familiar to me. This is classic RTD messy. So looking at it more specifically, we come out of the situation we were in at the tail end of the previous episode, and everything escalates so fast. And I would say it escalates so fast that it undermines the tension immensely. Because we go from, oh my gosh, this god of death is here, what's going to happen, to, oh, he kills everybody. And by everybody, we mean the entire planet. No, actually, by everybody, we mean the entire universe. Everything, practically, is dead, except the Doctor, Mel, and Ruby. This is one of the other things that has sometimes been a problem with Russell's finales. I wouldn't say it always has been, but it has been before. Which is that, and it's also very common in a lot of sci-fi, fantasy, fiction, anything that has a tendency to escalate to global or universal threats. I'm not going to say there's no way to make that work, but the very common problem with the entire planet or the entire universe either being threatened with destruction or being destroyed is that it kind of immediately kills the stakes because the stakes are too big to happen and stick. So if you're watching a story where the point is the heroes are trying to prevent the villainous force from destroying the entire universe, obviously they're going to succeed, because if this is an ongoing story, there's nothing more to do after this if the villain wins and destroys the universe. On the flip side, if the villain does appear to win and destroy the universe, well, we know that has to be undone, because otherwise, again, if this is an ongoing thing, what the heck is their adventure gonna be next season if there's nobody left to interact with? So obviously it has to be undone. So there aren't stakes. There isn't tension there. This can't stand. So there's also really no logistical way to undo some of it, but not all of it. So it's not even gonna be a case of, okay, we'll undo a whole bunch of this, but there'll still be some lasting consequences, which you have gotten in some of other RTD's finales. So like take for instance, Doomsday. Yes, he uses the suction power of the Void to get rid of all the Daleks and all the Cybermen, and that's all nice and clean, but it also costs him Rose because she gets trapped on the other side of a dimensional wall. So while the immediate threat was, of course, always going to be defeated, there were still some personal ramifications. There isn't really here. At the end of it, there's some wrap up and some emotional catharsis, but that's dealing with stuff that is completely separate from Sutekh, and I'll come back to all that. So escalating things that, like, the moment I realized everything is definitely gonna get undone, because like, even though I knew she was in the room earlier, for some reason I got a blind spot. If I'd realized Rose was also in the room as unit members were dropping, I might have realized sooner, but for some reason, I developed a blind spot in the moment. I forgot she was there. So initially, when Kate dissolved, I did think they might not undo that. That might, like, there was some tension there. But then once Ruby, Mel, and the Doctor get onto the TARDIS and they look down at Earth and the entire Earth is being covered in this sand of death, I'm like, oh, well, yeah, no. Well, actually, even before that, when we see more people collapse, when we see it hit Carla, when we see it hit Cherry and Mrs. Flood, who I'm like, well, they can't kill Mrs. Flood. They haven't answered what the hell what questions there are about her and what her deal is. They still haven't by the end. But again, we'll come back to that as well. So like, okay, this can't stand because like this is too many people dying. And then we see the entire Earth and it's like, okay, yeah. And then we find out, oh, it's the whole universe. I'm like, yeah, obviously. Now, does that make it impossible to tell a compelling story, even though you know for certain it's all going to have to be undone? It's not impossible, but it's really difficult because it's generally taken as granted that the heroes will win, but what winning looks like, that's usually where the tension is. Okay, they might win in the sense that they defeat the villain, but what will it cost them? Will some of their friends die? Will they be injured permanently? Any number of things might still happen to give us lasting consequences. But when the initial consequence is just literally everything is dead, I'm like, well, you have to undo all of that. I can't think of any way where you could undo only part of that. That either is the case or it isn't, and it needs to not be. So all this is going to be undone. And you just know that. There are still some good scenes, though. I actually, as jarring as it was when the show jumped to it, and I did find it jarring, I actually do like the scene between the Doctor and the woman he gets the spoon from. There's a quiet pain to that, and there's something about the idea that memory is dying. Not just people, but just the memories of life at all. What it was like, who was there. That's also dying. And there was something really, really sad about this moment where she suddenly remembers the baby in the little basket. We haven't seen the baby, but we've seen the basket. She goes,
I think my daughter died, didn't she? And I forgot.
That sunk my stomach. I honestly, legitimately think that scene is really good. I don't think that scene being really good justifies what happened to get us there, but I don't want to pretend like there's nothing good that came out of this setup in this situation. The memory TARDIS, that's kind of cool, seeing that canonized, which, I mean, I had expected insofar as people paying attention to the trailers had already noted we saw the interior of what was clearly the memory TARDIS. If you don't know what the memory TARDIS is, this was already a thing kind of established in the, well, up until now, the questionably canon Tales of the TARDIS, which is something that is on BBC iPlayer, which means that if you are not in the UK, you might not even know these things exist and will probably have a hard time finding them and watching them. But it's basically just a revisit to classic era stuff, but with a framing device of an old Doctor and companion sort of meeting again and reminiscing about something, and they do it in the memory TARDIS with these sort of hand-wavy explanations of like, well, the memories of everything we've been through still exist and are held here, and we can still meet again here, even as we age, and in the case of the Doctor's, age past the physical appearance of when they would have actually regenerated. It's sweet and it's cute, and it's now kind of canonized here, and I like that. As cool as the super slick TARDIS that we've had this season is, and don't get me wrong, it is cool. I especially love the changing color lights all around it like that. How has it taken us that long to have that? That's such a great touch. But at the end of the day, I kind of prefer a janky TARDIS. And this thing is the epitome of a janky TARDIS. I don't mean janky as in poor build quality, or you can tell it's low budget. I just mean like it looks held together with spit and prayer. That's very much what this is. I always kind of like that. It's one of the reasons why one of my favorite TARDIS interiors was Matt Smith's first TARDIS, which just looked like a bit of a mess. And I liked that. So I enjoy just that setting, and I kind of like what they did with it. I like that there's the callback to the Doctor learning the vocabulary of rope. They don't call it that again, but like him rigging up this rope thing, and it's just like, yeah, remember? I figured this stuff out, like going back to the Christmas special, and I thought that was a neat idea then. I think it's a neat callback now. Now, I'm not going through chronologically on this as much as I have with a lot of my other reviews. I'm kind of jumping around a bit. But it's my thoughts on this are a little bit scattered. So coming back to Sutekh, regrettably, he doesn't get a lot to do. I mean, I do like, and honestly, a lot of times this can make me kind of cringe, but I do like in this case that they bring back his line from the classic appearance of, and I find that good. Basically saying like, this to me is how the universe should be. And I like bringing back that line. That was good stuff. I do like that we get some flashbacks to the Fourth Doctor and some stuff. I still think we should have gotten flashes of that at least a little bit in the previous episode, kind of like what they did with the Toy Maker, where you got quick flashes of who the Doctor was at the time and a little bit of the imagery of that before letting the Neil Patrick Harris version of the Toy Maker go forth and speak for himself. So I still think that would have been a better idea to give us a little bit more of that, but having some of it here was still nice. It was good to have that acknowledgement. It was fun to see. It is a little bit weird seeing it with the redone background effects for when Sutekh was supposedly killed, I guess now banished into the time vortex. They updated the effects to match the current iteration of the time vortex, which is a little weird to me. I think I'm largely okay with the idea of Sutekh having clung to the TARDIS. And like, as far as that's how he A, survived, and B, attained his sort of godhood. Because I mentioned this in a short that I did between episodes, that Sutekh was not a god back in that first one. Like he wasn't. He was an alien who basically, as the Doctor himself says, culturally appropriated a god, but he wasn't. He was dangerous, for sure, but he couldn't do what this Sutekh does. And their sort of explanation for that is clinging to the TARDIS as long as he did and slowly building his power back up and also sapping energy and knowledge and all this stuff from the vortex, from the TARDIS. Yeah, I think that works well enough for the purposes of this story, at least as far as I'm concerned. So largely I'm okay with that. But again, ultimately, Sutekh just doesn't get to do much. We get a few more instances of Gabriel Wolf's voice, which is good. I do love that voice, but, you know, he is not granted a lot to actually do once he has wiped everybody out. And then again, I guess there isn't much for him to do after he's done that, but still. Another thing that, at least me personally, I would have liked to have had in the previous episode, but at least we get it now, was an explanation of why all the various Susan triads showed up wherever the doctor landed, because that was basically Sutekh planting all the seeds that would later bloom in death. And yeah, that's a solid enough explanation for that. Some people actually even suggested that in my comments section, because I expressed in my previous review that, like, okay, but why that part? We do get it explained here. I would have liked to have gotten, because it was a quick explanation, I would have liked to have gotten it last time, but whatever, they paced it the way they paced it. It still works as an explanation for that. It is both interesting and weird that they acknowledge that every single time the doctor landed on Earth, a new Susan triad was placed. It's just kind of and I guess it does confirm that the one from 73 yards is not the same one that we are primarily dealing with here, which I suppose transitions me into talk briefly about some of the ways in which they have tied 73 yards into this, which thankfully was both minimal and done in a way that did not ruin 73 yards. Because if you saw my review for that, I not only adore that episode, I very specifically adore the fact of how little was explained in that. Instead, we just we have two main things. We have a pointing out of the coincidental recurrence of 66.7 meters, aka 73 yards. And the doctor just sort of has this hand wavy thing of like,
funny things happen at 73 yards. People say that you can see things.
Is that vague? Yeah, I want it vague. Don't you dare try to explain that episode. Like, you can watch my old review. I'll put a link there for exactly why I feel that the lack of an explanation is not only enhancing, but is pretty key to the entire freaking thing. The worst thing they could have done was explain it fully and in more detail, and they thankfully don't. They do tie a few things back to it, the other one being Roger Abergwilliam. Apparently, his other major proposal, aside from wanting to nuke a whole bunch of things, was forcing DNA tests of the entire populace of the UK, which
compulsory DNA testing for the entire population
is pretty horrifying. And apparently he's succeeded in doing that. Although the doctor kind of implies that the step he took to do that was like the start of his downfall, because like that was too far for maybe some people in his cabinet. We don't really know. But these two tie-ins to 73 yards, like, fine. It didn't, what I was afraid of as soon as I realized that they were doing that was that it was going to damage my enjoyment of 73 yards, and it didn't. So as far as I'm concerned, these things are just fine. Of course, getting into the DNA and getting into all the stuff that then goes for that, you know, trying to figure out Ruby's mother. Yeah. Hang on one second. We're going to come right back to Ruby and Ruby's mother. So we have the defeat of Sutekh, which feels anticlimactic. Again, partially because after his initial wave of death, he doesn't really do anything. The whole thing with Mel, I mean, I called it as soon as I saw her looking just a slightly run down in the TARDIS. And then, you know, once he started talking to her, I'm like, okay, well, that's a done deal then, 100%. Oh, quick note. I said that I actually liked the look on Susan of sort of the skull makeup in the previous episode. I think a lot of that was down to the lighting. They lit it really well in that episode. Here, we see it on both her and on Mel, very brightly lit, and I think that's a mistake. I don't think the makeup looks nearly as good in that lighting. And I think that's reemphasized by the fact that of the three people we see with that skull face in this episode, Harriet now looks the best because she's in a dimly lit TARDIS. So that now looks better than the two who are forced to be out more in daylight. The stuff with Mel, like, I love Mel. I love Mel, and I definitely love that they gave her lines like,
"There's nothing we can do.
Accept fight.
Like, she's not just gonna take this line down, even as everything goes to absolute hell. The whole, Sutek kind of took her over because she's got dead cells. I'm like, whatever. They've made Sutek completely overpowered anyway. Why not this as well? It didn't have any emotional hit for me because I knew, just like everything else that had gone on, okay, this is going to get undone too. I mean, it has to be. Oh, and here's a random thing I need to drop in that I'm filming after the fact because I'd forgotten to do it before. This moment where Kate holds, I forget the guy's name, but holds his hand and gives him a look. Okay, first of all, if you know me, you know that I don't like romantic subplots. So my immediate gut reaction is, bleh. Now, I could go into the age discrepancy between them, which is not insignificant, but honestly, I feel like talking age gaps can get weird and oddly moralistic. I think my general opinion is if both people are over the age of 30, then the amount I'm going to judge the age gap in and of itself it's significantly less than if somebody is still in their 20s or frickin' heck, their teens. So that's not my issue. My issue is she's his boss. You cannot ever ethically have a romantic entanglement with someone over whom you hold the power of their job. It is literally impossible. Even if both people are consenting and say, oh, but we both want this, it doesn't matter. The power dynamics are destroyed by the fact that it is so imbalanced inherently by nature. The instant anything starts to go wrong with that relationship, one person is in a far more vulnerable position because if they upset their partner, they're not just making their partner mad, they're making their boss mad. I hate that this is even implied. Do not pick this up and do not do anything with it. Don't you frickin' dare. I hate this. Okay, back on topic. We were on Ruby's mother. And it's very strange to me that a big part of what hinges this final thing is withholding from Sutek the mystery of who Ruby's mother is. So we are going to have to get into that, but before I do, I'll just say that, seeing Sutek dragged behind the TARDIS was not, and fine, whatever. It's not a particularly engaging or exciting ending for a villain. I do kind of like that the Doctor, even in the moment, confronts the fact that he's going to knowingly kill this guy.
I am the one that brings death.
Because, first of all, let's be honest. The Doctor does kill. Rarely through direct action, much more commonly through, setting up things that will cause problems for the villain later, or more often than not, creating a scenario in which if the villain doesn't stop what they're doing, they will end up destroying themselves. It is not common for the Doctor to, through direct action, cause the death of something. Not only does he do it here, he acknowledges that he's doing it here, which in some ways feels a little bit like a reflection of the fact that this Doctor has had a lot of time to self-reflect. All the implied time of the 14th Doctor, living his therapy I would like to think, make this Doctor a little bit more self-reflective and not being all cagey and dodgy and ignoring what it is he's doing the way that some early incarnations have, where they just really don't seem to want to grapple with what it is that they sometimes do. He's pretty upfront about it here. I think it also helps, at least in terms of not feeling out of character for the Doctor to do, which is that in this case, he's basically finishing the job started by the Fourth Doctor. The Fourth Doctor thought he killed Sutek. He did. And he found out that it didn't take. Okay, well, basically gonna have him die by the same means, more or less. So that also sort of helps it not feel out of character that his direct action is leading to a character's death. But if you're gonna have him do that, having him acknowledge it in this way, I think for the most part, that works pretty well. So Ruby and Ruby's mother. There's some good emotional truths underpinning this that I like, and even some individual scenes on the latter end of it that I really like. But on the whole, this is where the logistical problems really come in. People tend to overfocus with finales with the logistics of, the solution of, what gets called a Deus Ex Machina, whether it's strictly speaking is or isn't. Often it spiritually kind of is. That's not where the logistics issue is, because Sutek being defeated, undoing all of this, that literally had to be the case. There was no other way for the show to be able to continue after this. So that was always going to be the case. It was the resolution on Ruby's mother that was the open question of what the heck. Now, on paper, I like the idea that her mother is just an ordinary person. I like that in general. One of my frequent frustrations with a lot of sci-fi and fantasy storytelling is the tendency to focus completely on, the rulers, the leaders, or the super special people, the people with, abilities nobody else has, with knowledge nobody else has, people chosen by prophecy, etc., 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 people who are the offspring of super important people, therefore super important by proxy, and all of that. I find ordinary people in these situations and these worlds to be a heck of a lot more interesting than the amount of stories that bother to do anything with them. Now, that's not for me to say that I don't like exceptional characters. I do, but when it feels like your story's made up of nothing but that, then it wears on me pretty quick. So philosophically, the idea that Ruby's mother is just a woman, I like it. And for comparison, I liked it in The Last Jedi too. Now, I don't like The Last Jedi. There's a lot I don't like about The Last Jedi, but that particular revelation was probably the best thing in that movie. So I should like this, but there's some problems. And it mostly has to do with how much not only the narrative, but the universe itself has twisted into knots to make this ordinary person seem important. Now, there's kind of a hand-wavy explanation from the Doctor about how everyone's focus on the importance of this woman nobody knew made her more important somehow. And the way that was accomplished was because she herself was so ordinary, was by making the mystery somehow unsolvable to Time Lords and gods alike. That's the kind of idea that I could see myself buying with a little bit of a better explanation of it. It feels hand-wavy in a way that makes it not quite work for me. And then there's the more blatant stuff that just doesn't track on at all, that honestly it would have been a heck of a lot better for them to not draw attention to, like the pointing. Oh, she's pointing at the sign. She's naming her daughter. What? Who does that? What are you talking about? Heck, wasn't it pointed out earlier that she didn't used to point? And that was something that happened that started being seen by the Doctor later on?
My memory of this keeps changing. Time keeps changing.
What are we, The pointing annoyed me, because why are you even offering a logistical explanation for that? Because it doesn't work, and I probably would have been much more forgiving about the pointing not making sense if you just left it alone. But when you say, oh, let's explain the pointing, and your explanation makes no sense to me at all, as anything a person would actually do in a moment like that, then you would have been better just not offering any explanation. I'll draw a line in the sand here. No explanation is better than a nonsensical explanation. Because at least if there's no explanation, I can lean into the idea that that's part of the flavor, or that maybe the answer wouldn't have mattered anyways. But when you offer an answer and it makes me go, what? Then there's probably an issue there. And yeah, that whole thing, that aspect of it didn't really work. And I think the thing is that I know they try and explain it again in that hand-wavy way, but you can't really cover for the fact that everybody has put value on Ruby's mother. The universe has conspired to make her important, and yet at the same time not allow her to be found, despite the fact that it should be pretty freaking easy to do. Part of what worked in The Last Jedi with Rey specifically, because again, don't actually like The Last Jedi, but part of why that worked was because within narrative, The only person who had put any value on who Ray's parents were was Ray. So it worked to confront her with her projection of, well, they must have been important. Like, no, they weren't. No, they weren't. Now, there was some metatextual issues insofar as, at least in The Force Awakens, the narrative was constructed in a way to also imply and lead the audience on to the thread of thinking they must also be important. So, like, you could say some of the framing also gave them importance, but at least within narrative, as far as characters go, the only person who cared was Rey. Here, everybody cares. All the characters that we see are of increasing concern about finding this out. And so when it matters to that many people, having the answer be, oh, she's nobody. I like the answer, but you built the mystery box wrong. Honestly, I'm not sure you should have built a mystery box out of this at all. There's kind of an ongoing issue. This was something that hadn't occurred to me, but a friend of mine, Stu Bagfull, pointed this out. There's kind of a long-running issue in fiction for orphan characters to have like an obsession with finding out their true parents. And I'm not going to say that people who are adopted, don't have any interest. But if you've ever known people who've been adopted, that interest level varies. There's usually only a really high level of commitment. I must find my birth parents if they want to find something other than the life they've been in. Like they're unhappy in the life they have and they want to find out what maybe it could have been or, what the path not taken was. But if you've ever known adopted people in happier homes, there isn't this. And like Ruby has a very happy home. And actually, I didn't mention this last episode or last review, but it threw me off when Ruby is pleading with this shadow memory thing that we can't see the face of and calls it Mum.
I made it. Mom, you should see what I've done. I traveled the universe.
In the moment, that threw me off because Carla's your mom. And like, I don't know what else she should have said. Part of me was like, well, could you pronounce it like mom or something? But like, that's an Americanism. But like, at the same time, I think of myself and like, I call my mother Ma. So if I ever found out that I was adopted and if I ever found my birth mother, I wouldn't call that person Ma. That's who the person who raised me is. That's my connection to her. I wouldn't use the same term. And I think it threw me off for that reason. Like, Carla's your mom. You have a happy, well-adjusted home life. I'm not going to say you can't have some curiosity. And one, I suppose, could argue that how difficult it was for her to find out has increased her desire, like that holding a thing just out of your reach makes you want it more. I suppose you could make that argument, but it does feed into a general notion of adopted characters having this as an obsession, which I'm not going to say it doesn't happen, but is weirdly prolific. And it's kind of here again with all this. That having all been said, the actual scene of her meeting her mother in the coffee shop, in the cafe, I thought that was really well done. That landed for me very well. And for a couple of reasons, but one of the big ones is that one of the first things Ruby says is,
You left me where I was safe. And I just want to say thank you.
And affirming that what her mother did was the best choice she could have made. You have to imagine, or if you've ever known anyone who's ever given up a child, you might even know that it's A, a very difficult thing to do, and B, there's guilt associated with that. Potentially lifelong guilt of wondering if that child would ever forgive you, would understand. And I think given that at least a lot of the fiction that I've seen over the years tends to put a much bigger emphasis on the child's perspective being a need to know, why didn't you want me? Why did you give me up? Instead, giving the empathy to her mother by starting out by not with any questions of why, any questions of how could you, any questions of why didn't you want me, but instead just saying thank you. Because again, Ruby's had a good life. Thank you is It is the kind response, it's the appropriate response, and it's one that I did not expect to see. And it choked me up. I really, really enjoyed that scene. And I like the idea that her mother's now just going to be a part of her life. We do have the indication that like, oh, and now they're going to find her father. And I did actually wonder an episode or two back, like, why is all the emphasis on her mother? Is nobody, have they tried the angle of trying to figure out who the father is? Like, again, through blood testing or whatever. And again, you can get bogged down in the logistics of like, because I think she works for the NHS, and like, really, there's no workable records for you to find out, for Davina McCall to pull up. But again, that gets into the weird logistic hand wavy thing of the whole like, oh, because so many people thought it was important, the mystery deepened, and like underexplained. And like, if you're watching this channel, you might know me. You know I tend to like underexplained stuff, at least when you don't need to explain it. They really needed to cover that better than they did. But anyway, moving on from that, we have Ruby's exit from the TARDIS. Voluntary exit from the TARDIS. And I really like this for a number of reasons. So Doctor Who has had a long history, pretty much ever since the revival, of the majority of companions leaving under tragic, traumatic, or involuntary circumstances. It's happened so much. Rose trapped on the other side of a dimensional wall. Donna having to have her memory wiped, else she would die just from remembering everything that had happened to her. Amy and Rory sent back in time by a weeping angel and then cut off from the Doctor as a result of that. Clara dying, but then not dying, but the Doctor couldn't remember her anyway, except until at the very end where he kind of did. Really, one of the things that I can praise about Chibnall's era was I appreciated the fact that his companions just left. They just went, you know what? I think I'm good now. And they went off and did their own thing. He did it low key, basically how most of the classic era did its companion exits. And here we kind of have a middle ground. This is not really super low key. This is kind of a big decision for her, but this is handled really interestingly, especially coming from RTD, who his only other companion to leave in a voluntary manner was Martha, and that was still low-key traumatic because part of it was she just realized this situation was kind of toxic for her emotionally. Whereas with Ruby, she's coming to the decision like, this was an amazing adventure, but I've got another one to have now. It even gets framed that way in the conversation.
But this... one of your adventures just beginning.
And I really like that. I'm not saying I need this to be the case for every companion exit, but I like the idea of like, yes, traveling with the Doctor is amazing and incredible, but part of the reason why the traumatic exit was so common for a long time was because it was basically presented as, why would anyone ever want to stop traveling with the Doctor? The only way must be because of unfixable circumstances and trauma. No, you come to the conclusion that this section of your life is over. It's time to live the next one, which will be something else. And I like that it even gets referred to as being an adventure in and of itself. Again, sort of showing the value in an ordinary life. I really like that. I appreciate it immensely. There is one detail that's weird, though, and to be completely honest, I did not notice it at first, but I watched the finale with my boyfriend, and he caught this, and when he pointed it out, and I went back and checked it, it is weird, which is the Doctor feels like he's running away, and not just in the sense of, okay, he helped her find her mom, and he's going to leave before she goes about trying to find her dad, like a little bit that, but more Ruby leaves and he promises he'll come back again. And right before she exits the TARDIS, she says, I love you. And not only does he not say anything, he does this kind of half smile and turns his back on her. Now, that is admittedly in character for many incarnations of the Doctor. I think a lot of incarnations of the Doctor, this reaction makes total sense. I don't think it does for this one, though. Because kind of circling back to what I said before about him, having this more emotional maturity from, theoretically from 14 living therapy and like doing therapy out of order and that whole thing. This doctor has been shown to be far more open and in touch with his emotions than others. It's become a little bit of a joke in certain Doctor Who circles that he cries every single episode. And for the record, I don't actually really have a problem with this, partially because Ncuti Gatwa was really good at that. He sells it incredibly well, and I don't think that it's a problem any more than, finding some reason for David Tennant's Doctor to do a section of really fast technobabble is a problem. He was really good at that. This Doctor's really good at this. Like, that's okay. Like, maybe not have it happen every single episode next time just to de-memify it a little bit. But, like, that's fine. But that also, again, indicates an emotional awareness and openness that the Doctor has not always had. And I'm totally fine with this Doctor having it. But why would a Doctor who's at this level of emotional maturity not say, I love you too? And this is compounded by something I noticed during the edit. He says that he loves Mel.
I loved you, Mel.
So why not Ruby? And like, understand, this is not a romantic I love you. This is a family I love you. This is a deep friendship I love you. So this is not even about romance. And it's not like, oh, he doesn't feel that way about her. BS! Yeah, he does. He's just talked about how she's completely reconfigured his understanding and how he'll talk about family in the future. And she goes to leave and she says, I love you. And he doesn't say anything. That is a weird level of emotional closed-offness that would have suited the hell out of the 13th Doctor, but doesn't fit him. It's weird. And again, I didn't notice it at first, but once my boyfriend pointed it out, I'm like, yeah, that is off. It doesn't bother me as much as it might have, but like, that is off. That's not quite landing right. And then we get some more with Mrs. Flood. Again, I'm not a speculation channel. I don't really do predictions. I will, like I already said, I knew she wasn't going to die because they have too many questions to answer with her. I'm making the call now. I don't think she's, strictly speaking, an antagonistic force. My reason for that has to do with her reaction for when Sutekh was defeated and they all kind of reassembled. And she has like this moment of saying, oh, that clever boy, which seems kind of praising in a way that would not be impossible for a villain to feel, but would seem a little bit odd. She strikes me more along the line as maybe somebody who believes themselves impartial, someone who is aware of the events that are coming down the line, but maybe is not the inciting force behind them, is kind of the energy I'm getting, because at the very end, when she addresses the camera directly with another fourth wall break, that fine, whatever. Apparently this is her thing now. I still don't like it, but whatever. I just got to deal with it. Where she's like talking about, things ending horribly.
I'm sorry to say his story ends in absolute terror.
Again, there's meant to be an ominousness to that, and I guess there is a little bit, but at the same time, I am kind of left going, yeah, probably not at your hands, though. I bet you're there. I bet you've seen it. I bet you know what happens, but I don't think she's the cause of it. I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe in the holiday special this year, maybe not until the next season. Who the heck even knows? I don't. And I don't have any more specific predictions than that. I'm sure the speculators and the lore crafters and the theory crafters are having a field day, as they did with her the first time she turned to the camera and started talking. There's no real firm indication as to whether or not Susan, the real Susan, the Doctor's granddaughter, is going to make a reappearance. I've said in the past that I don't think it's a good idea artistically, because I don't think there's really anything you could do with Susan that would pay off how long the wait has been. That having been said, people have pointed out that Carol Ann Ford, who played Susan originally, is still around, but is in her 80s. So here's what I will grant. I'm still very anxious about it being narratively satisfying, but I will grant there is a reason to do something with Susan as a character, if only to allow Carol Ann Ford to sign off the part, as she should have the ability to do if she so desires. So I'll add that. I still question whether it'll work, again, strictly narratively, but I'm slightly more open to the idea than I was previously. The Doctor is kind of a little bit, I'm not sure I'm going to go see her anytime soon in the way he kind of talks about it at the very end, but again, it would be slightly odd to bring up Susan as much as this season does and then drop it from here on out. That would be a little bit odd. There are other bits and bobs and individual aspects of it that I could go into, but overall, I'm generally left with a action climax that was not especially satisfying and emotional resonances, some of which hit me and some of which should have hit me more than they did, but were undercut by some of the logistics. So, yeah, I think this is RTD's weakest finale. I said that earlier, and yeah, I'm going to stick with that. I don't think it's his weakest by a heavy margin, but it is the weakest one I think he's done for Doctor Who. Hey folks, season 1 of Doctor Who is done and dusted, pun intended, and there's only one thing left for me to do. That is rank the episodes. Except I'm not going to do that immediately. I'll get to it. I want to give some overview thoughts first. At the start of all this, before the season began, I had a general hope that Russell T Davies, RTD, would bring more mature sensibilities as a writer. Now, I'd said that before and people blatantly misinterpreted what I meant. When I say mature, I don't mean adult content. I don't mean outright stuff that would not have been allowed on previously. I'm not talking about the kind of stuff Torchwood did. That's not what I mean by mature. By mature, I mean just the sensibilities of a more seasoned writer with a more mature view of the world. You can look at something like his work on It's a Sin, and you can see the maturity of his writing versus his own earlier work in a similar vein with something like the original Queer as Folk. And that's not to call Queer as Folk or earlier Doctor Who or even Torchwood necessarily bad, although I will call most of Torchwood bad. There is a certain childishness to a lot of it, a teenage sensibility. And I don't mean necessarily in the sophomoric sense, again, except for Torchwood, but just in it doesn't feel like a particularly mature view of the world at times. You would get glimpses of a more mature perspective at times, but overall, it was somebody just there to have fun. And that's great, but I'd hoped for something a little bit more measured, a little bit more thoughtful. And I think we largely got that with the specials, but then we got the Christmas episode, which put me on a little bit of alert. I tried to hold on some degree of hope because, I don't usually vibe with the Christmas specials anyway, because they just go for an energy that isn't my preferred version of Doctor Who. But then once we got to Space Babies, I realized, he's mostly just doing what he used to do when he ran the show back from 2005 to 2010. And yeah, he pretty much is. Rather than bring a more mature and seasoned writing sensibility, he has largely just gone back to what he did in his previous times. Sort of. What I think in many ways this is rather than just being a return to Russell T Davies as he was before, it's almost like Russell T Davies distilled and concentrated. All the aspects of him as a writer from his previous stretch are here. There isn't really much here that's like, that doesn't feel like RTD. No, pretty much all of it does, but it does cranked up a little bit higher, a little bit more concentrated. Space Babies is, again, pretty in line with what is typical of RTD season openers, but you can sense that the insistence that this is a light, fun family entertainment show feels a bit harder in that, from the fact that there's literal babies to all the, body humor jokes. And then you get something like 73 Yards, which feels in more than a few ways a little bit like his episode from series 4 of Midnight. That sort of, let's put the focus on people's reactions to a thing and not care so much about explaining what that thing is or why. Let's focus on how people deal with it. And it feels like he took that same core idea and cranked it up even higher with 73 Yards, which in a way that worked very much for me, but may have left other people a little bit cold. And again, with the finale, as I noted in my review, it's pretty much in line with what RTD tends to do with his finales, not care as much about it. The logistics focus more on the emotions, except it's doing that harder than I think was typical. So in some ways with this season, we got back Russell T Davies as he ran the show before, except it's that more concentrated. And some of that might be an offshoot of the shorter season. Again, 8 episodes is not enough. Did a whole video on that already, and I'm not going to dwell on that fact here. But I will say, I feel like this sense that I had coming away from the season, that it is just a more intense version of what he always was when writing for Doctor Who, feels amplified by how few episodes we actually got. And possibly by the fact that he wrote such a high percentage of them. I think we're getting more guest writers in next season than we had this time. We only had 2 out of 8 episodes written by people other than RTD himself this time. I haven't confirmed that, though, so I don't know if that's actually going to be the case. And maybe if that is the case, even if it is only 8 episodes again, maybe that'll help it not feel quite as concentrated. Because especially if you limit yourself to the episodes that he himself wrote, so disregarding for the moment Boom and Rogue, Space Babies feels very much in line with his kind of opener, but kind of cranked up. Devil's Cord feels kind of in line with the kind of things he would do with more flamboyant villains, cranked up a little bit further than he had done it before. 73 Yards feels like it has that sort of mysterious aspect with Midnight, like I said, but then cranked up a little bit more. And then the 2-part finale, the first episode is all set up in a way that is even more all set up than is typical of his all set up first parts of 2-part finales. And then his finale is even more ignore the logistics and focus on the emotions than he usually is, and he always has been that. So during the edit, I realized I kind of skipped over Dot and Bubble in that breakdown. For a point of comparison there, I would compare it to Turn Left, as there's some overlap in terms of the social issues it's tackling, though it feels a little bit more targeted and specific than Turn Left. Not to say that's better, but again, a little more concentrated. So that's sort of my feelings on the season overall. Where the season would rank relative to others, I don't have an answer at this moment in time. It would not be towards the bottom. I can say that with confidence. And the main thing for me to figure out before I go ahead and rank this relative to other seasons, because what I'm actually going to rank in this is the episodes, what I think was the worst to the best. But overall, I am just kind of left thinking where this is going to land in terms of my assessment of how good a season is probably going to hinge on how much I'm going to hold that shorter length episode count against it. Because if I'm going to decide, well, it couldn't be helped, I need to just accept that as a given and evaluate the contents rather than the fact that there should have been more than there was, then it will probably rank a little bit higher. But if I come to the conclusion that it really did hamper the overall experience enough for me, that'll probably put it a little bit lower, but it's definitely not anywhere near the bottom. As for the episodes themselves, I got 8 to rank. Let's start at the bottom, work our way up. Number 8, The Empire of Death. Yeah. Look, there was good stuff in the finale. I talked about it in my review. There's some stuff that I think was excellent even. Some of that emotional stuff, which is where the focus clearly was, did pay off, but not all of it did. And some of it was hampered by the logistics not panning out. And the logistics not panning out can be a nitpick, but when it gets to the point where it's hampering even some of the emotional moments that should be the one thing that you really nail if you're going to take this approach, then you've got a bit of a problem. This is just the most over ramping up of the stakes that the finale has done, and RTD always tended to do that, and the solution just wipes everything clean, and there's just a whole bunch of individual parts regarding Ruby's mother that they try and give an explanation for that doesn't really work without being painful, because it wasn't. It did leave me going, huh, okay. Number 7, Space Babies. So, a bit like the finale, this is just kind of RTD doing what he's always done, and I've not really liked most of his season openers. I think the only one that I really enjoyed was Smith & Jones, because it was a really great companion introduction. But other than that, I don't really like how he opens the seasons, and as a result, I don't super like this. There is enough working in here that there's still fun to be had, primarily in getting to experience and fall into the rhythm of the dynamic of the Doctor and Ruby, because the two of them are bouncing off each other really well, and it gave me the moment for me to fall in love with Ruby as a companion when she was banging, trying to get the bogeyman's attention. And when I can pinpoint in an episode, that's the moment I fell in love with that character, it's doing at least a little bit right. Number 6, The Devil's Chord. Now, I know in my review for this episode, I said at the time, I think I prefer Space Babies, and I haven't actually necessarily reversed my position on that. Rather, it's a matter of my issue with The Devil's Chord is primarily a matter of taste. The level of cranked up to 11 and staying there style camp drag that Jinx Monsoon is doing with the character of Maestro, and Maestro is very much the centerpiece of this entire thing, is just not a performance style that I particularly enjoy. And while ultimately this is by no means an objective ranking, it's a ranking of what I feel, I do have to just admit the fact there is not as much that I feel is actually a problem in this beyond just it's not to my taste. And while something not being to my taste is going to put it in the lower half, if I can't point to things a little bit more concrete, like, okay, but this flatly doesn't work, as opposed to that works fine, I just don't like it, that is ultimately going to have me putting it above Space Babies for the purposes of this ranking. Personal taste, it's close. I think I like Space Babies a little bit better, but I do have to admit this is still a better piece of work, even if it's just not to my taste. Number 5, The Legend of Ruby Sunday. So this one had a really great reveal at the end that at the time did get me, but it is primarily set up, and it often can dampen the first part of a two-parter if it's setting up stuff that you don't super enjoy the payoff on. And again, while I did not dislike Empire of Death all that much, there wasn't a lot that really fully worked either. And certainly for all the buildup it had, I kind of left me going, eh. And that in and of itself is going to dampen this episode. And I was already a little bit lukewarm on it, because when you do something that is so fully set up as this is, that last episode is going to carry a lot of weight. It's really got to nail it, and it doesn't. That does drag this down a bit, but even taking it completely in and of itself, there's some cool stuff here. I think the reveal of Sutek is very cool. I love having Mel be back and be more interactive with this. I like the unit team. There's stuff to like, absolutely, but there just isn't a lot of substance to this. Number 4, Rogue. It's fun. I mean, that's kind of it. This is largely a light and fluffy episode. It's a historical setting with some crazy bird creatures, and the Doctor, he gets a crush on this guy. It's pretty basic, and I think it works pretty well. I don't love it exceptionally, partially because, again, romantic aspects in Doctor Who, not my favorite thing overall, especially not when it relates to the Doctor in particular, but I will say that there is an energy and an entertainment. This keeps a good pace. This has a good, fun romp feel to it. And while I wouldn't put it any higher than this, this was a good time. That's kind of all I've got. Number 3, Boom. I've got my nitpicks with this one. There are various aspects that kind of dampened my experience of it on a first watch that may or may not be a problem for me when I watch it again in future, and maybe in future I'll even think better of it than I currently do. But this does still do plenty of stuff right. I like the bottle episode nature of it. I tend to like bottle episodes in general. They have a opportunity to do something really inventive, and making the Doctor be stranded on that thing and having Ncuti Gatwa just deliver so much while being so physically restricted, especially given how much movement has been really big in his depiction of the Doctor up to this point. Yeah, that was a cool challenge to see the show pull off, and I think it pretty much does. There's also just an interesting use of the technology. The ambulance is something to be feared because it might decide you're not worth saving, because it would be more effort to patch you up than to just replace you. Like, that's a really interesting, twisted way to think about medicine. And yeah, maybe the privatization of war and medicine is a bad idea, actually. So it's got some good things on its mind. It's pretty well presented. I had some of my issues with some things related to the kids and how some characters talked about faith, but for the most part, this is good. Number 2. Okay, so these top 2, I went back and forth on a lot. I had a really hard time coming up with this ranking. And this is ultimately where I'm landing today. I've said in the past with a lot of these rankings, you ask me on a different day, I might order them differently. And I think this top 2 would be most likely to swap. But for right now, at number 2, I'm going to put 73 yards. And right. The episode where I said in my review, perfect, no notes, I'm putting at number 2. And my opinion hasn't changed on that episode. Even when Empire of Death brought some aspects of it back and I got real worried it was going to screw everything up, it didn't. It kept what I loved about this. It's not explained. Because the answers to the things we don't understand wouldn't change the story being told. Because the story being told is about a woman coping with something that happens to her. She can't help it. She can't stop it. She can't even understand it, but she still has to live with it. She has to assign it meaning because it doesn't have any on its own. She has to find a way to view this thing that happened to her so that she can feel that she's lived a meaningful life with this thing as part of her, even if it truly has no meaning. Watching that process and pivoting from this sense of sort of folkloric horror to watching her channel it in the back half with the whole stuff set further down the timeline with Roger Ap Gwilliam and her attempts to remove him from a very powerful position where he would be incredibly dangerous if placed there. That is an incredible journey for her as a character, and it was amazing for me to watch it, and I wouldn't want a single bit of it changed. I adore this episode. I get why not everyone does, and I don't even necessarily disagree with the problems with it. Kind of like how with The Devil's Cord, I can acknowledge, like, no, it's not that it's bad, it's just that I don't really like it. I can, at the same time, look at this and go, I really like this, but I also get why other people might not. But for me, this is damn near perfect. Not damn near, this is perfect. I would not change a single moment of this. And yet it's my number 2. So let's talk about why that is. Number 1, Dot and Bubble. Here's the thing about Dot and Bubble. As much as I love and adore 73 Yards, every time I think about Dot and Bubble, I think of more ways in which it's just so smartly written. The sneaking in. Again, if you're like me and you didn't clock that we were watching a white supremacist society, this sneaky hiding in of white supremacist moments under the guise of Okay, well, that could just be classism. Okay, so they're like social media addicted. Okay, so like they're a little out of touch. Okay, so they're rude. And finding all these other reasons, thinking it's commentating on all these other things, and then realizing at the end, no, everything that felt off ties to the simple fact that these people are white supremacists. The way in which that is rolled out, the point at which that is confirmed, the fact that it's not treated like a twist, but a reveal. It is the final puzzle piece falling into place, at which point the entire picture makes a kind of sense that it couldn't until you had everything there and you had that piece of information. That fact is load-bearing. And once that is in place, this thing structurally is unassailable. I am not going so far as to say that this is above criticism. I've seen some critiques of it, and I'm not going to negate those. I don't share them, though. I had an incredible experience watching this. I had an incredible experience thinking about it after the fact. I had an incredible experience sitting down and talking through it when I did my review, and I still have an incredible experience thinking back on it even now. The intelligence of the writing, the fact that I really can't hand wave anything about this, because 73 yards, as much as I love it, it wouldn't change a thing. I do have to hand wave like, okay, but those explanations aren't important, while acknowledging that to other viewers, they might be. To me, they're not. And I don't think they are to the story, but they will matter to other people, and that'll distance some people from 73 yards. The structure of this, the details planted from the very beginning, the rollout of them, and then if you have not gone back and rewatched this, understanding that these people are white supremacists, go back and watch again and realize how much of it is there and is integrated into everything. This was a phenomenal piece of writing. This is what I would like to see more of from RTD. And I don't even necessarily need it to be covering social issues, but just stripping out the specific meanings and like, don't retain the meaning, but just for a second as an exercise, the ways in which there was a cover story and it was plausibly deniable what was actually going on until you get to the very end, and then it is not, is just so well constructed. I could study this script for ages and find new things to be impressed by. Dot and Bubble, I think, is the best episode of this season. So, that's it. That's season 1. That's not me being done talking about Doctor Who. I will continue to, definitely with a bit less frequency because I won't have new episodes to do. But I've got some other thoughts on some Doctor Who related stuff next month. Trying to remember when this goes out. So there'll be a couple more Doctor Who related videos next month, but Doctor Who stuff is going to slow down a bit. I'll have more thoughts at various points, I'm sure. But for right now, end of a season. End of a moment. Not the end of an era. Not really. The era's still going on. We'll see how it is when we get more. Now to thank my highest supporting patrons: Robin Moore, Jared Boyce, Zubin Lipfula, Auntie Kate 808, Mira G, Angry Casperl, Claire Wright, Dave Hall, Snark Shark, Oliver B, Mystic Shadow, Daphne Matthews, Sean Miller, Welsh Wrestling Geeks, Melissa Pedersen, Becky Sparks, Twilord, Kay Johnston, Tracy Scrabbit, Pau Barabajoggle, Magdalena, Sir Didymus is my favorite, and a couple of additional names I'll have to dub in because I forgot to add them. And here I am with those dub names. Thank you to the Demon Bunny, Vin Jost, and Sarvis. I'm a little bit distracted, you might have noticed. Everyone's reintegrated. Don't worry about Navarro. He got rehoused. He's completely happy where he is. But this is the mischief now. And it's a lot.